Trump supporters who think that Iran is just another country that can be swept aside with U.S. generals being fired. That's the other thing that I've taken a large notice of. One of the generals apparently was the chief chaplain. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with the promotional questions about which generals are being moved up the general staff. It doesn't have anything to do with being resistant to combat plans and boots on the ground in Iran. It really has to do with Hex's evangelical Christian craziness, where he blatantly stated in official appearances that this could be Armageddon and the Antichrist could be coming. It's one of his core beliefs. And this guy is running our Department of quote unquote war. It's just crazy. It's hard to imagine exactly this set of circumstances. I don't think anyone could have predicted something like this a year ago when Trump took office again.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. We're live on YouTube again, guys. Everything's sorted. I'm going to tweet it out. Andrew, you back?
Yes. I don't know what happened to my mic. Sorry about that. I'm glad Doc spoke forth on that. Doc said something that's really scary to the breed. I'm talking to the very core of America, and this is about who is a real patriot. Who is a real American? And I know I'm not trying to be ethnocentric, but okay, we're talking about the United States here, Trump. But this is what's really going to come down to the line in the sand. And Doc, you are a great man, sir, to come out and make major changes in your life. Because if you would just play the narrative, just be the good little Republican, wave your little Trump American, make America great flag, you live your comfortable life, everything is fine. I love Southern California, by the way, San Diego, I'm very jealous. But you know what, Doc, you're not. You made a moral courage decision. You've stood out. You've taken the flak, just like all of us, just like Suleiman and just like Beatrice, all of us. We have the moral courage. We are the true patriots because we say, no, this must stop. And I just want to say quickly, I've never heard Matthew talk before, but it was powerful. We listened to a Marine, and anyone knows anything about Marines, they're wired quite differently. I'll say that out of deep respect. They will go into the last drop. They will die. Yes, sir. No, sir. But then when you get Marines that are standing up and saying, what? No, this is not working. This is wrong. And I want to say this quickly. If you notice what he was talking about training, and that we're not trained, our soldiers, even if we had 1 million men right now, call up 1 million men and women, we're not trained in asymmetrical warfare. We're not. We're developing it. We're behind it. Now, when in submarine warfare, before we would do a mission, and believe me, we did some very, very sensitive missions and some stuff that, didn't go well at first. We had to really make adjustments, but we trained and practiced both the tactics, then the strategic mission of what is the overall strategy. And then even then we would take it and train some more. And then there would still be problems that came up but there's nothing there. No logistics, no training, no force. The insanity. Please, someone help us. Speak up. Just say no. We listen to these spaces, but go out. Everyone you talk to. I got into this morning, this gentleman, I said, stop it. And he looked at me and said, well, what's going on? Why are you upset? When I explained it to him, he said, I didn't hear about that. I says, then tune into these spaces. I share Suleiman's spaces. Thank you. Sulis, don't listen. None of us, we can't stop. We can't stop. We are in war here. Psychological warfare. God bless you, Suli. I love you. Keep fighting the fight. Thank you, Doc, and all that speak up. And Beatrice, love you. Thank you.
Speaking about Beatrix been smashing it. She's been running things. Beatrix, are you there? Well, as much as a chick can.
Well, I'm always here.
You're always here. Give us, how's it going? What's your thoughts on jump in?
Yeah, awesome interviews, Suleiman. Awesome interviews. I'm I was just looking at the YouTube chat and somebody said on there, what's the plan? As in, what's going to happen? And I'm really terrified that you've been saying this, and a few other people have been saying it, that this is not going to end in like days, maybe not even weeks, maybe not even a few months.
Beatrix, you just touched on
And
point there, what made me think, and I don't want you to continue, that do you think that he may accelerate the ground invasion because of all of these losses that have happened to make people forget and start thinking about the ground invasion themselves? What's your thoughts? But go ahead, jump in as well with anything else you were saying.
well, firstly, I'm just actually just getting over the fact that you thought I said something important. That's quite nice to hear
I
from
was
you.
just trying to make you feel better. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I'm going to answer that. It's a really interesting question. But just before I do, when you were doing those interviews, I had 4 separate people message me. 4 people who are very regular. A couple of them on the panel, but 2 dedicated listeners over the last 3 years. They could not get in the space. And I sent one of them the link, and she got in, and then she kept getting kicked out constantly. This space is really, really buggy, and I think it's going to get worse, guys. So make sure that if you can get in, great. If you can't, I've just realized there's an update that's just come out. You can go on YouTube and go and listen to us on YouTube. We want to make sure the news gets out. That's why we've set up that YouTube channel. Okay. So that's the first thing. Do you know what, Suleiman? On your profile, right? Let me find it actually, because I think this is important. You asked this question, in fact, to Anthony Aguilera. About how Iran managed to do this. Let me bring it up. It's important. There's a lot of news on here. Yeah, Iran used advanced passive infrared detection to shoot down the American F-15. And passive infrared detection does not emit radar signals and can't be detected or jammed by American electronic warfare systems. It's invisible to the technology America spent trillions building its air superiority around. Now, given the amount of CIA, I'm literally at that stage of skepticism. Given the amount of CIA Mossad agents that are infiltrated in Iran, I wouldn't even put it past Trump not to deliberately have sent that F-15 in, hoping, knowing something was going to happen, so he could use that as a pretext to do a ground invasion. Tonight, there's been a meeting. It's on your profile. Let me find it again. And ABC News was reporting this at the White House. And let me just find it quickly. So by the way, as an update, guys, the missing American fighter pilot has still not been found, and search continues. The Americans continue searching, the Iranians continue searching as well. So 1 second, I don't know why that's been taken down. So Trump is meeting today. Tonight, actually, he's just met at the White House, but he's put a blanket ban. He's not going to give an appearance tonight at all. The national security team right now is at the White House, gathered at the White House, but he's not going to appear. He said that there's going to be no statements from him, nothing, which also gives me cause for concern that what is he planning? If he wanted an off-ramp, this could be it. He could actually stand up and say, look, I realize that, I'm putting Americans in harm's way. We're not that far apart in terms of what we want. We're going to stop all. They don't want a temporary ceasefire. They want a cessation to the war. We're going to seize the war and we're going to have dialogue. But he won't do that. So if he's not prepared to do that, and given how his ego is, what else is he going to do? The only thing he can do is continue with this. They can carry on hitting civilian targets, and then what? He wants to harm Iran. So he'll go after infrastructure, and then Iran will retaliate and go after infrastructure. And then he'll want to be the bigger man and show that he's bigger than them and better than them. And that means boots on the ground. I don't know. That's all I'm thinking, Suleiman. It's quite scary, to be honest, what we're witnessing. There's also been Trump was asked in a brief interview with NBC, I think it was NBC, he was asked what the US will do if the missing pilot from the shot down F-15 in Iran is harmed. And he said that he didn't want to say what the US will do. He said he didn't want to answer what the US will do. And this is the first time a US aviator has been shot down over hostile territory since the A-10 pilot was forced to eject over Iraq in 2003. 2003. So what's that? 23 years ago. After 23 years, this is the first time it's happened. I'm just looking at what else. There's a lot that's happened today. They're going to have to, I think Iran's actually cornering them to put boots on the ground. They're not going to be able to do it by air. I don't know. Also, a commander of the Israeli army's Gaza division made a statement a short while ago saying Hamas is exploiting the campaign against Iran to strengthen its power and rearm itself. The focus is now on Iran and Lebanon, but this is temporary. We will return to focus on Gaza and complete our mission there. So it's going off everywhere, Suleiman, to be honest.
And also, it's starting to look more and more. Oops. It's starting to look more. I thought my phone. I don't know. It's weird. It's starting to look more and more likely that basically that the pilot has been taken as hostage, because I'm just reading this from the Independent. It says Trump refuses to specify Washington's response if the missing pilot in Iran is harmed. He said, "We hope that does not happen." In a statement to the Independent, the president refrained from revealing what the United States would do if the missing American pilot inside Iran was harmed, only saying, "We hope that does not happen." These statements come at a time when search and rescue operations are ongoing. So I don't know. That sounds more ominous. Sounds like that it could be that he is and has been taken hostage. Simon, are you there? Okay. Joa, are you there?
Hey, Suleiman.
Oh, Simon, there's some news, and I wanted you to kind of explain to the audience the situation of it. It's where have I sent it? Here it is. Okay, it says this. It says 5 of the biggest names in finance just restricted withdrawals from their private credit funds. BlackRock, Blue Owl, Morgan Stanley, Apollo, Ares, combined exposure roughly $2 trillion. Something big is, people are saying something big is about to happen. But is that big, or do you think that's just nothing?
No, this has been escalating, and it kind of, in the background, it's been a bit of a ticking time bomb. So what private credit is investors that want to get very high interest on their money. They lend it to higher risk ventures, which is called private credit. And so you as a private individual, let's say you're a high net worth investor, you got $10 million and you'd like to receive 10% on it. Then you lend it via private credit, and it would invest in things that banks typically won't bother lending to anymore. And so a lot, like trillions of dollars, was raised for this, and this was really financing the data center build out, as well as a lot of like just different, types of business loans and various other things. But what started to happen is it's very hard to understand the risk because you have to be a real professional investor to understand them. But they started just pooling together all these funds, and BlackRock, all these different companies. They created these private credit funds. The problem with private credit is if you want to get money from a business, then it typically takes like if you're lending the money to build out a data center, then sometimes they're not going to get a return on that for like 5, 6, 7 years, like private equity. So we've got these trillions of dollars that have effectively been lent via these private credit markets. And then in the background, as they start pulling them together, you get a bit of a construct like what happened in the 2008 crisis. You start pulling together and diversifying. And then you start, some people, like a venture capital fund, will come along and then start borrowing from a bank and then lending it to this private credit. And here's where it goes wrong. Um, they started offering it to retail investors. So mom and pops could invest like $1,000 in these private credit funds. Now they weren't necessarily reading the terms and conditions, saying that, you know, there's restrictions on withdrawals, and whenever you need to withdraw it, it can cause an issue. It can cause a bit of an issue. So what we've started to see throughout this crisis, and there was stress leading up to this, that these private credit funds are basically trying to meet all this withdrawal demand, but they can't pull back these loans. So a bunch of people, you know, they're starting to sell in distress. This is causing massive write downs in the private credit market. That can then have impact on where did the funds originally come from, and there's the potential that it kind of pushes into the banking sector. Now, once this started to get attention, you started to create a run on the fund. It's not quite as dramatic as a run on the bank, because effectively you can just take the loss, um, and suspend withdrawals. But what we're starting to see now is that more and more of these funds, they're kind of using the fact that we're in an economic crisis situation, to write down, stop withdrawals, and they can kind of just do a force majeure and blame it on the crisis. But someone's going to be making massive losses here. And depending on who's making those massive losses, that could go into some kind of hedge fund. That hedge fund could be interconnected to some kind of leveraged, buyout opportunity. And basically, we start to just see real stress, in the markets as a result of these private credits. So that's been a ticking time bomb. If that whole thing blows up, you know, there's the potential for, you know, a multi-trillion-dollar bailout if it actually impacts some of the banks and financial institutions. We don't know yet. So that's one thing in the background. And again, it means that where is the growth going to come from? Because remember, America is a bit of a ticking time bomb at the moment. We've been talking throughout the market updates that America needs to get growth above 3.3%. Now, based upon the stress, the projected growth rate for America is 2%. As soon as you start to get growth rates that are negative because it's not getting all of this private credit money, it's not getting the Gulf money. People are trying to suspend, take out withdrawals. Then, in order to meet those withdrawals, you're starting to sell down assets. Then, foreign investors are starting to sell down assets. As foreign investors are trying to get their oil, then what's happening is this is what's being reflected in these bond markets, because as people are selling down their US treasuries and bonds, that pushes up the yield. And the yield is what determines the cost of America's debt. So not only is our the growth rate down, but now the yields are up, which means that when America tries to refinance its debt, it has to pay more. And this can create a bit of a doom loop. Now, there's been bad employment data as well. So as more people are losing their jobs, more people will be trying to liquefy those assets. This can have the impact on the bond market. If the price of oil goes up, you start to get stress in the real economy. And then that can really impact the stock market and these private credit markets. So they're all interlinked. And the more stress you have outside of America, the more likely you are not to get that growth rate. And then you can have a real death spiral in the national debt as these interest, kind of rolls out. So it's definitely worth watching. But again, is laying the case for what we know is coming, a big print, which is where effectively you have the justification for socializing all these losses across the American people, and then privatizing all the gains and the debt write down, and just having this massive money printing, which contributes to inflation, that creates more wealth inequality. As we get more wealth inequality, you start to just have this boiling pot where people are like, all right, So there's trillions of dollars for the military, there's trillions of dollars for the banks, and yeah, our gas prices are going up. So you know those kind of MAGA Q-tards right now that are thinking, "Hey, America's insulated." No, you just got a couple of oil companies that are cashing in, a couple of liquefied natural gas companies that are cashing in, military which are cashing in, and eventually it's all going to be rolled over to the American people that are going to end up with more and more debt, more and more inflation. And then eventually that kicks off into a recession, which is pretty much guaranteed in the next few months as a result of these high oil prices. Um, so yeah, the private credit market seems to be the first area of stress right now. We're all leading to the big bailout. Like the bailout's coming. There's going to be massive quantitative easing, massive money printing, and that's going to be, you know, create real tensions when the American people realize there's money for military for wars, there's money for the banks, but there ain't no money for us. And remember that $1.5 trillion that's been announced for military budgets, that comes at the expenses of all the things that America need in order to have some kind of relief. So you know, kind of the true colors are showing that America is an economy based upon socialism for the wealthiest, and and just the wealth extraction for everybody else.
Yeah, this is the biggest concern for sure. It's highly concerning. I got Dark Side here as well. Got Adam here. Got Gary, Doc, Myron, Andrew. Everyone's here. Dark Side. Do you want to add on to that? There's a. You heard me read the news, right? In terms of what's occurred.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
Thanks, Ollie. Amazing interviews today, by the way. Really enjoyed both. So look, just following up on what Simon said, this private credit thing is probably bigger than most people think. Um, the BDC Act, which was 1980, Business Development Corporation Act, which amended the Securities Act of 1940, enabled essentially this shadow banking system of private credit. And just to give more detail, these private credit investments are sold as a liquid way of getting higher yield, meaning higher yielding products that you can still sell, get in and get out of. But because many of their investments have gone wrong, and we can talk about how they've gone wrong, they've decided to put up gates. So something you bought as what you thought would be a liquid investment has become illiquid, and you can't get your money out. These private credit investments are held by pension funds, insurance companies, many of which are in the Cayman Islands and Bahamas that are levered 50 times, and they pledge these investments as collateral. So you can kind of see how this spirals downhill. And I don't think it's just limited to private credit. I think it goes into private equity as well. So if the private credit market's a couple $1 trillion, private equity is probably $13 trillion. This is a massive problem. And yes, the best case scenario is that they print their way out of it. But there's another worst case scenario that we can talk about at a later time. But yeah, this is serious stuff, and this has nothing to do with the war. This is just pure mismanagement. And just to give a little more detail, they use something called a valuation agent. So imagine you have a portfolio of illiquid loans that you've made to companies, and you hire a valuation agent to tell you what those loans are worth. Well, of course, you're going to hire the valuation agent that tells you that they're all really good loans, right? And the valuation agent comes back and says, yeah, these are all worth 100 cents on the dollar. But it turns out that a bunch of these loans aren't actually making interest payments because they don't have the money. So what they're doing is they're paying what's called a payment in kind, or a PIK. And that payment in kind is the company is now giving back the lender shares of a worthless company. And of course, the valuation agent says, oh, well, you're getting your value back, whether it's not cash, it's stock. So we'll value it at 100, when really it should probably be valued at 40 cents. So these guys are sitting on all kinds of upside down loans. They're not even being paid back with cash. Many of them are being paid back with equity in the company that's basically worthless because it can't pay back its debt. And the whole thing's going to blow up for sure. I'll land it there.
Yeah, huge concerns. Gary, is there anything you want to add on to that?
Well, I'm actually just I'm calculating how long it takes to build a nuclear power station and how much money it costs, about $6 to $7 billion to replace all this stuff. But no nuke has been built. I think this is completely off topic, but I'm just looking at the money we're spending, $1.3 trillion, and going, how many nuclear power stations could we build? It's $7 billion a pop, and sell the energy for 3 cents a kilowatt to anyone, which would be a relatively low price. And I think you would make a return on investment of like, I don't know, 4% or something. It's so stupid what we're doing. I am so sorry that I don't have a more intelligent response to any of the things that have happened over the last 3 days. I really feel like an idiot. But the only response I can say is, what the fuck are we doing? Someone must be designing something bigger here. Like, this makes no sense, man. Not one answer that anyone's come up with in the last 3 days makes any sense for this, unless there's something else. Uh, you can't. No one is going to pencil this. It makes zero sense, man. Like you could run this thing for 50 years. It doesn't make sense. I mean, even if it's a business over 50 years, you cannot get a return on what we're doing. This is 1.3 trillion. What's going to happen? What's going to happen in a month? Another 1.3. We just lost. Some heavy duty equipment, best equipment in our arsenal so far. So what are they going to do? Pull out the alien tech and just turn a whole area into glass? I just don't know what's coming next, but I expect more drama. I mean, also, why would Trump? And I do think he's a good negotiator. Why would he ask for 48 hours right now? Didn't somebody tell him that could blow back really fucking bad if they just say no? Like, this is really out of character for him.
Yeah. Also, the slight connection here, the dark side, is that we just the war creates an environment where everyone starts prepping, and when you're prepping, you try and liquidate all your assets and get to cash, and you start thinking about you're not in investment mode. Even if you're a sophisticated investor, you start getting to cash. You're looking for corrections in the market, and then you want to reinvest in distress. So the more this goes on, the more people are looking to liquidate, and that's causing a big problem, especially when you're reading these headlines. And people aren't that sophisticated as well. They read the headline and they think it's a run on the bank or something. They don't quite know the difference, and so everyone, and that can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. We did see, it was the knock-on effect of the price of oil as a result of the Russia-Ukraine war, that we had a duration risk, which kicked off with the bond market. Then the Fed had to do, a policy, and that policy was wrong. That led to a mispricing, and then that led to the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and other banks as well. So these things, you start with a market here, you see the initial stress, and quite often it's not till 3 to 6 months until it actually becomes something that's very problematic. So we we have certainly laid the foundation where I think it's pretty much at this stage guaranteed that in the next 6 months we're going to see some major black swan event, whether it's private credit, whether it's something else. But there's going to be something like there's not a chance in hell that all that silver stuff that happened, all these paper losses, all the stuff that Darkside's been talking about for years. There's not a chance in hell that at least one of them is going to rear its ugly head in the next 3 to 6 months.
That's my main issue, is that you have so many plates in the air now. I mean, a circus monkey could just go turn over one of them. It just like we're so. I feel like I'm in a garage full of gasoline, man, and people are smoking.
Yeah, and even the real estate one, Gary, your brother was kind of, talking about the importance of getting the interest rates down. I don't see
And
how.
that it's impossible, bro. That's not happening. And by the way, nobody. There's so many things not going to happen here. I mean, we have a commercial real estate problem in the United States that no one was talking about that is colossal. I mean, me and Grant think it's so colossal that they're just going to push it down the road. I mean, there's no one's going to foreclose on any big commercial real estate right now because it's so illiquid. I mean, we're seeing shit go $348 million bought in 2020, sell for $84 million, man. Okay, and I wouldn't touch it at 84 million. So Dubai, who's going to be buying property in Dubai? I mean, you have an economic. This is not a slowdown. This is full on brakes. I mean, people are going to just start screeching all over the place. You're going to see money flow. Simon, money is going to flow into like the STRC products. It's going to explode. Everybody's going to go to a safe haven. Bitcoin should do well there. I don't know why I mean, it is doing well relatively, but Doc, it is so out of character for Trump to negotiate the way he's negotiating. Why would he do a 48-hour before a long weekend? Like, I don't get this at all.
What did I miss, Gary? What was the 48 hours?
They asked for a ceasefire for 48 hours, dude, and Iran said, "Nah, we don't need to talk."
Yeah, I mean, Iran's been consistent with that. They don't want a
Powerful, man.
ceasefire. They want an end to the
Powerful,
war. So,
dude. If that was a
so.
negotiator, label the guy however you want, but don't judge it. The negotiating crowd is awesome. I mean, I take my hat off to him. Yeah, we don't have anything to chat about. Thank you. I mean, it's basically, hey, stay the fuck away from us. We don't want to talk to you. Stay out of my backyard. Imagine somebody coming into your house and then saying, hey, let's have a chat. Like, it's bullshit.
If you guys don't mind me jumping in real quick, and look, I keep thinking this is about the petrodollar. When you look at all the other countries that have been involved before, whether it was Venezuela, who priced it outside the dollar, Iran, who priced it outside the dollar, Syria, which was simply to cut off Russia for selling LNG to Europe in order to sell Qatari LNG to Europe through the pipeline, and also the ports along Syria, which completed the Belt and Road Initiative. If then you have Libya, who priced outside the dollar. You have Iraq, who priced outside the dollar. You have Afghanistan, who has one of the largest lithium and cobalt mines in the world, who Trump just gave it to China after we pulled out of Afghanistan. On top of putting opium into Russia, because we keep attacking Russia, because they are part of the other ecosystem. And Iran's been a big thorn in America's side because Iran is the one who taught Venezuela, the ones who taught Russia how to circumvent the sanctions, because they were the first ones to figure it out. I don't see this as something new. I just see this as a repeat of what we've done 15 times since 1977. And if you look at every of the 15 countries that we overturned their regime, every single one either nationalized their resources or they started to price the resources outside of the dollar, except for Syria. And Syria was because of transporting LNG and completing the Belt and Road, which would give a leg up to China and Russia. And that's all this is, right? And it always has been. And you can say, oh, no, it's because of Israel. Israel benefits 1,000,000%. And you can say Syria was because of Israel. But Venezuela is not because of Israel, although a Zionist benefited from it. Nicaragua wasn't because of Israel. Panama wasn't because of Israel. All those other countries weren't because of Israel. This comes down to petrodollar. And yes, we help the Middle East we help Israel in the Middle East because, and we take their intelligence, which I think, Netanyahu is the one that got us into this, thinking, oh, if you decapitate them, the people will rise up. And I think that was bad information from Netanyahu, just like when he said, if you take out Saddam Hussein, peace would spread through the Middle East like a wildfire, which is what he told Congress, which was ended up being BS. And that's what this is. And so if you look at it from that lens, what is worse for America, $150 a barrel or losing the global reserve currency? And to me, losing the global reserve currency is much bigger of a pain than $150 oil for America. And people don't realize the biggest export of America is the dollar. That's how America makes money. They print it, they raise rates, raising rates exports inflation. Other countries wind up paying for the inflation because they raise the rates. It makes it more expensive for partners to pay to buy things. And then we go through the cycle. Those countries wind up suffering. They go through economic depression. They wind up dealing with a lot of problems that was caused by America printing more money. That worked until the last time that happened with COVID. Europe winded up raising rates also, and that sent it back to America, and that's why we had prolonged inflation. So then, what did they do? They went after the pounds and basically destroyed the pound in order to kind of quell things a bit. They decimated UK, and that's why Stam is an idiot. He's an absolute lapdog. Or either that or he's absolutely blind. I don't know which one it is. But every single time this has been about the petrodollar. Don't know why this time would be any different whatsoever. When this is what has built the American empire, has been basically you are the banker playing Monopoly and you're allowed to print new money without anyone else getting any as you play the game. And that's how America has been built. There's no reason why a teacher in Germany gets $2,500, $3,000 a month. In US, they get $8,000. They're not a better teacher. It's simply because you printed more money and you've inflated everything by doing so.
Breaking news, huge breaking news. Another US fighter jet has gone down. Another US fighter jet has gone down. This time, an F-16. According to Tasnim News, I posted it out, but according to Tasnim News, another fighter jet has gone down. The evidence and images have been obtained by Tasnim News. The wreckage seems to suggest it's an F-16, although it is possible that it could be an F-35. The fighter jet apparently was flying over multiple cities and faced heavy air defense fire. Some of these fighter jets attempted to escape apparently, but one of them got hit. No official confirmation yet. Is this what it was? Were those generals protesting because they wanted to start using these fighter jets more closer to Iranian airspace, and now they are being obliterated? What is going on? Destruction of the entire American regime. Another fighter jet down. Let me just read some of these super chats that I missed. Hummer says, for mammoth effort in platforming historic interviews of informed, unbiased guests. Thanks to Suleiman, Beatrix, Sadat, and the YouTube community. Appreciate Hummer. I even got them chicks on for you because you were asking. We also have Chevelle. Quick question. If Trump goes after bridges, waters, and electricity, isn't that considered a war crime? It is, but there is no such thing as war crimes or international law. You need to learn this very quick and very fast. We live in the jungle law where there is no rules. Bunker says, thank you, Beatrix and the panel and all listeners for everything. What? Beatrix? What? Anyway. Riaz says, with a huge super chat, he says, Gary's right. We need to start working on new energy sources now. X-Commerce says, is that what Manco would call total air superiority? The chats are coming in thick and fast. The entire situation is becoming crazy chaos. in the last 24 hours. What's that? The sixth or seventh American aircraft that's been taken down. We also have mass firings. This is crazy. Joe, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, no, I just want to tell the American people that they should let Iranians into America, because Americans have always thought Mexicans work really fast and cheap, and they build really quickly. Apparently, yesterday Iran had no air defense left, according to Trump, and today they built a whole new air defense system in less than 24 hours. That's faster than the Mexicans can do it. I think America could learn from that.
You're so racist.
Yeah, Joe is so racist.
Good
Like,
one,
we don't
Joe.
even see race, and this guy just sees race, bro. I don't know. I don't know. What do you expect from
Hey,
Trump
Su-
support? What do you expect from Trump voters?
No, they actually believe there was no air defense. There was people writing on his Truth Social that, yeah, that's it. We hired the right man. Blah blah blah. So what did they do? They built a whole new air defense in 24 hours. Is that what happened?
Yeah, it's
Like,
crazy.
I don't
but,
get these people. And you know who's
but
really pissing me off, Suleiman? Mario. The stuff that Mario's putting out is obviously really, really bad. Like, really bad. Like, he just put up a video of people of Trump saying, we need to go in Iran. We'll go take oil. We'll take the oil. Da, da, da. All these videos. He goes, look, he's always had the same stance. So then I put a compilation of the 20 times he said no wars, no wars. That Obama's going to get us into a war because he thinks that's how you get reelected. So what's Trump doing? Is he getting us into a war because he thinks we're going to get reelected? Like, what did Mario do? Forget all the other 30 videos of him saying no war, don't go in Iran, and Obama's an idiot, he's going to get us into war? Do you know what I mean? It's just like, it pisses me
Yeah,
off, the amount of
I'm the same,
misinformation.
bro. I'm the same. He's peeing me off as well quite a lot because this is people's lives on the line. And I know him. He has totally different views to what he espouses publicly because it's all about
Yeah,
money.
I know that too.
Yeah, he's like a woke, liberal, left wing guy, and he tries to make it look like he's a far right fascist. It's like far right, right wing guy, and like even on war, everything. He just yeah, he starts annoying me quite a lot as well because this is it's different first, like but now you're basically
It's
trying to
different when
take
it's
the
people's lives, dude. You know what I
exactly.
mean? It
Yeah,
really
that's what's
is.
annoying me. Like normally I don't respond to his stuff, and now I'm like, this is just bad news. You're basically risking the future of the world based on what making a bag on some like crypto coins or whatever is a disgrace. Yeah, so it's annoying me as well.
Suli,
Especially when
Can I just
another reason
and
these
also it's like because based on the fake, like the entire bot space of the entire bot page, like it's actually fake. But what happens is people see the numbers and then they engage, and then he does it more. So it's just really annoying. But sorry, who Beatrix, go ahead.
I just want to play this 10-second clip. 2 days ago, President Trump, just because of what Davos Jonas said. Listen to this. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. That was him, literally. That was him the day before yesterday.
Wow, I'm glad you did that. I'm so glad you did that, BH. We needed to hear that again.
That's on Suleiman's page. And there's also that clip, I think, in your interview, Suleiman, with Marine Matthew Ho. He mentioned the clip. And I saw it on your page. And let me just play it really quickly. And then we'll go back to you, Joe, because I know you're in the middle of something. But this. So Trump says at 9 o'clock, regime change was not our goal. We don't want that. And then at 9:07, 7 minutes apart, in the same speech, he says, regime change is what we want. It is needed. And on Suleiman's page, the clips are side by side, 7 minutes apart, these two statements. Has occurred. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred. But we also won regime change. We have a regime change like nobody thought was possible. Those two statements were 7 minutes apart in the same speech. This guy has lost his marbles completely. And do you know who's on par with that? You mentioned him, Joa, Keir Starmer. Because that clown, right, goes on a podium every 2 days saying, we're not going to get involved in this war. I'm putting the British people first. And then what's he doing? He's doing everything, including setting up military consortiums with other countries, sending teams, intelligence teams to CENTCOM, letting them use our airbase, sending our military. What is it, last week? He said he's sending some military. Now he's strategizing how to work with other countries to open the Strait of Hormuz. They're both like really evil. But anyway, so sorry, Joe, back to you.
Yeah, I didn't have much left to say in all reality, but I am watching UK to see if they implement the same law that Germany did, which is a bit scary. That no men the age 18 to 45 are allowed to leave the country for more than 3 months without getting approval from the government. Right, that shows that they think there's going to be a draft. Right.
Yeah, I read that
And
out earlier, and it doesn't matter what you're going away for, whether it's work, whether it's travel, whether it's holiday, whatever it is, you're not allowed to do it. That's crazy.
right, but France is going the other way. So I see a war happening in Europe. If you have France going with Russia and China, and you got Germany going with U.S. and Britain, what happens in Europe? What happens to the EU?
Simon said that terrorism was coming to Europe. He said it a long, long, long time ago.
Yeah, I'm not talking about terrorism. I'm talking about them actually fighting each other.
Yeah, that's terrorism. There's no justification. Sorry, Doc, you were going to jump in.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation. I was just thinking that everyone has sort of
Can I real waiting for Doc? Honestly, Doc, I just want to say another reason these officers are being let go and are resigning is because they see the handwriting on the wall, and when it really hits the fan, a lot of them will take the fall, meaning they'll be called out as being incompetent. And I guarantee you, Hegseth will start saying, we had very poor leadership, we were ill-advised. They will throw them under the bus. And they're like, no, I'm not going to let this happen.
I'm sorry, couldn't you guys hear me?
I can hear you, Doc. Jump in. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I was just listening to Joa and to Simon, and for the most part, we each hold our own, personal beliefs and a philosophy about, what's the motivating force behind this? How is it explained? And of course, the petrodollar is at issue, and of course, a commercial credit like BlackRock and those guys, they certainly have their voice. To me, the only thing that explains Trump's irrational behavior is the Epstein files and the threat of blackmail by Israel. This is why I think one day he'll say one thing, the other day he just flips right around. There's no logical consistency behind Trump's acts and his speeches and what America is doing in Iran right now. None. And so I don't think there is a rational explanation beyond the blackmail and the Epstein stuff. So
Well, the one that always makes sense to me is reevaluating who he works for. And if you think he works for big tech, big military, and big finance, then everything he does it makes sense. And if the financial system's hedging away from the dollar, which I believe it is, in all of the financial transactions says that it is, then all you need is somebody to take on the quote unquote deep state, which breaks the petrodollar. Because the terrorism and the deep state was what propped up the dollar. And so if you take on the deep state and then you do these, you become an agent of chaos.
but he
Then
hasn't taken on the deep state. Not in the least inch has he done that. I mean, Todd Blanche, who is his guy, right, is now out there saying that there is no evidence that exists that compromises Trump or his administration, the Epstein files.
yeah.
Get rid of the Department of Justice AG, who hasn't done anything, with someone who also won't do anything. I mean, no, Trump is protecting the deep state, the Epstein files, the
Well,
pedophiles. He's
the deep
protecting
state,
all of it.
yeah, I'd argue the deep state is what connects these operations to America. But by ruining the reputation of America, ruining all the relationships of America, taking away the covert operations like USAID, That's how you serve the deep state, but you don't serve the deep state that's connected to America.
The CIA is clearly still in control of this country.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
CIA is an American institution. It's America.
I'd argue it's not. I think it's MI6 and
Yeah.
Mossad, and it's one institution.
So you're a conspiracy theorist too. It's okay. We'll all have our beliefs. There's no way to prove this. There are reasons to suspect it, but that's again. I think the CIA has its own vested interest in protecting its power and protecting those that they've corrupted to keep them in power, regardless of whether or not that might serve the interests of any foreign interests. It certainly is first and foremost the protection of the deep state, the American deep state.
Yeah, which is connected to like more military, but I'd argue that finance is more global in nature. But remember, the military is subservient to finance because they're all public companies and they all need capital. And so, yeah,
Yeah.
you get them their trillion, you get them their trillion and a half, which gives them some autonomous power because that's the American debt.
Well,
Yeah.
right now though, Simon, the way that this war has come about and the way that it's being pursued by Americans in America is not necessarily in the interest of the military-industrial complex. It's too much. It's unexplained. It's not justified. It's unconstitutional, and it's empowering the Democrats who are going to go after Trump.
And that's why I've always believed Trump is way more connected to global finance and transnational capital than the patriotism and the military.
Yeah, no, see, I think he's much more interested in his legacy, much more interested in his legacy than capitalizing on this. I mean, how many billion do you need to have? What more does it get you? No, I think he's first and foremost about himself, his children, and the legacy of the Trump organization. That's why he
But you're
pleads
also
for.
saying he's not in charge, right? So how does that make
No,
sense? If he's just taking instructions.
the reason, yeah, he's taking instructions from Israel, Bibi, because he's blackmailed in the Epstein files.
Well, Israel is connected to military, and
Well,
yeah,
how could they possibly be disconnected from it? I mean, that's not you don't know what the chicken or the egg is here. You know, who's the horse, who's the cart, and you take a particular position, and you might certainly be right, but it's not conclusive to at least to me that who's controlling whom. I think Trump has his finger on the button. He's got control of our military. The military industrial complex, at least for the next 2.5 years, is subservient to his power as head of the executive branch. Budgets all have to be signed off by the president. So he certainly has enough power to deal with these with these institutions whom you think are controlling him. And it might be the case, but it's not clear to me. And there are certainly more effective, in my opinion, effective and efficient ways for Trump to pursue the goals of the military industrial complex or pursue support for the petrodollar. Um, but the chaotic.
I think finance doesn't want the petrodollar. That's what I'm saying. I think they're managing a transition to multipolarity, and Trump's delivering that to perfection.
Well, Trump's certainly delivering the multipolarity aspect when it comes to relations with the EU and NATO. It's been broadly,
Yeah, he's
publicized.
broken. And remember, it's not just the petrodollar; it's the euro dollar and the Japan carry trade, the Asian side. So
Yeah.
breaking all three, and that's what tariffs did effectively. They did that really well.
Well, I don't know that it's in anyone's interest for America to go bankrupt. I don't think it's in the interest of BRICS or trade or China or Russia or anybody. But certainly its hegemony among currencies is being broken down, in part because of crypto and Bitcoin. That was a slow bleed anyway. But again, I still just think that Trump was compromised by the blackmail of the Epstein files, and to me that explains what he's doing.
Dark side, do you want to chime in? I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. Look, we're in this crazy position now where we're relying on Jerome Powell, Jamie Dimon, the Fed, and these European banking cartel to launch a big print, the big print Simon's been talking about. But ask yourself this question: what if they don't? What if they just sit back and let it crash and burn? Who wins? So Doctor said no one wins if we go bankrupt. See, I disagree. BlackRock wins, State Street wins, Vanguard wins. They own all the assets. What happens in a bankruptcy? They get the assets. They own them all. They own the Bitcoin, they own the gold, whatever gold that they have, which is a lot. They have the assets. So if you really want to go down the dark road of, should you be trusting Epstein's banker, Jamie Dimon, who's been, out there very visibly supporting this war? My answer is no. I don't trust Jamie Dimon, not as far as I can throw him, and I got a bad back. I don't trust any of these folks. So yeah, the only way out of this is the big print. But what if it doesn't come? Then what happens? Then you go into a really dark, dark scenario in which we end up with authoritarian control by the financial industrial complex because they own the assets. You go bankrupt, the dollar collapses, they still own the railroad, right? The railroad doesn't go away. So I don't know.
And who was to add to that, Doc? So their assets under administration has gone from 12 trillion to 14 trillion. Their software is used by $25 trillion of central banks, fund managers. They're able to use their software to drive the capital flows that can enact all these changes. They've got the algorithm. They've also got the ETFs. The ETFs gives them the assets while you get an IOU on the asset. And
The worst point,
yeah,
the worst thing, Simon, is that after 0809, they changed the rules. They changed the rules such that they are senior to the assets as they are the senior lien holder, them being the DTCC and the members. They're senior in the capital structure to you. So you think you own assets, you think you own shares in a company, but if the broker dealer by which you brought them through goes bankrupt, then they own them because they're senior in the capital structure. So look, there's a dark scenario that really nobody's talking about where the ECB, the EU, Ursula and her friends, Jerome Powell, Jamie Dimon walk away with everything. And that's a scary, that's a nightmare scenario.
and also remember, if you look at all the crisis, so who benefited from 2008? Well, BlackRock was only managing $2 trillion of assets. They created all the mortgage-backed securities. JP Morgan did the credit default swaps. And they got the loan from the Fed in order to acquire everything that was left over. They got Barclays iShares that gave them all the ETF power. Goldman Sachs changed from an investment bank to a retail bank. So, the JP Morgan and BlackRock were the net winners of 2008. What did they do then? They changed capital flows via ESG. What did ESG do? Well, that led to the breakdown of all the energy and infrastructure investments across Europe. So that whole strategy was really driven by, the ESG narrative. That was ESG really helped capital inflows to China that were selling all of the infrastructure for this renewable energy, but only China had the cost base to do it. Then you get the aggression with Russia, Ukraine, you get all the DEI, you get all these different mechanisms, for allocating capital based upon regime change at the board level. They installed 20,000 board seats across all the different companies. They have the software that effectively can push all the capital through their algorithms. You've created the Dutch East India Company and the British East India Company right there, and the Fed is subservient to it, and so is Treasury, and so all the governments. It's why it was Australia goes to meet Larry Fink when there's a crisis. UK goes to meet Larry Fink when there's a crisis. Like that's the structure. That's where and if you look at who bet, what about COVID, right? you know, the so these things are just you can completely see how every single crisis led to more assets under administration, including Russia, Ukraine. because the reality is that the big print is socializing losses and privatizing the gains. Even right after Giuliani came to the White House and the sanctions were lifted on Syria to a certain degree, the first meeting after that was Trump and BlackRock and the banks. So Trump is dealing for who's going to benefit from this. It's just going to be Chevron, Exxon, Russia as a national state, but a few private corporations that Trump's dealing for. Every single deal that was done as a result of the tariff policy and trade policy, it was effectively negotiating trade ports for BlackRock. So if you look at the top of all of this, like it goes to that portfolio.
Simon, don't forget, he does it for himself too. I mean, look at when he saved that Chinese cell phone company right after China dumped money into his Indonesian project. They gave him 200 million into his Indonesian project, and then he goes and saves the cell phone company from China, right? And his biggest donor, don't forget, the Adelsons, most of their wealth, a large majority of their wealth comes from China. Like what he says and what he does are two very different things. And you can look at things from his very first term, where not only that deal in Indonesia, the patents, everything else, he benefits as well. I mean, his net worth has quadrupled if you include his family,
And
right?
if
From his son getting into the drone business in Israel, which then America just bought drones from that company for this war, and now it's going to go public, and he stands to make over $1 billion. Eric Trump, to his social network merging with a fusion nuclear company, which makes no sense to anyone. Um, he's not just wheeling and dealing for everyone else; he's wheeling and dealing for himself. And these things are a bit complicated at times because, for example, when Saudi Arabia gives his son-in-law $2 billion, that then bought PGA, and then PGA put his golf course as one of the places on the tour, which just increased the value of that golf course tremendously. And then he did things for Saudi Arabia. So it's like you get paid through back doors to get things done, and that's how Trump has operated since 2016.
correct, and if you look at all the LNG deals right now, the obviously like leading up to this, there were a lot of activated deals, but Cheniere Energy is going to be one of the one that's going to be negotiating all these LNG deals. You've got Golden Pass. Remember that plane with Qatar? That's owned 70% by Qatar Energy and 30% by Exxon. Exxon and Chevron are going to get a bunch of these contracts. And the number one shareholder in all of those companies is BlackRock. Saudi Aramco got a board seat, like the CEO of Saudi Aramco got a board seat on BlackRock. So you go through all these who's going to actually benefit from this. You got the military companies, you got BlackRock and the financial institutions, and you got big oil, and then eventually, the reconstruction contracts of moving to multipolarity means that China's obviously going to be building all that. You might get Halliburton there.
Just some breaking news, and I'll give it straight back to you, Simon. Couple of breaking news, and missiles are over Israel right now. Missiles over Israel. The bombardment continues. Also, President Trump cancels all press conferences after convening a national security team meeting. The meeting is allegedly about one or two things they're saying. It's either the missing F-15 pilot, which may or may not be a prisoner of war, or a upcoming ground invasion. But that is the latest and breaking news. Things are, as I said, escalating. Back to you, Simon, and then we can bring in Puncher as well. But go ahead, Simon.
Doesn't he think prisoners of wars are losers? Isn't that what he said to John McCain?
Yeah.
Simon, I've got a question for you. This was posted just a little while ago by the Iranian Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf. And he says, what share of global oil, LNG, wheat, rice, and fertilizer shipments transit through the Bab el Mandeb Strait? Question mark. Which countries and companies account for the highest transit volumes through the strait? Question mark. And the way I interpret it is that they're hinting at closing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait with the help of Yemen. What impact would that have on the economy if they did that?
Oh
Yes,
my
you're.
God, guys, huge hit on Israel. It literally is crazy. I'm about to post it out. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. It is a huge hit, direct hit. There's no, where's the Iron Dome? Someone tell me where the Iron Dome is. I cannot see it. This is crazy. Back to you,
Bish
Simon.
bash
This is
bosh.
crazy. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Europe and Asia. It's the same. So Europe is being vassalized into Chevron, Exxon. You know, that dependency upon American corporate structure. Those LNG companies only account for 1% of GDP. By the way, you're giving up 60% of GDP, which is consumer spending, by creating an inflationary cycle that leads to demand destruction. But a few companies are going to do incredibly well out of this. But yeah, and then what's going to happen on the Asia side? Well, basically, China's already got the energy reserves. China's already deployed $1.4 trillion via the Belt and Road Initiative. They were building the infrastructure in Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia. They were the ones that rebuilt all the Iraqi war constructs in terms of the oil side. Halliburton gets a little bit of the service contracts, and Chevron and Exxon. So, what America is effectively doing is they are dumping the debt on the American people while pushing all of that money into a fewer and fewer hands that are effectively global in nature, and insider dealing with transnational capital that all comes from the fact that China's at the bottom of that manufacturing base. And so everything that happens in the Middle East is highly likely to be rebuilt by the China's Belt and Road Initiative, and a few service contracts to a few private corporations. Effectively, it's what I've been saying all along. You're asset stripping America, and burdening the debt onto the American people. Same with Europe. Europe's going to be worse, obviously, because Europe's got less assets to strip. But everything's being pushed eastwards, and Europe's just being pushed up to these few psychopathic corporations that are just stripping out all the assets. That's what happens at the end of this, no matter how long it takes.
So, unrelated to this, but related to America generally, actually, there's a couple of bits of news that came out earlier. It was reported that we're now facing the biggest global energy crisis in history. And there were some stats around that. But let me just find it. So, Oracle, and I believe it was Amazon. Let me find the two companies that it was, Oracle and Amazon. And this was just reported today, it's a bit shocking. Yeah, Oracle and Amazon, what they did was they laid off thousands of workers in 2025 and 2026, thousands. And they were all American workers. And at the same time, they filed petitions for the same number of H-1B visas at the same time. And this is why I always say to Doc that it's not about legal or illegal, because this is legalized. You know what I mean? And this is like the job numbers. I saw some MAGA person posting that America's economy is doing great and the job numbers are higher than ever. And thank you, President Trump, for taking care of Americans and the economy. And I thought, what world is he living in? Has he looked at the stats? It's
Yeah,
terrible.
they're doing a lot of manipulation with the job numbers. Like they keep having to revise them. Like it's the job numbers are really unreliable, but you just need to look around. Like you can look at there is demographic issues because in both China and the West, obviously there was the one China policy, but in the West there was the collapse in birth rates Those are very real. Those are very real demographic issues, and the only way to fix those is you either do it through immigration, which China doesn't have and America doesn't want, or you find a new market in the global south where the birth rates are, which is Africa, which is Southeast Asia, and which is some parts of the Middle East. Those are the only places that have the birth rates right now. And so for the rest, you have to build AI and robotics. And that's why you lay off the expensive workers, use a crisis in order to create a force majeure on all of those employment contracts. And then um, you do somewhat of a global reset. That's why I still believe the trade that works here is if you end the war fairly soon, you get a negotiated outcome. If you don't get that, then you get massive destruction from all interested parties. And I don't think we're on a suicide mission, um, but and I mean a global suicide mission. um, but then, yeah, you need to. The only way to deal with those demographic issues is to replace humans with AI and robotics, and find excess demand from the markets that are still having children. And that's what BlackRock would look at on a spreadsheet, and they'd put together a 10-20 year plan, and they can push the capital flows in order to agitate, and then the number one shareholder in all the military companies, and that goes down to the deep state. So then you can do the covert intelligence level operations in order to agitate the wars that you need in order to make this happen. Poncha, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, for those interested, I just want to give maybe a little perspective from inside the cockpit of one of these tactical aircraft and what I think may be happening. So, obviously, the first stages of the war were primarily stealth aircraft, which have a very low radar cross section, so small to be either non-existent or as small as a bird. Right, very hard to target. Even if you see them visually, they're at such an altitude where it's almost impossible. But we've now entered into what I'll call more traditional, where we're instead of expending very costly um, assets, we're going in with traditional F-16s, F-15s, F-18s, A-10s. The difficulty there, and I always knew this from the very beginning, was I think this is a very Sun Tzu approach from Iran, where in the beginning of this, they took their wounds, things that were out in the open, targets that were out in the open, were obviously, decimated with very little uh, return fire. But what's happening now is these kind of legacy assets are going in to hit more um, targets. But Iran has prepared this tunneling system where I think they have a lot of their surface to air missiles, two types of surface to air missiles. One is a IR, heat seeking, so it tracks the heat of the engine. And the other is a radar guided surface to air missile for anti aircraft. Now, what I think's happening is they are rolling these things out. They're highly mobile, so outside of like a mountain that's been embedded in these kind of either rails or on wheels or whatever, where they're getting targeting information, not from the individual firing unit, but like a broader targeting. Like there's two F-16s here on this heading at this altitude, kind of sent to them, and then they are driving out or railing out these uh, missile systems, which are the types are not really important, but I mean, as an example, the S-300, which is Russian made. There are others. I'm sure there's the Bavar 373 and others where they roll them out and very stealthily they know the course and the kind of the trajectory that the aircraft are flying. The IR missiles, infrared, heat seeking, they're launched, and unless you have visual contact with your eyeballs of an IR missile, you'll never have any indication on your RW or your radar warning system inside of the jet. So you have to see this missile, and typically it's a lower altitude. So I can't imagine that the U.S. aircraft flying around at low altitude, and low would be below 10,000 feet, let's say. Where
Well, we've seen that's been happening a lot We've seen a lot of videos of jets
Yeah, because
coming
they're
a
on a
lot lower than you think they should.
because they're on a Sandy mission. They're on a search and rescue mission. In which case, you have to necessarily
No,
find the downed aircraft.
there's been a lot of videos of like A-10s and F-18s and stuff like that, even to the point where they're strafing sometimes.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen those videos, and half the videos I see aren't real, so it's hard to say. But I'm just telling you tactically what I would be doing when I was flying.
Well, the
What
A-10s themselves, the A-10s themselves are close to the ground.
Yeah,
They don't do anything
I
else but
understand.
that. So
I understand. I spent 25 years flying these things.
no, I'm
I get it.
just well, I'm also speaking to the audience, just not you, sir. Okay, the
Yeah.
A-10s are
Well,
not brought
I'm
in for high level
holy
bombing or
shit.
missile.
Okay, I got it. I'm trying to explain to people what I think is happening. So they're rolling out these systems. Let's take the IR, for example, and you have no indication other than a visual acquisition of the missile that's honing on you, or seems to be, which is very tough to see. There's very low smoke profiles in these things, and once they're airborne, it's very difficult. And what you need to do, assuming that they can get to higher than 10,000 feet, is you need to preserve airspeed and altitude for a last ditch maneuver. You can also kick out flares, which are high intensity heat that hopefully that missile will hone in on. However, these are equipped with systems that disregard those flares. They're looking for a very specific engine heat profile, and then they lead forward. So they'll reject it, and they'll lean forward toward the aircraft. So you got to maximize the distance between detonation and your aircraft. If they fire two, that's much more difficult because you're expending your airspeed and your G to force a big miss on the first one, but now you're slower and lower for the second one, which is the one that ultimately gets you. But again, very difficult to see. You have to visually acquire them, otherwise you just blow up relaxed. The more interesting thing is these radar guided missiles. So what I think is happening is they've got a parent radar at the launch site that can easily be found, but these are rolled out. The radar turns on. They know generally where our aircraft are. They launch it without the parent radar. So they launch it kind of lead the aircraft. And then inside those missiles, they're equipped with a radar of their own. So it goes from guided from the launch pad to guided by the missile in the end game. What I think's happening is they're launching these, they're not using the parent radar. Then the missile guidance turns on, and you've got about 10 seconds to take an evasive maneuver, in which case you'd be kicking out chaff, which is basically bundles of aluminum that would represent a high radar cross section that it would go after. But again, they also have the ability to disregard that chaff. And again, you're trying to maximize the distance from the detonation of that warhead and your airplane. And normally, these would be very easy targets for what are called the wild weasels who go after radar emitting platforms. But because they're just popping out with some intel, launching, and then going back inside these caves that are, thousands, hundreds of meters deep, the ability for these wild weasels to target those radars is almost nil. The radar is only on, if at all, for seconds, and then it's kind of over. So
Puncher, do you know about the 358?
uh, the 358 launch system,
The missile. It basically is part drone, part missile. They launch it and it stays in the air circling, waiting for a heat signal. So they're not it's not even coming from the mountain. That's what they assume is actually
it's
downing some of
interesting,
these
Joey.
planes.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And again, this is all kind of asymmetric new warfare that we've never gone against. So it just makes the entire environment very difficult for legacy platforms to operate in. And I think the reason we're seeing these legacy platform aircraft over Iran is because um, all the targets that could or would be taken care of by stealth are kind of taken out for the most part. And now we're forced into this fourth generation aircraft that just are not equipped for these new systems and the new tactics that are being deployed by the SAMs.
I'll tell you what, that 358, I looked into it. I'd suggest look into it just because it's ingenious, right? I mean, it's basically a drone that just flies in the figure eight in the air looking for heat signatures and then launches from the air, not from the ground.
I can't imagine
It
they're
just seems
carrying that
crazy.
big of a. I mean, the weapons.
No, it's
Kind
small. It's small, but
yeah,
it's
but in order to
Hey
get
guys, can I
that's what hit
a
the
targeting
350.
solution from one moving object to another is very difficult. I mean, but if they have it and it's and it is in fact being used, that's a pretty big engineering problem. But if it's true, then they've figured it out.
Hey, Puncher, I got a question for you, bro. I'm actually live on stream right now. Got thousands watching. Got a big audience here. I just kind of stumbled in here and I see that you're a fighter pilot. Real quick for my audience, can you kind of, and I apologize if you've already explained this, but I just brought in a whole bunch of other people in here listening. Can you quickly go over the difference between an F-15 and an F-16, just for, in layman terms, and then I could follow up with a question? Oh, did we lose him?
Did you hear that, Puncher?
Oh yeah, I did. I'm sorry, I was on mute. So an F-15, a straight F-15, is an air-to-air platform only. They don't have any bomb dropping capability. An F-15E, which has two a pilot and a radar intercept officer, that's more of a weapon dropper, and that's what was shot down. An F-16 has dual role. It's a great air-to-air fighter, but we're not. There's no Iranian Air Force to speak of at this point. But primarily is for close-in air support, and they can drop the full panoply of JDAMs. So 500, they can rockets, strafe, JDAM, 2,000-pound bombs. They can carry pretty much anything. So
The
that's a
F-16s can
multi-role.
carry anything, or
The
you talking about
F-16 is multi-role, air-to-air and air-to-ground. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay, so they could drop bombs and everything else like that. Versus with the F-15, you're saying that's more of not necessarily drop bombs, rather shooting missiles.
The F-15C, which is a single-seat F-15, is purely air-to-air. So no real, you're not going to see any F-15Es or Cs over Iran. You'll see the F-15E, which is the Strike Eagle, which is primarily a weapons dropping platform.
Okay, just so I make sure I have this. So you're saying the 15E you can drop bombs or not?
Yes.
I thought those were six. Okay,
Yes.
and then with the 16, what is that one then? As far as that could do everything, that could drop
That
bombs
can
and missiles too, or just drop bombs.
multi-role fighter, air-to-air, air-to-ground, and the Wild Weasels are generally there's F-16 units that are Wild Weasels, so they have the ability to very quickly find air-to-ground radars and target them. Literally, they're goading these radars to turn on their radars so that they can shoot a missile into them and kill them.
Okay.
What about range?
I mean, most of it's within within visual range, or for the Wild Weasel, it's outside of visual range, and that's missile limits, which could be
No, I mean, how much fuel
depends
can
on.
the 16 run on before they have to get refueled?
It depends. We could go depending on what you're doing. If you're an afterburner, but you're constantly refueling. I'm sure that there's tankers right along the coast where you can just refuel. We'd go on 8-hour missions in Iraq. We constantly hit the tankers, and you know. But this is a little different situation. We don't have. I don't believe we have the ability to put tankers over Iran proper. They would be easy targets at this point. So you have to go into Iran. You probably have about 1 to 2 hour loiter time, depending on what you're doing, and then you're going to have to come back west and refuel over the Persian Gulf, and then go back into Iran.
So, question for you: why wouldn't? Because I'm looking at the difference between the two. It seems like the F-15 is faster, better acceleration, superior high altitude performance, blah blah. It seems to be the F-16 is more maneuverable and agile, and it uses less energy. What is what's the edge of using an F-16 versus F-15?
The F-15E. Look, we used to call them targets, right? We'd do basic fighter maneuvers against them. ACM. We could pretty much beat up on them. We're a 9G jet. But again, forget about air to air. Air to air is not a player. So the F-15C, not a player. They're not even deployed to the region, I don't believe. The
Okay.
F-15E was designed as primarily a bomb dropping aircraft. So the
Fair.
capabilities of the F-15E two-seater and the F-16 are very similar. I think the F-15E can carry a few more types of missiles and rockets and
I
things,
see
but
here that it's smaller, lighter, more maneuverable, and everything else like that. But
It's not. It's not. It's
oh,
bigger. It's actually bigger than an F-16.
no, I'm saying an F-16 is more maneuverable and agile. That's what I said.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, all this
Okay.
depends on, are you carrying, 2,000 pound bombs? Now you've got G restrictions. So you would, if I was carrying a 2,000 pound bombs, the first thing I would do if I saw a missile coming at me is I would jettison those bombs because they restrict your ability to maneuver quite significantly.
Okay. So let me be a bit more specific. When it comes to the theater of Iran, what is the reason they're using F-16s, and then what is the reason they're using F-15s specifically for this conflict in Iran?
Well, I think it's the phase of the war. We came in and took out a lot of the high value, heavily protected targets with stealth,
Gotcha.
right?
Okay.
And now we're in the kind of what I would call hunter phase, where we're just looking for targets of opportunity, whether that's a surface to air missile or troops in the open or you know tank thing, anything that would be a military target of opportunity. The problem with that is you're just kind of flying around probably in a kill box, and they have the ability, it seems to me, to just kind of pop out with some general targeting information, launch. Again, the pilot has no clue unless he sees it visually launched that something's coming at him, and then the last 5 to 10 seconds, he either gets an RWR spike, a radar is tracking me, more than likely the radar head from the actual missile, in which case you have to find it. You can see generally your gear tells you generally the direction it's coming from, but you got to locate it, and then you got to plan that last ditch maneuver to avoid the missile and kick out countermeasures. With regard to an IR missile, a heat-seeking missile, you have no indication in the cockpit that that's coming after you. You must see it, luckily, and then evade it. Otherwise, it's gonna reach out and touch you, and you'll never know it was even targeting you.
Okay. And I really appreciate that answer because that clarifies things quite a bit. So would it be fair to say, just so I can kind of put this in layman's terms, did we get a little cocky, felt like we got air dominance when in reality we probably have air superiority, and we, let these guys loose to just bomb stuff and, kind of fly recklessly, and that's what led to these aircraft getting struck? Would you say that's a fair assessment?
No, no. I just think that, look, the Iranian plan has always been to go decentralized, and then
Mm-hmm.
to use then to hold off on. I think, like in Iraq, a lot of these surface to air missiles were out in the open, dug out in berms, pretty much immobile. Right? They're there. They're not moving. They're not going anywhere. These are highly mobile, coming out of these caves and these mountainous areas where they pop out, they shoot, and then they retreat back in. So it's kind of like whack-a-mole. It's making it very difficult. And I would say non-stealth aircraft are highly susceptible to being hit by those missiles with those tactics.
So, and that's kind of where I was going with it. Like, if we already had the 22s and the F-35s, clearing the space, hitting the targets that, might pose a threat where they might get shot down. That's why we need the stealth. And now they've kind of done their job. And now we're using the more attack focused fighter jets. I mean, wouldn't it be fair to say, like, hey, hey, we're kind of risking, we're sacrificing stealth so that we could just create more damage with these jets that have less stealth with that? Because, like, it seems to me like these jets have more firepower, they can hold more equipment, which allows for more damage to
They're
be done,
cheaper.
which
They're
means less
cheaper to operate.
refueling.
They're cheaper to operate.
Okay.
But the F-22, I just want to clarify, F-22 has no air-to-ground capability. That's kind of a white elephant. The
Okay.
F-35, if I were going into Iran right now, I'd want to be in an F-35 purely due to their kind of advanced data link systems and JHEMIT and things like that. And it's stealthy. It just that's what I would rather be in than an F-16 that's got a higher radar cross section and more of a target.
So why don't they just stick with the F-35s? Is it a money thing? Is it like a maintaining lowering expenses thing? Like, well, if the 35s are safer, maybe you might not be able to, carry as big of a payload and create as much damage. But is it, more from a financial perspective? Is it from a we want to cause as much damage perspective? What's the reason of going to, what appears to me to be more susceptible jets to being shot down versus just using an F-35, increased safety?
Well, I don't know how many carriers we have in the Gulf proper. I haven't seen that lately, if any. I thought we may have moved those outside of because they're such a high value target. So the F-35 can come off of an aircraft carrier, the Navy variant. The way you can tell is it's got big beefy gear, And then the F-16s have to come from obviously land-based. They're more expensive to operate, period. And you know, the maintenance on them is probably a little more significant. I think those conversations are being had right now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we operated only F-35s now in the arena, because after today, if the reports are true, it's been a rough day for legacy aircraft.
Okay. So basically, the reason why the F-35 isn't, being used at this point is it needs proper logistics, more fuel, more expensive, obviously more precious.
Coming from a
Um,
farther distance, I don't know where we're
coming from
operating. I'm not quite sure where the F-35s are operating out of. Maybe PSAB, Prince Sultan Air Base. I don't know.
Okay. So, okay. It seems like I see what you mean here. Like it's just a bit more cost effective and less logistically taxing than F-35, which makes sense why they're using it. But you're saying now that these aircraft got shot down, you wouldn't be surprised if we just went F-35 the rest of the way from this point forward.
I'm sure that that's the. I mean, I'm not sure, but I suspect that that's the
High likelihood.
conversation. Yeah, high likelihood, because they got that low radar cross section. They're harder to target from any system, and they've got a more robust avionics package and threat warning package and data link package. It's a
But
superior technology in every way.
but Punchard, isn't it also the case that with the F-35s, when they go stealth mode, the payload they're able to carry is quite a lot less, and so this is the kind of calculation they're making from your experience.
Yeah, so the aircraft in and of itself has got a much lower radar cross section. It is a stealth aircraft by definition. And the weapons they carry are also carried in a way to reduce the radar cross section. So in an F-16, it's got a much higher radar cross section, so easier to target. And it's also, when you hang weapons on it, it gets an even bigger radar cross section. Not the case with the F-35.
So, Puncher, I have a very nerdy question. I'm going to kind of bring it out because it's very obvious you know what you're talking about here, and I haven't met anybody that can help me with this. So, I, did some digging and everything else like this, and I found out that the Chinese sold some pretty sophisticated air defense to the Iranians prior to this war. I guess the 12-day war made them kind of be on the defensive, and they picked up something called the YLC-AB radar alongside the HQ-9B air defense system, which is Chinese technology. And when I researched this air defense system, it basically was designed to counter the F-35. Now, I was kind of surprised that, no F-35s got shot in the onset of this fight, but then I read from other places that it's possible that the Iranians kind of wanted to put the expensive and nice stuff underground, wait until the United States have some type of, I guess, confidence that they have air superiority, then bring those air defense systems out and potentially use them. Now, I know that the F-16 and the F-15 don't have stealth, so it might be not needed. But would it be fair to say that that's going into the wild, this Chinese equipment? Would it be fair to say that this might be used as the United States is more than likely going to switch to F-35s from this point forward?
Yeah, and I don't know the effectiveness of that radar system, but I can almost guarantee you that the Chinese are providing targeting information to the Iranians, to whom they sold these systems. And the reason I said Sun Tzu in the beginning is because, you want to feign weakness and make your enemy think you're weak, and then, hit them with the big punch when they figure out you're not weak. So that's my take on that. And I think a lot of these underground tunnel systems are not something we've faced before, where they can pop out, target, launch, and then go recede back into the mountain before we have a chance to A, react to the missile that's being shot at us, and B, turn around and try to take out that surface to air missile. It's gone by the time, probably before the bomb even explodes or the missile even explodes.
Puncher,
Yeah,
another question for you.
go ahead.
In terms of the F-35s, though, if they were to use those mainly, would that not mean that the Gulf states need to overtly then demonstrate that they're joining the war? And the reason I ask that is, at the moment, the Gulf states are like, oh, we're not really involved. They're not really using our air bases, and then we have to find like random places where they've used it or whatever. But if they were using the F-35s, you're right, the aircraft carriers are no longer in place. They would have to overtly use those bases. So do you see that happening now? Do you see them guys overtly joining the war because of these problems?
There is such a block on actual information coming out of the Gulf that I have no idea where we would be operating from. I know where we operated from in the past. We operated from bases in Iraq, in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar. I can't imagine that we're not still operating out of those bases. I haven't heard one way or the other. I have heard reports that these bases have suffered significant damage, and then I've heard other places where they've suffered no damage. So it's hard to figure what's actually happening. But if we're not launching from those other GCC ally states, that would mean we're launching from places like Diego Garcia, which is a whole nother level of logistic nightmare, and particularly if the carriers are out of the Gulf, which are right there.
Yeah, I think the closest carrier is the Abraham Lincoln. I think it's like 1,200 kilometers away at the moment.
Okay, so 1,000 miles is an air refuel at a minimum right there. Probably, probably more than one just prior to going in country. So, and then those, even if we have these tanker tracks of this KC 130s and 135s, even if they're operating over the Gulf, um, boy, it still seems like that's too close for comfort for basically a defenseless, tanker.
Actually, on that, Puncher, if you could explain to the audience, because some of the military experts I've spoke to, they've spoke about how actually these KC-135s are maybe in some instances and circumstances more important than the fighter jets, in the sense of you need them for refueling. You take enough of them out, and that would become a logistical nightmare within the region. Is that your thoughts? And if so, can you elaborate and explain?
Look, we have a huge tanker fleet. The I guess the idea is how close can we put the tankers to the aerial FLOT or FIBA, forward edge of the battle area, and not risk them being shot by some of these more sophisticated systems? How far can these Chinese and Russian systems reach out and touch a very big, very high radar cross section tanker? I don't know the answer to that question, but it's all part of all the things that have to come together. The closer we can have the tankers, the more time we can loiter in country, and the further away the tankers are, if they need to be to keep them safe, the more difficult the problem becomes.
And so you're saying that it's voluminous, because I've spoken to a few and they're like, look, there will become supply issues if the Iranians start taking out enough of them.
Well, it's like anything else, right? I mean, yes, if they start taking out enough of them, it becomes a problem. Yes.
Okay. Myron, you got any other questions you want to ask, Poncho?
Yeah, no. It's just so I kind of understand what your background is, so I can tailor my questions better. What type of jets are you did you fly when you were in the Air Force, and what are you most familiar with? Like your background. Oh, you might have yourself muted.
Oh, sorry. So I flew off of aircraft carriers for about half of my career, attack
Okay.
and fighter, and then I switched to the Air Force to fly F-16s. But
Okay.
I understand the weapon systems, and again, in all full disclosure, it's been 10 years since I've flown. But the upgrades, particularly in the weapon systems, the RWR radar warning systems, the integration of data link, so you can track something or declare something hostile, and then come back and take care of it later. I mean, the JHEMMT, the Joint Helmet Mounted Queuing System, which is basically the helmet you wear that projects a screen in front of you and allows you to control the weapon systems. There's been major advances in even the legacy aircraft in those areas, but the stealth thing is playing out to be pretty important, in my opinion, given the events of today and yesterday.
Just some breaking news, and then I'll give it straight back to Myron. Huge breaking news. Tel Aviv is being pummeled right now. Cluster missiles are hitting Tel Aviv. We also have Iranian missile strikes in industrial facilities in the Negev. That's on fire. Complete destruction in Tel Aviv. Lots of missiles hitting. As you know, they have no defense. The real question is, where is the Iron Dome? We're live on X. We've got what, like 5,000 here. We're live on YouTube. I think we've got like 1,000 there as well. So appreciate each and every single one of you joining us. Really important news information. Today has been a huge day. What we're talking about is a number of fighter jets have been taken down. Right now, Trump is in a national security meeting, either about this pilot that is missing or about a possible ground invasion. This is why we're giving you the news and information. So make sure you're retweeting the space, resharing it, and on YouTube, make sure you're making your friends and family aware of it, because we're live 14, 15 hours a day, and we're bringing interviews on the second channel as well. Puncher, sorry, Byron, do you had a question for Puncher? Okay, if not, I'll ask. I've got some questions for Puncher. Puncher, in terms, oh, I think Andrew's okay. The question to you, Puncher, in terms of from a like perspective of volume of like in terms of what's happened in the last 20, this is what I've asked just a number of the military experts. I just want to see your analysis on this. If it's true that the number of fighter jets that we believe have been taken down have been taken down, we're looking at F-15, F-16, we're looking at an A-10. I just now, which one did I say that went down now? I think it was another F-16. I could be wrong. Yeah, I think it was an F-16. And a number of, and then a KC-135 fuel tankers, a couple of them as well. Is that normal within the American military, or is this a unique situation where that number of aircrafts are taken down?
The last time I can remember aircraft being taken down, if those numbers are correct, dates back to Vietnam. And again, I don't want to compare it, cavalierly to like a football game, but they're making adjustments, I'm sure. What works, what doesn't. I think the mistake here potentially could have been we've done a ton of damage to every target we could find on the targeting list. The problem is a lot of these targets, the really capable targets, are buried underground and have the ability to pop up, launch, and recede back in, where you can't, no amount of penetrating bunker. You might be able to take out the tunnel entrance, but that's about it. And that's very quickly cleared up and functional again. So I think what may be happening now is we're going to go back to stealth, because the aircraft that are there now are probably looking more or less for targets of opportunity and to establish air dominance. And now Iran has now kind of unleashed this very Sun Tzu, hey, you didn't consider this. We've been building this capability for a while. We want you to come in with those legacy aircraft because you either didn't know we had this capability or didn't know that we had this
Puncher, could it,
competence.
Puncher, could it also be like, I don't want to use the word desperation, but what it is whatever targets they originally had, they've obviously hit those targets. Many of them allegedly were based on AI guidance systems. For example, the school apparently was based on AI, and then the park that they hit, because they said the word police, they end up hitting it because of the word police in there, even though it was a park. And so what's happened is they've done what they've
Solomon,
done.
sorry, the targeting cell,
Yeah.
the place that generates the targeting list, I believe,
Yes.
I've heard, is using AI to develop the list. I don't think that the weaponry is in any way AI
Oh yeah,
capable.
yeah. Sorry, I was talking about the targeting, and thanks for clarifying in case it wasn't clear. So I appreciate you jumping in there. But just on that, in terms of the targeting, so they've got whatever targeting, different forms of targeting, different locations, and the issue is that they've not been able to hit the vast majority of the actual key locations where the military launch pads are, where the missiles are held. And this, according to Iran, they believe that America's only hit maybe 2-3%. According to the CNN, I believe CNN had a report on somebody else that maybe they've only in this entire time managed to locate or hit 50%. So Americans are saying 50%, Iran's saying 3%, 4%. And so what we know is what I mean, the truth's probably going to be somewhere in the middle, or maybe it is with one side or the other. But that being said, it means a large proportion of them haven't been here, and they may not know what the location is. If that's the case, would that not also be a reason why they'd have to start getting in closer, trying to find local, find where the location of these different sites are by viewing them or finding different forms of evidence? What's your thoughts?
I just think they're going to rethink the tactics involved, and more than likely send in wild weasels who are specifically radar SAM killers. In the past, those SAMs have been out in the open. So all the out in the open targets have been taken care of. But the real threat, as it seems now, are the targets that aren't on the surface, that are buried in these caves and tunneling systems, that have the ability to basically be safe. Even if you knew where they were, anything short of ground troops going into those caves and blowing them up, we just can't penetrate deep enough to get to them. So they are secure and they are much more advanced. So their more advanced targeting and weapon systems are in this tunneling system. And you unless you find one that's popped its head out and started emitting on the radar in an effort to target US aircraft, that whole process may take 10 minutes where they pop out, they know there's going to be something out there, they launch, and then they go back in without even emitting the radar at all. So that's a very tough problem. So I think that if that is the case, and I'm correct in that, what we're going to start seeing is more stealth and more radar hunting aircraft, and almost like a baiting technique where you fly something in there that's a target, you get them to emit, and meanwhile we're sitting there ready to take them out for the brief amount of time that they've popped their head up out of the ground.
I got a question, Sully. My bad. I was doing a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes to get my Discord set up, and my brother's on stream right now too. So he's in the space listening through my mic though. So Puncher, I got a question for you, and you're actually the perfect person to ask this. As we know, the F-15 got shot down. Two operators were, had to eject, whatever. One was rescued. One is still outstanding. Kind of take us through more than likely what he's going to do via probably SEER training, what type of training he more than likely has fighting this type of fighter jet, what he's probably more than likely going to do to survive. Right now, it's nightfall in Iran. Can you kind of take us through what the pilot is more than likely doing at this point?
Well, so hopefully the other, there's a non-zero chance that the other crew member, more than likely the backseat radar intercept officer, was probably could have been killed by the impact of the missile. But either the pilot or the wizzo in the back can initiate injection by pulling the handle. That probably happened if they did see the missile coming at them. After a last-ditch maneuver, they get hit, they pull the handle, and now they're in their chutes. Those chutes will probably land very close to each other, within 100 yards, maybe, unless there's some kind of weird anomaly. I don't want to get into survival, evasion, rescue, and escape, but I would say that if you're in an open area or you see maybe civilians coming toward you in the distance, your biggest thing at that point is to hide, not get found, and wait till nightfall.
Okay, so let me ask you this, and I know probably SEER training, there's some parts of it that's classified that you can't really go into, which is fair. But you mentioned that more than likely the person that's still stranded, if he's alive, was the guy in the back. Is it because if a missile were to hit you, more than likely it would hit you in the back, and if there was some type of damage, it would affect them more in the back?
Yeah, you're just closer to the detonation, which it's just an assertion by me that the closer you
Okay,
are to that detonation, the more likely it is that that's the one who, if they were injured or killed, God forbid, or there would be the back
okay.
seater, not the front seater.
So more than likely, and I'll say this. So what? Because I know there's 3 different levels of SEER. There's like a B, and a C version. From what I understand, the C version is the most classified and extensive training. Would it be fair to say that this pilot more than likely has the C training, given his
I'm not
duties?
familiar with levels of SEER training. When I went through, there was one SEER school. It was no fun. It taught you how to evade, and the look. They probably landed with a sidearm, some ELT, emergency locator transmitters, and some other gear that I won't talk about, that allows the search and rescue team to find them. But almost in all cases, the first thing you want to do is find your hole up, figure out where you're going to hide, where you're not going to be found. I don't know the nature of the terrain where this was shot down. It's a pretty big swath I'm seeing on TV of where it might have gone down.
Mountainous. It's mountainous, rural farmland area.
Okay, well that's fraught with all kinds of problems. I mean, if you're in a chute and you land on the side of a mountain, that's no fun either. That's no picnic either. So, assuming they survived the impact, assuming they survived the landing, and obviously one did, um, there's a non-zero chance that the other one just didn't survive the landing of the chute, was perfectly fine, and then landed, on the side of a very mountainous terrain where there's just no good place to land, and you end up landing on the side of a mountain and you fall down the mountain. I mean, I'm just speculating at this point. But if I were in the
Okay.
mountains, remember, if I'm in the mountains, it's harder for someone to come find me. So more than likely, I'm just going to go find a spot. I'm going to get away from the wreckage. I'm going to get away from my chute. I'm going to bury that, and then I'm going to go hide and wait till nighttime, and the Sandy team will come and find me with some tools that I have in my survival kit.
Gotcha. And I know you probably can't go into explicit details for that. You know, I guess my thing is you're saying a sidearm at least can as a rifle out of the option because I'm like in my head like
No. You got either a 9mm or a 40. Guys could carry, but that's it. I mean, you listen. If you're surrounded with guys with
they can't give him a
AKs,
shorty, dude. They
you're
can't
not.
give him a shorty at
You're
least, like
not.
a shorty. You know,
You're not coming out guns blazing. That gun is for. I mean, a lot of guys didn't even fly with it because it just, it's not what you need in the situation, but it's better than nothing in some cases. But very rarely have I ever heard of a pilot who's used his sidearm as part of an invasion and escape. It's just you're either caught or you're not caught. And if you're in a mountainous terrain, you got a better chance of not being caught at least till nighttime. But apparently, if they found this first guy, thank God, somewhere and got him out of there. So we'll learn more when we get the kind of the after action report of what happened here.
Just
But
just some breaking news, and a question. I'll have a question for you in a second, Puncher. But breaking news: apparently, Donald Trump has decided to stay at the White House. He is not returning to Florida. Many believe that this indicates there could be possibility that the ground invasion is coming tonight. So Donald Trump has decided to remain at the White House, as opposed to go back to Florida as per what the previous decision was or the previous plans were. Puncher, just on that, I was speaking to I don't know which military person I was speaking to. I think it was Anthony Aguilera, but and he was saying that in these type of situations, when you eject, the specific locations you basically go to get picked up, and that's how they were able to know where this pilot was going to be and pick him up. Is that your understanding?
yeah, I can't talk about that. But there are procedures, but a lot of times it doesn't work out as planned. It's the classic. Everybody everybody has a plan until they get shot in an airplane. But yeah, there are positions that you would try to E&E to that would make it easier to be rescued. But if it's not possible, the next best thing is hole up, wait till nightfall. And in when I was in the military, the United States still controls the night, and it's a much safer environment for us to operate.
That
I
makes sense.
mean, this seems to me is like obviously like it never happens, man. Like, is this like literally like the worst thing that could happen at this point for to be involved in an active conflict and have your fighter just shot down and be in enemy lines like this? Like, this
Well,
is pretty much the worst situation ever, huh?
as a pilot, it's your worst nightmare. And the guys who were shot down in the first Iraq War were tortured and beaten and bloodied, and it's not. But by the way, I don't think that would happen in Iran unless they get pulled over by locals who are just, you never know what's going to happen. My sense is this is a much more professional military, and they understand the PR value of treating enemy combatants who are captured with respect. And if I have my druthers in this scenario to be captured by IRGC or locals with AKs who are pissed off, I'd choose the IRGC.
Oh
True,
wow.
but even also the locals, right, Puncher? Because if you look at what happened in 81, those were just regular Iranian students and they treated the American hostages with a lot of respect. They even let go the women, they let go the the basically color, people of color. They said, oh, they've been oppressed in the United States of America, thus we're going to let them go as well. And then those who they kept, they actually treated them really well. So this is culturally, it seems like a very Iranian thing that they do treat their prisoners of war or hostages in a very humane manner.
Yeah, that would be my guess. Hopefully, we don't find out. But I think Iran is smart enough to know on the world stage what look you want to project, and it's not the beating of prisoners of war.
I do think, that there's a possibility. Obviously, I think, a more than likely possibility that he at least won't be subjected to some very serious questioning and potential torture. But I do agree that keeping him alive and showing, sympathy to some degree might be good for them, because with the Iranians, I think they're really trying to get more good press. That's why they, always say, hey, we're going to focus on second strike capability, whatever. But I don't think that they would, it would be a picnic walk. I think they would, torture him, try to do it in a way where there won't be visible injuries, maybe some waterboarding.
Nah, Myron, there's nothing
But
you're going to get. There's no high quality information you're going to get from a pilot. It's not like everybody's back in the planning cell and knows the
I mean,
plan. These guys are
let's be
very
honest.
siloed in their mission.
Pirates got SCIs, right? Do pilots carry TSSCI?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to give some value
It's
to them.
primarily because of the weapon systems on board the airplane, not because they have some global essay on what the battle plan
Oh yeah,
is.
no, of course. I used to work for the government too at a TS, so I get it. It's always neat to know. But I think even giving information on weapon systems on a fighter jet would probably be pretty valuable to them.
I mean, not really. So what are they going to reconstruct the F-35? I mean, the Chinese already know how to build it anyway.
The F-35?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they've been trying to reverse engineer it forever. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me ask you this: did you see the footage on the F-35 that was shot down? What's your thoughts on that?
The F-35 that was shot down, what,
Like 2 weeks
last
ago.
week? Oh, I
Yeah.
have not seen that footage, no.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
Because every time I see something that looks realistic, it's from a video game.
Yeah. No, it is confirmed though. It is confirmed. So I'm trying to remember who broke it first, but it's definitely confirmed. But
Yeah,
what
it is.
CENTCOM said was, it was confirmed, it was shot down, but they did an emergency landing, and the pilot is alive. Then they kind of ended it there. They didn't go any deeper into it at all.
Yeah,
Some
look,
of
even a fragment of an explosion of either SAM or AAA, it could do some serious damage. I came back from a mission in Bosnia, and I didn't even know I won't get into the details of it, but I was probably flying lower than I should have, and I came back and there were bullet holes in my wing. So, and the golden BB theory is, one of those bullets can do a tremendous amount of damage to a very sophisticated engine, and if you're flying with one engine, that's a zero-sum mistake game right there.
Just some breaking news. As I was mentioning, there is huge explosions in Tel Aviv. Huge explosions in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is on fire, and in addition to that, there are power outages in a number. There are power outages in a number of areas in Tel Aviv. Guys, we're live on X. If you can retweet the space, we're also live on YouTube. If you can share the YouTube, like the YouTube and comment on it, that would be awesome. Let's try and get as many people into these as possible. We'll be going on a lot later because we think there is a possibility there could be a ground invasion. Trump has cancelled his plans to go back to Florida.
Slowly, I was gonna say, you know what? Because I know that there were Diego Garcia, basically, doing amphibious training or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised with this guy that's out there if they don't push up the ground assault to sooner. I thought they might want to some more time, but this might put the pressure on them to do an invasion to maybe distract from that pilot getting captured. Because I think at this point, that pilot getting captured would, oh my god, dude, that would be a fucking nightmare, bro. If he was to get captured by the Iranians, he would basically be used as a propaganda tool for media and would put Trump in a horrible fucking diplomatic position. And I think with what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz, like he just doesn't need that right now.
Some more breaking news. A military factory in Beersheba has also been hit. A military factory in Beersheba has also been hit as well. Yeah, I agree with you, Martin. I was saying that before you came on. I think I won't be surprised if he escalates in order to realign conversation, because this is a major loss. I've spoken to many military experts today, and all of them are like, this is uniquely an embarrassing situation for the U.S. military, where so many planes have gone down, and they may even be either that person has died, but the fact that they're in a situation room right now is either a ground invasion or he's a hostage. Like, why else would you be in a national security situation room right now?
You know what my fear is, bro? Number one, I pray this pilot isn't a female. Number
It's
two,
not. It's a guy.
Okay.
Both women.
At least one. Okay, thank God. At least that crisis averted. So my fear is that they parade him around as a propaganda puppet and like make him read like embarrassing and ridiculous fucking claims about the United States being evil and they're terrorists and all this other shit, kind of like they did with that guy from North Korea. Remember when they made him read that ridiculous apology, which clearly is coerced? Like, that's my fear, that they're gonna force him to read some embarrassing shit and then like just use him as a tool. I don't think they're gonna kill him, because obviously killing him would be the dumbest thing you could do from the Iranian perspective. but I do think that they're gonna use him as a a puppet to push propaganda and say crazy stuff about the United States.
Yeah, he will, and that'll be the right move to make. And it won't even be propaganda; it'll be the real news. Um, but yeah, that would be definitely how he's used. There's no doubt about that. And as well, it's going to be embarrassing for Trump. Trump's going to have to go hard to try and get him back as well. Just think like an American soldier becoming a prisoner of war under Trump's government while we have social media and mainstream media. Remember, there was a blackout. There's a blackout on the mainstream media press to report something up until tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. So, once again, this could be the situation related to the hostage or the ground invasion.
Hey, question, Sully, and for Puncher here. Is this like the most aircraft that have been either shot down or crashed or had some type of issue since '72? My brother's here and he asked me that he thinks the last time this much aircraft like failed was in '72, or do we have a worse situation than that?
Yeah, Puncher said that. I asked him that same question. I don't know if he's
Okay.
dropped out, but yeah, he said that this was because I asked him the same question. I said that
Yeah.
in
Yo,
terms of
bro,
within.
my brother just came in. He asked the same thing, bro. Great minds think alike, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it was within the last 24 hours. He said that with the United States of America hasn't had a similar incident since Vietnam.
Okay. Shit. Yeah, dude. That's my fear is that they use him kind of like how North Korea did with the other guy. And then
But why is that
and at
fear?
that point,
That's a good thing.
yeah, I mean, at least he'll stay alive. But I think the real thing here is how is Trump going to respond? Is he going? Because I think there's only really two options here. It's either going to be he fucking escalates to a level that is going to be of catastrophic proportions, or he's not going to respond he's going to take a more, how do I say this, calmer stance with negotiating with Iran, right? Which, to be honest with you, I think both are kind of an L, because let's say he goes bolts away, says, I'm going to get this guy back, we're going to hit power plants, whatever. That's L, because Iran's going to destroy the Gulf and Israel. Or if he goes too soft, well, he might lose the Strait of Hormuz for good. It might make the United States look weak. It might make it look like Trump is capitulating. So, like, I don't think there's a middle ground here. I think he's going to have to go to one of two extremes if this guy is actually captured. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just thinking about Trump, I think we were speaking about this earlier. I can't remember which where it was on the space.
He's so fucking erratic. That's the problem.
I think he's aggressive. So I think if there was a chance of what would happen, it's likely going to be that he would just lose his mind and start just blowing up more civilian areas, start killing more innocent civilians. Like, I just see him just losing his mind and just like off with their heads type behavior. I think with Trump, that would be the most likely outcome. What else would it be? Like, he could be like, oh, I'm the negotiator, but his negotiation would be for him to concede. So, and he wouldn't want to concede something, because even that he would think would make him look weak. So I think that if there is a prisoner of war, I imagine Trump would just lose his mind and start becoming overly aggressive.
Now, the thing that, and I just thought about this now when you were talking, I thought of another option. What he could do is what he's always done, which is feign diplomacy, try to collect as much intel as he can and get some special forces guys in there, like some SEAL Team 6, to try to get this guy out. That might be an option, but that's going to require an enormous amount of intel in a quick time. So that might put the pilot in a spot where he might have to wait a couple weeks, which is also horrible.
Yeah, well, I was speaking to a Marine today, and he was saying, we had the Marine on Matthew Ho earlier, and he was saying that this would be a priority for the Marines, that under a ground invasion, this would be one of the objectives of the ground invasion, to get in, to retrieve the hostage and get back out. So, I mean, that is going to just add an interesting dimension to the ground invasion, and actually probably make the ground invasion harder, because if you're trying to do a ground invasion which is already extremely complex, and then that ground invasion requires you to do this crazy mission, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy mission. But yeah,
no, I agree, bro. Even with them, like, keep in mind, like we saw earlier today, they were flying low trying to find these guys. So they already have put themselves in precarious situations. So it's like, yeah, I agree with you. Like, adding the anomaly of trying to recover a POW, it's already taken a mission that was almost impossible to make it even harder.
Oh yeah, I agree. And this is
I mean,
this is
farmers were shooting at helicopters today, like
yeah.
while they're trying to fight these guys. So like, damn, it's already on hard mode now.
Yeah, so why were them farmers shooting at them? Obviously, because today they were trying to do propaganda in the mainstream media, and actually, I think Mario was posting it as well. And they were basically claiming that, oh, this fighter, if he gets grabbed by the farmers, that he'll be in a better situation because they want regime change. And no, like that's ridiculous. You've seen what they want to do. They were literally shooting at the Americans. They do not think like that. This is ridiculous, and this is why everything those guys say is extreme propaganda.
Guys, is Sully cutting out for you, or is that just me? I can refresh my
I
page.
I can hear him okay, Myron.
Okay, I'll refresh my page and come back. Give me 1 sec. That's on me then.
No problem, no problem. I just want to welcome Wally onto the stage. Wally, hope you're doing well. I want to welcome Riyadh onto the stage.
My
Riyadh, hope
twin
you're doing
Wally.
well as well.
You're my twin. It looks,
Oh, with the suit and
yeah,
that, with
we're in
the
the
suit
same
and the bow
picture.
tie. You're the bow tie twins.
All of it.
Where's
Hey,
Wally?
I actually wanted to ask Simon a question, because I want a little bit more from the monetary side of things, if that's cool. Unless you got, if it's cool if we kind of shift.
No, yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Let me just quickly give this, and then I'll give it straight to you. You can ask that question, guys. If you could do me a favor, if you can retweet the space, reshare the space. We are live, and obviously we're live on YouTube as well. So yeah, just like the YouTube is what I need to say, isn't it? Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Wally. Ask your question to Simon.
Yeah, thanks. So I mean, I guess I really want to try to understand like long term, because right now it seems like Iran's things are going in well for Iran. How is this going to affect the U.S. petrodollar long term? Because it seems like the Gulf states now have recognized that having U.S. troops in their countries is actually a liability, and this whole U.S. security umbrella is a joke. That's what it seems like. So long term, what's that mean for the petrodollar? And then also, when it comes to Israel, I mean, I'm I'm Palestinian, so I'm always gonna be curious to know how does this affect Israel's stance in the region, and then also basically the likelihood that now Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf states have a little bit more regional power, and they can kind of push for more concessions when it comes to Palestine. How does that all play a role there?
Okay, so with the petrodollar, there's a few things to understand. The first is there's a difference between pricing something in dollars and settling in dollars. And the reversal of the petrodollar was already a trend, because effectively the trade was that you price oil in dollars, you settle in dollars, and then you end up with excess dollars. And so you take those dollars and you buy US treasuries, which is effectively a loan to the US government. And what that would do is it would strengthen the dollar, and you create this feedback loop where the dollar keeps getting stronger. So therefore, it's strengthening relative to other people's currencies. And so then they keep the dollars rather than sell the dollars. And then they keep lending it back to the US government. And effectively, America can keep rolling over its debt and rolling over its debt and rolling over its debt. And as long as there is demand for those treasuries, you can keep rolling over the debt, and you have to roll over the debt. And that's effectively what was the post 19 up the dollar. Because in 1971, America defaulted.
Simon, have you cut out, or is it me? Guys, can you hear me?
I lost
Yeah, no,
Simon for a bit too.
he cut out for sure.
Oh, you cut out. Simon, you back? Oh, Simon cut out. Let me just should I drop him and bring him back up? All right, Simon, I'm just dropping you, bringing it back up. Do not think that oh, he's already done it himself. I was a guy, isn't it? Chicks get emotional about that type of stuff, but Simon knows. Simon knows. Okay, well, Simon's coming back up, Wally. So, but yeah, I think he'll finish off and answering your question. But while he's come back up. I was about to say, if not, Darkside and Joe and Gary are other financial experts we've got on the stage as well. But he's coming back up. So okay, he's dropped again. But Darkside, if you want to continue answering that question for Wally, he's back. He's back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Zio attack, man.
It is. You're running out of petrol at the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, I got a pet. It's all about, as I said, we're trying to take over the petrodollar with the Manx pound dollar, the petro Manx pound rather.
It's not
Um,
that. It's not that, Simon. It's
but we're
because
running
if
out
you
of
were on the
energy.
right island, if you were on
Yeah,
the right island, you wouldn't have the lizard people, and this is actually a problem. But do continue.
yeah. I got to get to the Isle of Wight rather than Isle of Man. But we're men here. We're an island of men. Um, so yeah, the what I was saying with the petrodollar, effectively, like in '71, America defaulted on its debt. It was in the midst of the Vietnamese War. Many people were trying to get their exchange their dollars for gold. And rather than completely drain the gold supply, it's actually most likely because the Fed had already used it all as collateral, which is a private organization, and America no longer had it. It sits on both the Fed's balance sheet and the Treasury's balance sheet. And so there's two, it's got double accounting for America's gold, which actually was confiscated from the American people in the 30s. You know, you end up with all the gold after World War One and World War Two. But anyway, they defaulted in '71, and we entered into just basically the debt, the petrodollar, after effectively, most likely, America assassinated King Faisal after he did an oil embargo during the Yom Kippur War against Israel. So you regime changed Saudi Arabia and forced them onto the petrodollar. From then on in, it was an agreement that the dollar keeps strengthening, America gets to roll over its debt, and then you lend back those dollars for treasuries. Now, what started to happen after the Russia-Ukraine war,
Simon, can you say that so normal people understand? It
which
basically, sorry, it basically gave America an unlimited borrowing capacity where it could print as much as it wanted because all countries are basically forced to buy U.S. treasuries for their own treasury because they have nothing else to do with the dollar, and that's why you get this system. And
yeah,
eventually, people are going to run off this crazy train because you're buying assets that are paying you interest, but the money is deflating almost as quick as the interest is. So you actually never gain any ground, but America does because it just keeps printing more money if you own assets.
yeah, but also the dollar was strengthening relative to other currencies in general. So as long as the dollar kept going up, it kind of worked. And as long as people would lend it back to the US government. But you ended up in a weird situation where you print your own currency, you destroy your own currency, you end up in dollar debt, you pay back, you lend it back to the US government, and then the US military would regime change you, and you paid for it. You know, that was effectively what was happening. But the idea is that the dollar has to keep strengthening relative to other currencies. And what this the side effect of that was that your exports kept getting more expensive, and you effectively replace the U.S. manufacturing base with hyper financialization and securitization. And so more and more of the American economy just became gambling, speculation, financial services, and China would do the whole would build the whole manufacturing base because they kept weakening their currency so that their exports were cheaper. And we ended up in this massive imbalance where now the US military couldn't even manufacture its own weapons without China. Now, when the America started weaponizing the petrodollar and the dollar, you know, it accelerated that de-dollarization trend, which then started to weaken the dollar because other currencies started outperforming. Now, if you're Saudi Arabia and you pegged your currency to the dollar and the dollar is weakening, you then need to start selling down treasuries and selling down gold in order to defend the peg. And so, what they started doing is they stopped buying US treasuries and they started buying US equities instead. That meant that the demand for treasuries, kind of wasn't there relative to the demand for assets. And then what happened after the 2022 confiscation as a result of the Russia-Ukraine war is that everyone started to get scared. And so they started to sell down their treasuries, which would then weaken the dollar. which would then they would then purchase gold or try and find another alternative to U.S. Treasuries. So we had that big spike and run up in gold, and that and that kind of led to the issue where we are right now. um, but the only way to rebuild the manufacturing base was to actually strategically weaken the dollar. And so tariffs serve that mechanism of weakening the dollar, ruining all the relationships between the world and America. And it was working. But as soon as you go to war, you ended up reversing that trend. And so now you started strengthening the dollar again. And so immediately the dollar started strengthening relative to other foreign currencies. And you can then keep, but at the same time, everyone's concerned about the Treasury and America's behavior from the tariff war. And so you've entered in kind of like this end of cycle where treasuries are very liquid. Gold outperformed the dollar. Everyone started using, or more and more people started using gold as the reserve asset. And we end up in this situation where effectively America became an energy exporter, started competing with the Gulf countries, started competing with Iran, started competing with all of the energy exporters. And that changed the relationship because now the petrodollar was effectively broken. So where is all the money coming from that was now propping up the pegs to the dollar? Well, it was actually China buying all the energy, and they had the manufacturing base. And so China then started investing around the world and built a Belt and Road Initiative, started building up everyone's infrastructure, started trying to create economies that would buy all of its good, created an alternative payment rails, created SIPs. Um, and whenever any of the countries got sanctioned, you could just plug into the Chinese system and you could have like a credit for all the goods that you needed. China would export them to you. And then Saudi effectively took 30% of its oil purchases, started denominating it in the petro yuan. And then China and Iran had their trade, and then Russia and China had their trade. And then people would start joining BRICS. And effectively, you just broke the petrodollar. Then the tariff started to break the euro dollar. And then Japan actually had a really bad trade relationship after like the trade deal, and that's then they started hiking their own rates. And that breaks the Japan carry trade, which effectively is how all the Cayman Island hedge funds were purchasing all the US debt and all of the auctions at the end of this debt cycle. And so effectively, Trump broke all of the things that were propping up the dollar. And this war reversed that trend. Um, and so, but every time it looks like the war's going to end, it goes back to where it was. And so, to me, the petrodollar's over because Saudi's not really buying many US treasuries; they're just buying US equities instead. But now, what did America do? America decided to rage this war, which has now led to the oil companies, Chevron, Exxon, and the LNG companies like the Golden Pass and some others. They're basically soaking up a bunch of the oil and LNG trade. Is anyone really going to be lending to the US government and purchasing those treasuries at the end of it? Well, only as long as the dollar is strengthening, and the dollar is strengthening into this war. But the problem is that this war is at the end of a debt cycle. So now you've got to roll over the debt. And what's happening as a result of this war? The interest rate is going up. So if you want to lend to the US government, you now demand a higher interest rate. And so we've entered like this really, really dangerous phase where every single time the yield on that debt goes to a certain level, Trump has to basically pretend that the war's about to end. And so that's really just the petrodollar is 100% broken. Now, does that mean that they won't price in the dollar? Well, that's a different thing. You can price in the dollar and settle in another currency. That's no problem. But that doesn't really help in terms of the US debt crisis, and it doesn't really help. So the petrodollar is already broken. Now we're just managing the transition. And yeah, so it is broken already.
And
Appreciate that,
with
Simon.
the GCC right now, given this war, how are they shifting their, how are they viewing this geopolitically? How are they shifting course? It seems like, I mean, the United States seems very volatile and unreliable. I feel like this whole security umbrella belief was completely shattered because of this. So how do the economics tie in with the GCC when it comes to their relation with the US? And if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, this is a source of debate between Suleiman and myself. Suleiman believes that they're so cut that they'll go down with the US. I believe that they'll have to renegotiate the relationship, and they've got no choice because if they want to go down with the US, they can go down with the US, but it's done. Um, the only choice is to look at who's providing all the revenue that's filling up their sovereign wealth funds. It's allowing them to buy US equities, and that's China. And so I think China's got significant leverage over Iran, the GCC, and America. And so I think China is in a position to set the terms and try and force a recalibration of it. And China needs the energy. So that's kind of the situation we're in. So I think this is just a reset of all those relationships.
Will the U.S. be forced to recede out of the Middle East after this? Is it just not going to be financially feasible then?
Well, again, I don't think US is a sovereign nation. I think it's controlled by financial institutions. So this war is about effectively giving us much leverage to BlackRock and the financial institutions, and then they will look to make strategic investments, knowing that the US won't be dominating the region anymore. Is my belief.
Just some more breaking news, guys, and then I'll give it straight back to Simon and Wally for the huge fires in the military factory in Beersheba. The fires are extensive. Also, Ramat Gan in Tel Aviv is absolutely obliterated. The real question everyone's asking is, where is the Iron Dome? Where is the Iron Dome? This is the $1 million question. Wally, you got any other questions? And then we'll move the conversation back to the military aspect.
Yeah, and then just a final question: how does this tie into Israel's position in the region? If the U.S. is going to be receding, which it seems like that's the case, how does that tie into Israel? And I mean, clearly America's backing of it seems like it's gonna be less reliable. So how does that all tie in together there?
Yeah, again, it kind of depends on your belief. Some people believe that Israel's controls America. I believe that Israel is an outpost for US military in order to prop up the petrodollar. And so if you want regional stability, if you want regional instability, then Israel was the mechanism by which you'd create demand for this debt by effectively enforcing the petrodollar, make sure that there was never unification between the GCC, Iran, and Asia and China and Russia. But now that's kind of done. So what is Israel's role if the U.S. military is no longer using them? I think that kind of depends, and that is the battle we're witnessing right now. Did the Zionists and the neocons win out, and are we still pushing up the petrodollar, or has China won? In which case, Israel's role needs to find a new role within the region, given that China doesn't want an agitator of U.S. military in the region and would just want someone that's going to sell them energy and provide reliable energy. So I think that's the midst of the battle we're in right now. Israel's role has to change, and if that will determine US's presence in the future.
Thanks for that, guys. Just want to welcome Riyadh onto the stage as well. Riyadh, hope you're doing well. How are you? Okay, let's go to Hussein. Hussein, what's your thoughts? Any feelings on what's been happening over the last 24 hours?
Yeah, thanks, Oli. I was gonna mention that we should probably consider that they'll use the rescue operations as a possible ground invasion. So I think that's very likely. And I do agree with you that Trump is gonna go erratic and he's gonna start like hitting civilian infrastructure. He plays the same Zionist card. Once they get embarrassed, then they go after the innocent civilians. So I have more to say on Lebanon and the front that's going on over there. I just need like just 1 minute and a half, if I may.
You may. I just want to jump in. So there's this thank you to Rella XSPX who's tagged me in saying, "Oh, Internet Rambo insults kiddo, say a prayer." So I scrolled up and a little Zio's crying. And this little Zio tagged me in and said, "Hey, BITCH, look at this." He's upset because I said bish bash bosh about Israel. So he says, "Look at this bish bash bosh Tehran. Keep fooling your audience. I'll be here to mock you losers when the mullah regime gets toppled." So look, I just want to say to you, right, Kay Raziev or whatever the hell your name is, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings by saying bish bash bosh, but the reality is that Israel has been bish bash boshed for 35 days straight. And a city previously known as Tel Aviv has been bish bash boshed every single night. And as far as the regime getting toppled, according to your president, he's toppled it every single day for 35 days and he wasn't even bothered about toppling it. So I think you need to hang around, listen to our spaces a little bit more so you can get informed. Now, moving on to more serious news. Let me give you guys some news just while Brother Hussein comes back. There's a lot of analysts saying that they think Trump's now going to escalate this massively. And tonight might be the night, to be honest. He's going to do it over this weekend. Iran is predicting the same thing. A retired Navy SEAL has gone on TV and said that the Pentagon is now sending elite kill squads like SEALs and Green Berets deep into Iran on a rescue mission to find the pilot. And this was actually said on an interview on Fox News tonight. So sounds like an escalation to me, a serious one at that. "17 sites in the areas of Greater Tel Aviv were damaged due to the fall of cluster warheads from Iranian missiles." And this is coming from Israeli Broadcasting Corporation, Khan. 17 sites. Suleiman, you can see the footage on his page from the factory that was targeted in Beersheba. There's a lot of news tonight, guys. There's a lot of news going on tonight. The search is still on for the pilot. I think the indications we're getting is that Iran has got him as a prisoner of war, but nothing confirmed yet. Suleiman, did you see any confirmation of that yet?
No confirmation at the moment.
Former Deputy US Secretary of State Wendy Sherman says, "We were promised strength. Instead, we are watching the greatest decline in our nation's history unfold in real time." And this ex-US Secretary has posted images of the F-35 falling out of the sky. So Trump's getting it hit hard at the moment. Suleiman, I'll pass it back to you.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let's go to let me give you some more news. As I said, Israel has been hit hard. Significant, I mean, it is literally lit up in fire. Israel has been hit significantly hard right now. What's this? Okay. Let's see what else we've got. Yeah, we mentioned that one. Okay, let's go to Joa. Joa, obviously, when we spoke about this, you never ever thought this would escalate to the level it's escalated. How do you think? What do you think happens next? Do you think it's bro? What's the thumbs down, blood? Blood.
No, just
What?
go to someone else real quick. Sorry.
All right. Okay. Let's go to
Let me
what is
just
going on here.
Sully, let me just give the update. I'm sorry, I just came back. I
Yeah.
don't wanna be rude. Yeah, so from the Lebanese front, man, this is it's so funny. This is how you know these Zionists like to hide their numbers and like to postpone news per se because they don't want the truth to come out in real time. So on March 28th, they have confirmed, and this is from Israeli channel 12. This isn't like from from anybody else, that the infiltrating soldiers around the area of the southern Lebanon town in up across the border, which was Ainata, they ran away from the battlefield and left all their equipment on the battlefield, which later then got destroyed by the resistance after they left it there. Their lieutenants smashed them as to why they were just ran away after the clash that they lost in that around that town. That was the town that they couldn't penetrate and couldn't hold, and they ended up running away. And this was on March 28th, and now we're about a week later from that. So this is how you know they just like to suppress the news, and it only came out a week later. So, and then the Zionist Army radio. Initially, they wanted to go up to the Litani River, right, which is 30 kilometers from the border. But now they're talking about only having a buffer zone of 3 kilometers. So they want to destroy the houses on the border, which is only about 3 kilometers out. And they're saying that this is their new objective now. So their objective now isn't to get to the Litani River. Now their objective is just to take 3 kilometers out. So that's the news from the Lebanese front.
Thanks.
They took out another tank, Brother Hussein. Didn't they take out another tank today? I read.
So they took out another tank, but they also took out another military vehicles that was left behind as well. But that was a week ago. But today they took out another tank. Yeah.
Yeah,
Also reporting also as well. There is no confirmed hit, so I don't want to say there's a confirmed there. Now the resistance didn't confirm hits, but they are shooting surface to air missiles at the rescue copters and helicopters that are trying to perform operations in the south. Although they might not be hitting them, they're definitely doing a lot of deterrence, and they're making sure that they know that they're capable of firing at them. So that's another bit of news.
over and over again, this just proves the IDF, they're just a hollowed out, complete joke. They are not the force they've always were led up to believe. Now, I know we know this on this space. The panel, of course, knows this. But the perception out there, especially in the MAGA Trump Zio world, is, oh, the mighty IDF. No, they're a joke. Absolutely. I'm so glad this is happening. And I really am. This is showing exactly what they are.
Appreciate it. Guys, if you're on the YouTube, make sure you are subscribing to the YouTube channel and liking the YouTube video. I can't see how many likes we've got here because it's really far away, but look, we've got nearly, 1,000 people live on the YouTube. How many likes have we got? 200 likes, blood. What is wrong with you guys? Oh my God, this is what happens when you got millennials. This is what happens when you got millennials in the chat. Give me some boomers. Give me some Gen Xers. We can actually get some likes up. Get those likes up. We got nearly 1,000 people in there and 200 likes. Forget about it. Also, I'm a bit worried. I think my second channel might be already getting to nuked because I tried to, this new short that I did, I tried to add this screen to it and they were like, oh, you're banned from the screen for violating rules. And I'm like, I ain't broke no rules. This channel is but 2 days old. What rules have we broken? So watch out because the second channel may be getting nuked. So on the first channel, make sure you're liking it and following it. This is so annoying. I'm putting so much effort into this and they're bloody nuking my channels. least my boy Rathbone got his channel back. Okay, what was I gonna say? Let's go to Dark Side. Dark Side. From your perspective, what do you think the sentiment is gonna be of A, the Americans, and B, the market? Actually, before that, obviously with everything that's happened in the last 24 hours, has that had an impact on the market?
Well, everything's closed. It's Good Friday today, so
Oh, damn.
we'll have to wait till after the holiday. But I expect this is not going to be positive.
Interesting. So basically, they were lucky that the market was closed when this all happened.
Yes, sir.
Interesting. And in terms of the ground invasion, Dark Side, do you think that that would really damage the market, or do you think that Trump can say something to calm it down as per what he's been doing?
um, I guess it depends on how it goes, right? We'll just have to see. But no, I think things are going to get worse. I think it's really the bond market we have to look at. Are our allies going to begin to lose confidence? And I suspect, look, these are just another. It's going to be another 3 days without the strait being opened, and things are getting really bad. It looks like Australia is going to get hit really, really hard, and then that'll be followed by Taiwan, Japan, South Korea is getting hit really hard, and this is just the developed nations, right? Uh, it's got to be an absolute mess in the global south. So look, I just don't look. I don't see a really good way out of this at this point. Trump's in for everything at this point, and it really just comes down to that strait being closed. It had needed to be open weeks ago. Gary's been calling this World War III. I've been thinking a lot about that. I think he's right. Right, this is a world war. It hasn't manifested yet into kinetic world war, but it's certainly a world war in terms of the way countries are communicating and backstabbing and backchanneling each other.
Yeah. The only way this works for America is if Trump can occupy Iran, take over all the gas fields, open up the Strait of Hormuz, and get the world to purchase that oil from America.
So
That's the only way this works.
in other words, there's no chance because we
Exactly.
can't occupy Iran. That's not even a reasonable. Right, so there's no way out of this. I mean, it's smelling more and more like another forever war.
Well, the
Except
the
this,
only but even then, that's not quite an option, right? Would you agree, Doc? Because the only option that's the option of victory, the forever war. But even the forever war, if the markets, the question is Trump going to take the whole global economy down with him, or is he going to like find a way of creatively retreating and
no,
accept that the world has moved on beyond America? Like
no.
it's
Look,
game over. I don't see
I
another
th-
way.
I think taking the global economy down is my base case at this point, and I'm not sure you can stop it at this point. I'm not sure even pulling out tomorrow would fix the damage that's been done, nor less the damage that's about to be done as he escalates this. Iran escalates this. This escalation ladder is very dangerous. Love to get Gary's thoughts.
Look,
Yeah,
it's
this is
this is I think that case what you just said where they go all the way. I think that is look, either this group gets destroyed. I mean, like, you know, no longer on this planet, or they will go too far. And I don't like. I actually believe we are in World War III right now. It's already happening. Look, what do you call this energy crisis already? Energy crisis that popped up. We got COVID right behind us. We have people in total disbelief. Um, we have people in France that can't get gasoline. I mean, my God, man, this is you'll be lucky not to call it a depression in a month. Seriously. So if you're faced with Oh man, I overplayed my fucking hand so bad. Yes, I do think these type of people will just go, hey, you know what? Gosh, 1,000 years ago, there was a king that decided to take over the whole world. The history books are layered with these awesome stories of the guy that, you know, took a position. And like, he would be the perfect individual to want to do that. And you guys are suggesting he is not. Look, the guy that I met and the guy that I voted for is not the guy that's leading this country today. Seriously. They look completely different. Not physically, because I don't really pay attention to that, but I mean, it's so at this point robotic. You know, it's hard to see that there's not. You know, we just have a puppet state. So yeah, I think they do go for. I can't imagine how we get to settlement.
Yeah, this is the biggest concern. Guys, we're live on X. As I said, we're live on YouTube. Listen, Silver Sailor just posted on the YouTube comments and he said if we get 500 likes on the YouTube, what did he say? 500 likes on the YouTube, and what will he do? And he'll send 10 gifted memberships. So, guys, get the likes up to 500. Also, there is a tweet, and he said 100 for this short as well. There is a tweet in the nest, and it is of the interview, the short with Anthony Aguilar. Great interview, great guy, a man of honor. He served for this country. And he's talking about how the F-15 fighter jet being shot down and how the US don't have air supremacy. It's a lie. So that tweet is in the nest. It's the very first shot we've ever uploaded on the new channel. Sorry, it's the very first shot we've uploaded on the new channel. And yeah, let's get that number up on that new channel of that shot to, like, I don't know, 100 likes or something, or something better than that. We've only got 3 comments on there. If we can get the comments up to, I don't know, like 50 comments on the new channel, that would be awesome, because the channel is new. And we are trying to push it, as long as the channel's not banned, which I'm not sure about, to be honest, but as long as it's not, let me replace pin manager. There we go. I've pinned it, and if you can go on there, watch it. It's only like a minute, and it's I think it's a minute, and then it's like it and comment on it. And shout out to Extreme. Actually, wait, I forgot all these super chats. Let me read them now. Shout out to Extreme Drag with 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate your support of the space. We really do appreciate you. Let's read some of these super chats before we get back in the conversation. It says 2 convicted felons are controlling the fates and futures of billions of people around the world. Mad Max, Fallout style, Earth is not far away. Who's the 2 convicted felons? One's Trump, who's the other one? Tell Andrew when he wakes up we love him. It was Andrew. Andrew, are you asleep or something? Why do they all think you're asleep?
What? I ain't sleeping.
What? Come on, obsessed. Why are you accusing him like that for? What's that all about? Fat Pipe says, why hasn't US intelligence seen the construction of these hidden missile sites, and when they were or have been constructed, these sites over the last 5, 10, 20 years, and the maps of these locations? Well, the US intelligence is under the false impression that there's only 57 sites. And I think that's why they've come up with a figure of 50%. So in their view, they've took out 20, 25 sites. I believe that there's actually 200 sites. And Iran is claiming that they've only taken out 3% of their sites. Just to let you know what the math is. And their math definitely isn't mathing. Their sites are underground, they're deep underground bunkers. They've not been able to find them, locate them, and know where they are. Now you're seeing why. They have to fly those F-15s and F-16s so low to try and find them, and then boom, they go down. Fifth Element says, smash that like button, you herbs. Yeah, smash it. We need to get to 500 likes on this YouTube stream, and we need to get 100 likes on this short. Let me see how many we've got on the short while I'm reading these super chats. We've got 20. Oh my god, you guys are so lazy. We've got 5,000 people listening and we've got 20 likes. Oh my god, people do say X people are so lazy, they don't even go anywhere. But this is what happens when all your fans are millennials. I was looking at the data and everyone who follows me, they're all millennial age. This is the problem. Capped Hard says, Capped and Hard says, you seen what Laura Loomer posted about blowing up Iran entirely, including the kids? The most disgusting thing I've seen. Love the news, brother. Keep it up. I haven't seen that, but I'm not surprised. I mean, this is it. There's a different rule. We live in a Jewish supremacist rule, even in X, because those guys, and actually it's not Jewish, it's just supremacy, because Imal Shung, all these guys can post that nothing, and then apparently they talk about if you ask for genocide, you're gonna be banned. But they know that rules only directed at people who are against Israel. TK Baby says, I have another theory. I think Iran has already found the pilot, but they put out the info of a reward to bait the United States into panicking that soldier is lost and wait for rescue as a decoy to draw more troops. That's actually a very good theory. That's a golden theory. It's from a chick, so we'll give it silver level, but still, it's a good theory. And yeah, Extreme Dog with the funded the memberships. Appreciate you. And going to the YouTube channel, we've got 29 likes. Come on, dogs. Let's get that to 100 likes. I'm going to keep posting it until... Oh, but how do I get it on here? I'm going to post it anyway. I'll find it and then I'll post it. But yeah, get the likes up. What else was I going to say? Yeah, let's go to Joe while I check the news. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, look, I think we're going to see a game of chicken until the middle of the month. Either the U.S. is able to open the strait, or the American allies start paying the fee and kicking and doing what Iran asks in order to get oil, because the last shipments start coming to Europe. For example, I think the 10th or the 14th, somewhere around there. They typically get 12 to 15 tankers. As it is right now, they used to get around 50. This is going to be a huge problem. And the only way I see them joining US is if they open up the strait. If they open the strait, I think they would join US, because then that would be the winning side. If they don't open up the strait, I think they're just going to give in to Iranian demands and do what they need to get oil, because they're not going to be without oil. And they know Iran didn't start this thing.
Another
So,
dimension,
I think we're...
Joe, can I
China
just
China's sent 2 million barrels to Singapore, so
Either way,
China's
that's a
helping
huge
some of its
concern. And
allies as
the
well.
Yeah. So look, I honestly think we're gonna see tense times for the next 2 weeks.
what that should tell all the American people
and
is
then
that
we're
once
gonna have a
again, the
decision
president of
on,
the United States,
like, I still don't count US out. We don't know what weapons they have. We don't know what they can do. We don't know what they could pull. We honestly don't know. It's still too early to call a winner. I mean, no one winds up winning, but in the sense that we're saying, I think most of us think straight open or straight closed is the win or loss here. And
No one thinks that, bro, except you and America.
yeah, I've got a question, Joel. When you say they will join America, who's they? Are you talking about Europe and UK?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
If they
So
open
I've
the
got
strait, I think they would.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to ask you, because when you said, well,
Oh, I was gonna
when you
shout
said
out
they,
to. I just want to quickly shout out to Avo with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. The 5 gifted memberships are coming out now. Silver Sailor said you'll get 5 as well if we get 500, and people are like, we're not going to even wait for the 500 likes. We're going to gift anyway. But actually, Silver said 10 gifted memberships. So yeah, guys, make sure you listen to him and get there. We're on 352 likes. We need 150 likes on this stream, and we need 100 on the shorts. But I'm going to pass it to Beatrix, because I know once she's done, she's going to plug it, and y'all Sims. All these Manelians are slept Sims. Go ahead, Beatrix.
no, they don't listen to me. They don't listen to me. Joa, so when you say the Strait of Hormuz, right? It is. I don't understand, because we have a choice in Europe and the UK, and it's not a difficult choice. Expel the Israeli ambassador. Why the hell have you got him there anyway? The guy's complicit in a freaking genocide. Expel the American ambassador. Put your country first. Pay in another currency, and that's that. Now they've got a process with Oman. Now Iran set up a process with Oman. It's got the rankings 1 to 5. Everything. They've put a whole structure around it to get through some of the backlog. It's a choice we've got. We have chosen not to take it, which is crazy to me. I do think Keir
But
Starmer is going
Beatrix,
to go
it's
in with.
not an it's it's not an easy decision though. I mean, look, I know from what place you're coming, and for us,
Why
it's
not?
an easy decision. Think of the
Yeah, why
country's
isn't it an
leaders,
easy
right?
decision for Keir Starmer? Why not?
I'll tell you, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. The reason why it's not an easy decision is US does help Europe. US does provide military backup for Europe. By Europe doing that, they are turning their back on US. They will no longer, going forward, ever be allies whatsoever. That is a lot to reconstruct over oil. Do you understand? It's not a small decision like you're making
No,
it seem, oh, this is an
Joe, do
easy
you know what?
decision.
I
No, it's
don't, because
not.
I'll tell you what it is. Starmer has increased our military budget. Just last month, he announced it, number one. Number two, this allyship that we've had with America has brought us nothing but war and destruction. We went into Iraq. We went into Libya. We've done everything. We're the poodle. We've never put the UK first. The thing that I want for Americans, for America to be put first and not succumb to Israel, I want for us Brits, for us not to succumb to America. Like, it really isn't a difficult decision. The problem we've got in our politics, and the reason why it's not going to happen, that I do agree with you, Joa, is that we've always had Zionist leaders. We are as occupied as America. Keir Starmer was selected for that position. He wasn't elected by us. What Simon was saying earlier was spot on, that he's never met a person who likes Keir Starmer. He unites the country. Like, everybody hates him equally. It doesn't matter what the politics is. Everybody hates him equally. I know you were going to jump in, Dark. Jump in, because I just think the Strait of Hormuz thing is it's null and
But,
void. We've all
but
got a choice. We've
Beatrix,
chosen not to do it.
you have nearly 100 years fighting together. You have assets that you built up together. You have strategic positions where you cooperate with each other.
Oh
You
my
monitor Russian
God.
subs.
Sorry, Joe.
Go
Huge
ahead.
breaking news. Huge break. Shall I even give them it until they get me the 500 likes and the 100 on the shot? Shall I give them this huge breaking news, Beatrix? Unless they get me 500 likes on the YouTube and the 100 likes on the X page.
I vouch
Okay,
for
I
them.
gotta
I
give it. Is
vouch
this
for
too
them.
good?
Yeah, I vouch for
Well,
them,
okay,
Suleiman.
now
They'll
I might
give it.
not give
They'll
it,
give it.
but
Guys, don't let me down. Hurry up and like
oh
those
my
shorts and that
God.
YouTube stream. Go on, Suleiman, give it.
Oh my God, it's too big. I have to give it anyway. It's too big. A second A-10 Warhog has gone down. A second A-10 Warhog has been downed by Iran. It was involved in the search and rescue for the F-15 and it has gone down. Apparently it's crash landed in Kuwait. Second A-10 AWAG has gone down. Huge news. Huge news. Oh my God. This is crazy. Where am I? What is going on? This is just becoming the norm. This is meant to be huge news and it's like one after the other. It's like the domino effect.
Yeah, and Sully, the more they come in to rescue, the more susceptible they are because the rescue forces, as we clearly stated, are a lot slower and lower. So more susceptible, more the casualty rates will just start escalating exponentially.
But what about the air supremacy? What happened to air supremacy?
Yeah.
NPC,
Yeah,
you
there
don't
you
worry about
go.
no air supremacy,
Right.
blood. You're in Australia and Darkside, your country said your country is dying right now. You don't worry about air supremacy. Think
We
about
are,
kangaroo supremacy, blood.
brother. We are dying. We are absolutely dying. We've already started our business continuity plan. I mean, public transport. To look at having 50% rations and
Yeah, it's
25%
gonna be
rations of fuel.
crazy. But I'll come to you in a
Mm.
second, NPC. I do want to hear from you. But I did just make sure you get to 500 likes, guys. I gave you the reward. I gave you the reward before you hit the target. But Beatrix, you and Joa were talking about how you're crying about the UK.
Yeah, Beatrix,
No,
I
I wasn't crying about the UK. Yeah,
just
go
wanted
ahead,
to
Doc.
add,
Go ahead, Doc.
yeah, just to add to the UK story, and this is the Western banking system. The UK is so tied to the US through the Federal Reserve and through swap lines that it's so difficult to cut ties. I mean, it seems like the entire plumbing of the financial system requires dollars at this point, right? If the dollar were to collapse, it's a different story. Then we all go down together, and then out of the ashes of that system gets born, potentially new ones. But if you were to abandon the U.S. at this point, it would be devastating to the British.
Especially the UK. Out
Yeah,
of all of
yeah, of
Europe,
all of them,
especially
right?
the
But
UK.
but all of them, right? Like the euro goes down, the pound goes down, and the dollar goes down. Like we all go down together. But I just don't think they could. Look, the wealthy people, they're wealthy in dollars. They're not wealthy in pounds. So, like for them to me,
There's also they're also tied up in intelligence. I mean, there's so much linkage between Europe, even Australia, and the US. Like to abandon them is a massive undertaking, and no one's going to be willing to do it.
All of
Unfortunately, and you,
UK's defense is
yeah, absolutely,
every single
absolutely,
little
it
bit
is.
of UK's defense is American, Beatrix. You'd be
Absolutely.
left with no defense.
Although I agree with Beatrix, like this is what shouldn't happen. But I 100% agree with you guys as well. Like you cannot see him abandoning the US anytime. I do feel, and I just look at the rhetoric that's being spoken. I do feel that they're going to get pushed to a corner, and they're going to have to intervene. Unfortunately.
You got to understand how UK and Australia are structured. They were never meant to be successful economies. They were there to the population are there to take on the debt, and then that debt is recycled back into extraction of resources in order to prop up markets. That's it. That's all Australia and UK was. After UK ended World War II, after it was bankrupted by the Bank of England, it just became an economy for extracting resources, burdening the debt onto the people, and then transferring the wealth up to those that owned all the stocks. And Australia is exactly the same. It was created the same way Israel, ethnic cleansing and settler colonialism. And then it was set up in order to extract resources, and the people are there to take on the debt and be turned into gamblers. Like that's
Australia
what these were set
benefits
up
though.
for.
Australia benefits though from its proximity to Asia though, because of China.
If
Although
it had
not
the
100%
ability
direct, it
to give
does.
up that model, but it's not giving up that model yet,
No,
unless it.
no, but it still benefits, Simon, because of all the other countries that do deal with Australia, which are benefiting from China. So they wind up benefiting from having kind of money that flows from both superpowers. Do you know what I mean? Australia is a little different than UK. UK is basically where they dump that, but Australia, I think, is a little different.
But they were set up as they were set up as colonies after the. I mean, UK is slightly
Oh,
different. You're
yeah,
right,
yeah,
but Australia is just a colony for empire.
yeah. I agree. They just
Yeah, like
have
a base,
different.
almost like a base to a certain extent, isn't it?
Yeah, and you go down with the US empire, and then you've got lots of options with China. But there's no, the leadership of Australia is there to make sure that the resources get to the right place, and that Americans and Australians are burdened with the debt.
You see, Beatrix, so it's not an
Do you
easy
think
decision at all.
oh, do you
It's
know
really
what?
not.
He just needs to walk outside Downing Street and say, listen, this country's been Zio occupied for too long. I'm now going to give it its independence. We're going to go on our own. People are going to struggle together. We'd big him up.
Who are you going to get
But it's not
liquid
going to
natural gas
happen.
from, Beatrix?
Your Keir
Well, we'd
Starmer
make
is
up with
exactly like
Russia.
our Albanese.
How?
Yeah, we shouldn't have picked a fight with Russia in the first place. But anyway, look, forget
Okay,
that. I
but
want
you
to ask you
did.
something.
So now
Do
how?
you
So
think,
how will you do it now?
do you think that Starmer
Smash her, Joa.
is
Do
making, what's that?
No, continue. I
Sorry,
just said
Solomon?
smash her. No, I was just saying smash her, but do continue.
Oh, he wishes, Jonah, listen, Mr. Trump voter sat here, changing his narrative every day that he comes up. Anyway, listen, I want to ask you a question,
I've never
Joa.
changed my narrative.
Yeah, you have every day.
I didn't
It's
campaign for him
Jackanory
for 6
time with
years. So
Jonah. It's Jonah Jackanory
go
time.
ahead.
I want to ask a question to you and to Simon and Darkside. Do you think, and to Gary actually, but do you guys think that the decision on whether or not to take the terms that Iran has given to not just the UK, but the European countries or all the countries in terms of getting oil through the Strait of Hormuz, expel the ambassadors, pay in a different currency, do you think that Keir Starmer alone could make that decision? Do you think he's going to be he's the ultimate decision maker on that, and he's not making that decision, or do you think there's I don't know,
He'd have
forces
to get
above?
permission. He'd have to get permission from BlackRock.
And he literally, there's so
Really,
many
Simon?
countries in Europe that
Absolutely,
cannot.
the BlackRock, like yeah, I mean, you know, effectively his job is to make sure that the money is printed and the weapons go up to BlackRock portfolio companies,
It,
and that the ETFs are fed.
quite honestly, I think that Iran will let them, assuming they're willing to pay in yuan and meet the conditions. Iran will let them have enough oil to keep the ambulances running and the hospitals on, but I don't think they give them enough oil to save their economies. Look, I've been saying this since the start. Iran's gambit here is that they can take down the dollar. So why in the world would they bail out the dollar and bail out Europe and Korea and Japan? That's their ticket to victory. So yeah, I could see them letting a couple tankers through here and there to keep the ambulances running, but there's no way they're going to reopen the strait. Let the GCC off the hook, let the West off the hook while they're at war with the U.S. No way.
Yeah, we're buying from American companies. That's it. There's no other agency
So,
there.
can I ask a different question, though, Dark? When Americans truly understand, not the people on this panel who have some wealth and understand how to get around things, but when the average American understands what
Speak for
happens if the
yourself.
dollar gets taken out, what would happen? How do you think they're going to react?
They can't envision it. There's such a normalcy bias in the United States. Like it's been, you'd be taking back to 1929. None of us were around in 1929. So nobody knows what that looks like. At least nobody who's not deeply involved in finance. And even those deeply involved in finance can't vision it. 95% of them are in denial.
Dark side, can I ask you and Simon a question? I- Is there a possibility of getting to a point where every country will nationalize its own oil and not sell it through the market, like through the market prices, and have a nationalized price, if that makes sense? I mean, can it get to
That's
that
why.
level?
That's why we're at war with Iran, because Iran tried to nationalize its oil, and that's why we're in this war. That's what happened with Saudi. That's what happened with Iran. That's what happened with Russia. That's what happened.
Venezuela.
The whole story of the history is, if a country wants to use its own oil for its own people, then America kills you, and the British
Look at my
Empire killed
timeline.
you.
I have 15 times that happened in my timeline. 15
Oh,
times since
I'm talking
1977.
about more like the Western countries, like even America. Can America nationalize its own oil? I
No,
mean, right
because
now
it's
it's going
owned.
to
It's owned by private sector. You'd have to have a genuine government that doesn't take any lobby money, that works for America, and then you'd have to overthrow the company. You'd have to do what Putin did, and then they made out. Basically, that's what Putin did. That's why they turned him into. That's why they rebranded him as Hitler.
And Americans have been taught that socialism is bad, so they'll never go for it.
But then, aren't you? Isn't the
Imagine,
Americans
imagine that though.
normal everyday
You
American
don't have to
suffering?
pay tax when you actually nationalize your oil, but you're told from university indoctrinations that's the worst thing that could ever happen. It's a psyop. The whole thing is a psyop. They co-opted the university system. John Maynard Keynes, the whole thing. Like the whole thing was a psyop, and you're told, "Oh right, it turns out that we were so companies all along, and we're paying the debt. But don't you dare give me some money. That's communism."
Yeah, it could be in Norway, and it's not because people have been psyoped.
But then, this whole war, it's had a massive effect on Americans as well, hasn't it? I mean, you're paying what, $5 a gallon? I think. Or I think that's the metrics that you guys use.
You're
Of,
talking
of it.
about a revolution. You have to overhaul the entire government and build up from scratch in a non-corrupt way. Then you could effectively try and find a scenario where you steal Chevron and Exxon's assets and nationalize it. Like that's effectively what
Does it really
Venezuela
have to be
tried
a
to do.
revolution?
That's what Cuba tried to do. That's what Iran tried to do. That's what Russia tried to do. Like you're talking about the entire history of war.
It doesn't have to take a revolution. I mean, we saw through COVID what they were able to do without having to go through that revolutionary step, I
What happened
guess.
during COVID?
Well, I'll use Australia for example. We went to we almost went to a cashless society. I mean, it's been something that's been spoken about for a very long time, and it never actually happened because they were said it was too much, and it was, it has to be revolutionized, and this, that, and the other. But we went cashless because of COVID.
So how do you stop the U.S. government, the U.S. judicial, the Senate and Congress from taking lobby money, like completely reforming the way the government set up, remove the deep state? You're talking about what people thought Trump was there to do. Like that's what you're effectively. And look, I mean, whether you think he was there to do it in the first place, I don't think he was, but you think how is it going to happen? How do you completely turn America into a completely different culture and completely different government?
Yeah, I guess it has to be on its knees for something like that to happen. Why not?
Yeah, and I
Simon,
think
can
they'll
I just
take.
jump in and give you
Yeah.
some news really quickly? So, a Japanese LNG tanker has passed through the Strait of Hormuz. The first Japanese commercial vessel has passed through since the Iran war began.
I can't believe that this is what we've resulted to. We've almost become like a toll booth, looking at ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, it's funny, isn't it? It's great to see. It's great to see the Iranians doing what they're doing.
For sure, for sure. Okay, let me read these super chats. We have Lebanese 55 who says, I just tweeted this out ironically because I love it. Where is the Iron Dome? Where is Mankos with his air superiority? Mankos said none of them planes actually went down. They were just like doing landings. That's what he would say. But yeah, where is the Iron Dome? How many likes have we got to actually? I don't remember.
An Israeli told me in my comments that just the fact that some planes managed to fly into Iranian airspace means they have air superiority. So that's the code that they're
Even if they
working with.
get even if they get shot
Yeah, even if
down.
they get shot down, yeah.
That's hilarious. Right, we're 59 likes away from 500 in that stream. We've got like nearly 900 people in there. Come on, bloods, don't be lazy. I know I've got a lot of millennial supporters, but you guys can do it. And how much in the Anthony Aguilera clip, the short?
So if you manage to get like Israeli planes over Iran, is that like a new form of Jewish supremacy as well?
That's funny that. Sam, that's quite anti-Semitic actually. So, but anyway, listen, the short is up as well. Get that to 100. We're on 54 likes on that. Beatrix, you didn't announce it. You know they're all simps. You know they all listen to you.
Oh my God, I couldn't unmute my mic. Guys, listen, I vouched for you. I'm going to post the Anthony Aguilera short clip in our chat. Let's get that to 500 likes. And we're almost at 500 in the space chat already. You're all like, oh, we want Beatrix's news. We want Beatrix's news. Look at the time here. It's nearly 2:00 in the morning. And we're going to keep going. So let's get both of these up to 500, please. I'm going to join you right now in YouTube. And we're going to keep doing it until we get there. Let's have a look. What are we
Will
at?
do. And I got my new chair as well,
Yeah.
so my back won't be hurting. So I can go longer. I was ready for this ground war. My son and my nephew built it for me. So, well, put the chair together, not built it. Put the chair together for me because we're ready for the ground war. I'm ready for this ground war in the sense of we don't want it to happen, but we know it's going to happen. I'm ready because I think it's going to happen tonight. Well, likely tonight. We'll see. So guys, yeah, retweet the space, reshare the space, and do that as well. Let's get back into the conversation. Lots to speak about and lots to get through. Let's go to Sorry, who did I interrupt? Did we interrupt anyone when we were speaking? I can't remember now. Adam, actually. Adam, what's your thoughts about what's going on? Because I've not heard your analysis.
Yeah, I think it's going badly for the Trump regime. You know, so they've been begging for a 48-hour ceasefire, and I saw this get reported by Sky News in the UK. Yeah, so I said this a long time ago. I don't know if you remember. I said, Trump is going to get on his knees and beg. That's how this ends, and he's been doing it nonstop ever since. And again, Iran has said no, no 48-hour ceasefire for you. We're going to keep pummeling Israel. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. So yeah, this is Trump's just flailing, constantly flailing. He's lost, control of his faculties, posting random posts like "Take the oil, anyone?" I don't know what that means. I heard what everyone was saying before, but it's just just the fact that he's posting things that could be so easily misconstrued. He's just flailing everywhere. It's a complete shit show. It's a complete uh, it's it's a complete debacle. It's embarrassing.
Shit show
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
century.
exactly. And then, a dozen generals getting fired and dozens or around 30 denying orders. That's like a military mutiny or military coup almost going on. So he's America's had the regime change first before Iran. And I said that early on as well. I was like, there'll be a regime change in America first. Um, so I just want him to get impeached, and then that'll be the full on regime change there. But the military leadership has full on been regime change in America, without a single shot being fired by Iran at America. The entire top brass of America's military has been replaced, and so it's not going well, is it? So I think that we're going to see Iran continue to put pressure on the Epstein coalition, continue to wipe out their bases. I've seen recently they're threatening the UAE Stargate, which is said to be the largest AI computing supercluster outside of the US. So that could be hit soon if they keep going. There are all kinds of valuable targets that Iran is threatened to hit, and they will hit. I don't think that they're bluffing at all when they say this. And so it's in Trump's court to escalate this. Every escalation will hurt America and Europe and the world as much as it hurts Iran, especially Europe. Something surprising for me has been Macron, France. His behavior has been quite surprising. Because publicly, Trump and Israel are furious with him for not being as supportive as they want him to be in this war, and Israel terminated all of their military contracts with France, which is great news, but also kind of exposes that there were military contracts in the first place, which isn't so good. But just the fact that they have been cancelled is a great sign. And also now, he's calling on middle mid countries to like stand up to America and China, and they're the first Western country that have been allowed to have their ships through the Strait of Hormuz, or at least one French ship has been allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and that's the first Western ship that's gone through there. And I think that it comes right after this public spat of Israel basically shutting down relations with them, and Trump himself, um, uh, attacking and insulting Macron in France. So that's an interesting development. Europe seems to be growing a spine a little bit, maybe. I never have high hopes for Europe. We've been absolutely cucked and ruined and immiserated and impoverished, following America into all these wars. And really ignorant MAGA types are mad at Europe,
Not there anymore.
and it's
So you got a hot mic.
and yeah, so So yeah,
Adam,
like
I just jumped in
yeah,
and
go
heard you
ahead,
talking
Myron.
about France. Did you see that France, China, and Russia blocked the Security Council's request from the Gulf states to go to war? Do you see that?
No, I didn't, but there we go. That adds to the
France,
Yeah,
France sided with the
wasn't that too?
Chinese and the Russians, bro, to block military action to open up the strait. Hilarious.
yeah, it's wild.
Wasn't that a couple of days ago? Or is this a new one?
I saw it today. I saw that happen within the last 24 hours. But you might have, you might have got
It
first.
was yesterday's one, I think, Myron. But yeah, and
Ah.
then immediately it led to a shipment. So clearly there's negotiations there.
Oh yeah, the fact that Macron is siding with the Russians and the Chinese tells me he's fed up with Trump. Like at this point, right? This is a fucking NATO member
Or he needs
siding with
energy.
Putin. Yep,
We're in an
exactly.
energy crisis, so you got no
Yep.
choice.
Yep, exactly. So this is the thing. If we leave the Hormuz without opening it, dude, all we're doing is gonna give Iran a whole bunch of charitability because everyone's gonna want to work with them, and the Iranians are gonna be like, oh yeah, we'll work with you. Fuck the Americans. Like we know you're an American ally, but hey, maybe we could strike a deal. We're reasonable people. So I think if anything, we've basically pushed people into their realm of influence. Like, yo, this war is a disaster, bro. The more I like think about things like overall, we got gas prices that are catastrophically high. We got the Gulf states that are tired of us fucking being there now. We got 13 military bases that are fucking cooked. Israel's on fire right now as we speak. Like, bro, we're literally in the middle of World War III and nobody even really knows it. They'll be talking about this 50 years from now. Like, oh yeah, remember that fucking guy Donald Trump from The Apprentice? Man, he was really funny, but for some odd reason, he decided to go to war with the Iranians, and now oil's super fucking expensive. Like, weird, right? So it's like, this is like a blunder that is going to be mentioned alongside the Bay of Pigs, the Vietnam War, all that shit, dude. It's all going to be mentioned and it's going to go down in history. So like, I truly do think, between the oil prices, we took the Iranians from like 5% of the world's oil to basically 25% once the Houthis start getting involved, because about 5 to 6% comes from the Mandeb Strait, and then 20% from the Strait of Hormuz. So we're talking about they went from 5 to 25 controlling that oil. They're getting $2 million or 2 million yuan per freighter ship that comes through, and they pick the ones that they want. They find a new income route. It's like, oh, I thought this war was to defang them, take rid of their money, destroy their infrastructure, stop their nuclear weapons. Congratulations. Russia now has sanctions lifted. Iran has sanctions lifted. They're making money hand over fist, right? You can destroy all this shit. Well, they can rebuild it, right? And then on top of that, you're not stopping their ability to fucking, shoot missiles in the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And Brent crude is sitting at over $110 or at 1 to 140 yesterday. So every single way I slice and dice this conflict, it's like there's zero fucking upside. And I don't mean to sound like a doomer, but once you know the actual reality and you're not listening to the stupid Trump mantras about we're the hottest country in the world and we're destroying them militarily or we're going to send them back to the Stone Age, like once you actually understand the real economic, diplomatic, economic, and political downturn that this war is causing, you cannot watch mainstream media again or any of these retards. It's nuts, dude. This is such a L.
That's a lot of winning, Myron.
Yeah, it's like so much winning. Like we got an ally, Macron, right, with his who knows what she is wife, siding with the Russians. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is crazy, absolutely crazy, man. Just goes to show how important energy is, bro. And like we're pushing people to Iran. Oh, and then let's add more insult to injury. Like Trump didn't do himself any favors with the whole fucking tariff war he's been doing over the past year. The tariff wars, making fun of NATO, making fun of Macron, right? Talking shit about everybody. And now when he says, hey, NATO, we need your help. Help us fucking open up this strait. Everyone's like, pound sand, dude. Pound sand. Fucking what's his name? Keir Starmer, 2 days ago, did like an emergency address. Oh, we're gonna fucking, give you guys subsidies so that you could afford your energy. Like, bro, Europe is panicking right now. Absolutely panicking. I saw in Great Britain also, like a whole airline had to stop all their flights for like a day. Nuts. Nuts.
Another one, Myron. Now Ukraine is deciding to sell your weapons to to the Gulf countries.
Oh, yeah, that's another. Yeah, Zelensky's over here fucking, using his Jewish skill set. Hey, I heard you guys are having problems. We know a lot about drones. Like, I will help you. I will help you with the drones, and you can make some money. I make some money. Fuck the Americans. Like, bro, like, the Americans are cheap. They never give me money. Like, we can do business now. So it's like, bro, this is so fucked. It's like, bro, we're literally watching the world change before our fucking very eyes, bro. Who would have thought Zelensky, right, with wearing his fucking tactical gear for some odd reason, would be in the fucking Gulf states teaching these guys about drones? Never in 1,000 years would I imagine this scenario, bro. So, oh my God, it's impossible to not be blackpilled on this topic once you actually understand what the fuck is going on and understand, all the fucking complexities of what's going on in this conflict. And it's like, when I, it's got, you want to know how bad it is, Simon? I'm sure you probably get this feeling when you're like watching, normie financial advice on YouTube or some shit. Like for me, I'm watching like CNN or Al Jazeera or like some dumbass YouTuber talk about the war. I'm watching PBD podcast and I'm pulling my hair out because I'm like, yo, you guys are so dumb. You don't even know what you're talking about. Like, you, we're doing calculus on this side of the internet. These guys are still doing addition and subtraction. Like, I'll tell you something funny that me and my brother were laughing at. Yo, PBD, they're still running around saying 40,000 protesters were killed. Like, what? Bro, it's April. It's April. Are you fucking serious? Oh my God, dude. It's like, when someone says something stupid, you can't even engage with them because it's like, all right, bro. Like, that stupidity proves to me that I can't even have a conversation with you. That's what I feel like when I watch mainstream news.
Myron, I was on another space before this with some guy that was really trying to show me how Trump is taking on Israel. The whole world is going to bow down to America, and all we need to do is trust the plan. And this is the best thing that's ever happened to America. He was really trying to make it down. He was saying that we're taking down the Chinese banks, we're taking down the European banks, we're taking down the Israeli Zionists, and Trump's doing it single handedly. Why don't you thank him?
Yo, look, man. See, and this is why I pride myself on like not being a magatard. Like I voted for Trump. I'm not ashamed to fucking admit it, right? But because I'll never vote for Kamala. That's a whole other thing. But dude, these guys that are sitting here like tripling down on the stupidity, and not being able to acknowledge and saying crazy shit like, oh yeah, just trust the plan. Dude, fucking buffoonery, man. Absolute buffoonery.
You enjoy. But in terms of that, guys, some more breaking news.
And Beatrix.
No, she was a fangirl, but she couldn't vote, can she? But the
Actually, Suleiman, you voted as well.
wait, I didn't vote for Trump.
Yeah,
I'm
you
British
told
citizen.
everyone to vote Trump.
Yeah, he did. He
Yeah, I
said
did.
he did say.
I told people not to vote Trump. Remember, Simon?
I
I said he had a
remember.
cult base.
But that's after 6
Yeah, I said
years.
he's got a cult base.
After 6
And
years,
if
the
you listen
public pushing.
carefully, not you, Job. If you listen carefully, some people who are trying to pretend to distance themselves from him now, they still kind of try to two-side everything and make it like, well, he's not making the right decision. The guy's retarded. Do you know what I mean? He's there to hammer, as you say, Simon, America and do maximum damage to America. There ain't no two-siding this anymore. And I told people not to vote for him because he's got a cult base.
Just some more breaking news, guys. Breaking news. First of all, do you remember when we were reporting on the news that Saudi had been hit? Well, now we've got visual evidence of Saudi airbase being hit. The Saudi airbase being hit significantly and ferociously. This was from, I think, like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. That's the first thing. And second thing is we've got sirens in Bahrain as well. More attacks on Bahrain. So yeah, that's the latest news. But yeah, this is
Suleiman, I'm hearing reports from one of my guys, trusted guy. He's saying 489 killed IDF in Lebanon right now. Almost 500 IDF soldiers killed, with wounded in action. He doesn't know, but apparently there was a very serious firefight a couple of hours ago. I don't know if you've heard anything to that extent.
what, like 500 in like a couple of hours in one day or in total?
No, total KIA since Israel's began the ground assault.
Yeah, we don't know the exact figure, but that sounds about right. Because if you think about it, there's been like just in terms of tankers, if you look at the Merkava tanks, what is it? Some reports say 60, others say 100 have been fully taken out, and then 100 to 200 being partially destroyed.
Oh, 329. Sorry, 329 KIA. I'm sorry.
It'll be more than that, I think, because so if you think about it, like one tank, how much people does it man? It can man anything from like what 4 to 10 people. And so if one Merkava tank is being absolutely destroyed, and we're confirmed that at least 60 of them have been absolutely destroyed, up to 100, how many people is that?
I got
So
140. Okay, so I found the thing. Hezbollah KIA 359. Hezbollah wounded in action 781. IDF KIA 489. Wounded in action unknown due to a recent firefight.
yeah,
Combat
that's
tanks
low.
destroyed 140 for IDF, and then support vehicles 51.
That's impossible. How can there be 49 people dead if
No,
if
489. 489.
or 489?
400. Yeah,
Okay.
359 or 359 for Hezbollah. IDF KIA 489. Wounded in action unknown, and then combat tanks destroyed 140.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible because if you just look at the Merkava tanks, you've got what 60 to 100 being taken out, each one maybe 6 people. I think it's more than that though. I think if you just look at the number of Merkava tanks that have been taken out, just in the Merkava tanks, you're looking at maybe about 600 people,
Also,
700 people, and
tank
then so
operators.
maybe 1,000.
I was gonna say tank operators are typically the worst soldiers. That's like where the women go, and like the idiots and the guys that are low IQ and fail fitness tests.
Well,
Like
also you could be the best soldier, but if your tank gets blown up, you're dead.
of course. But I'm saying like the normally the people that get put in tank duty are like the retards.
Yeah.
At least that's what I heard. I talked to IDF guy. That's what he told me. Like, yeah, they tank people are retards.
That's probably because they put him in there. But
And Myron, just to say, like they're moderate. What they'll tell you is their casualties are just moderate, quote unquote, but they're missing limbs in hospitals. So that's what they consider moderate.
exactly. And no, there's no doubt about it. And by the way, congratulations to the YouTube. We got it up to 500 likes. You millennials finally did it. And because of that, we've got 10 gifted memberships from Silver Sailor on the YouTube. Appreciate all of you. Like, we got what, 900 people in there. And 500 of you lazy bums, man, millennials managed to like it. So I appreciate you guys. Appreciate the love. And make sure you got 100 on the shot as well. Don't be millennials. But coming back to it, no, I think there's thousands have been killed, in my view. If you just look at the number of tanks and if you look at the number of hits, like we've got videos of like soldiers being gathered and then a missile hitting them or drone hitting them. It's going to be in the thousands.
It's impossible for them to go with the numbers that they're going with right now. I mean, look at what Hezbollah is doing, and they do this, almost oftenly as often as possible. They'll hit a tank, they'll decommission it, they'll sit there for 2 or 3 days and wait until another tank comes to tow it out, and they'll just sit there patiently until that tank comes in, and they'll hit it again. There's soldiers and there's people that are inside both those tanks that are either being killed or being put out of service. So I think it's way more than 489.
Yeah. I agree with that. Godfrey, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I just wanted to comment on how disturbed I am by the firing of those generals. One of which was the head of the army chaplains. He was probably voicing religious concerns to Trump or other people, probably from the soldiers themselves who had communicated, religious reservations with this war and probably were speaking their conscience. I mean, to me, this is like a purge of the last vestiges of patriotism in our military. Like, he's like, Pete Hegseth came in and cleaned house. He got rid of, and look, I'm under no illusions that our top military brass is all heroes and they're all here to save us. I'm not operating under that illusion, but I do believe that they couldn't get rid of all of them previously, so there were a few left, and I think that these were those remaining generals that they told to leave. These were the last vestiges of patriotism in America who were going to speak out against this war internally, of course, not to the press, but to Trump and say, look, this war is not feasible. You're going to get our troops killed en masse. This is a suicide mission, and I'm sure that's what they were telling him. And they were fired. They were gotten rid of. Like, Pete Hegseth is clearing any opposition to this Likud party administration's war for Israel. And that's what scares me. That when I saw that, I know they're going all in now. They're putting boots on the ground. They're doing. I don't even want to know some of the stuff that they're talking about behind the scenes right now. But it is the most treasonous shit imaginable, and that's why they had to get rid of these generals, because they would have voiced so much opposition internally, even though it was behind closed doors, that it would have gotten in the way of their mission. And now that they're gone, who knows where it goes from here? I'm just, as an American, I'm completely spooked by that. That and it's unprecedented, really, to fire that many generals like that right before a major military incursion, and it just shows you how hell bent this treasonous Likud party administration is to fight this war for Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Godfrey. You nailed it. I go back to the humiliation ritual at Quantico. I watched it twice and I studied it. I not only listened, I studied it. It was a humiliation ritual, taking an apolitical military and politicizing them into the MAGA cult. It was very wicked. It was extremely bothersome, and only a few picked up on it. I lost friends over that. So what? And thank you for saying that. But you're absolutely correct, and there will be some more. But most of them, they did a major cleaning with that. But more will come out, especially when the bodies start coming home. We know we're already in the hundreds, into the hundreds, plural, of already dead. U.S. servicemen are in the hundreds, thousands that'll be total wounded. But then when it goes into the triple figures, that's when more will have to resign. But every single man and woman in uniform will have to ask themselves, look in the mirror, and really this is a moral thing. This is not a mental exercise. This is a moral issue that every man and woman has to come to grips with in the military. And they're following illegal, insane leader. And I will say it. And I know I'm at risk when I say that, because I can be recalled to active duty and face a court martial. So what? So what? I'm fearless when I say that. They have my address. They have all my information. I'm a retired naval officer. They all have my information. Come and get me. Do what you got to do. I hope the little corporal marshals something. I would love it if they would call me back to active duty and court martial me. I would love to stand there before God and say, you are illegal. You are immoral. You're using the name of God to commit genocide, and you're going to hell. Repent, you bastard, biblically speaking, reprobate. And I will stand on that to my dying day, because I have to make peace with my God.
Oh my God, guys. They're coming after your boy. The mainstream media's coming after me, boys. Why is the New York Times doing a hit piece on me? They sent me a message. Listen, you're my crew. I just seen it now, so I'm going to
No
read it out to
way.
you. Let me read it. And by the way, I'm going to smash them when I reply. I'm going to reply to them. I'm going to smash them. But this is what they said. Listen, you're my peeps, bro.
I told him not to. I told him not to reply to them, but he's vexed. Go on, read it out, Suleiman.
Well, I'm gonna. You always tell me not to tell my people, but I gotta tell them. I gotta tell them they're my crew, innit? I gotta tell them.
Oh, yeah, you give them your zip code, your postcode, your exact location and everything. You know there's half a dozen Zios sat at the bottom, but you got to share everything with your peeps, so you don't care if the Zios find out. It's like, what?
Yeah, but they're my peeps. Okay, so listen, my peeps on YouTube and X. So this is from Stuart A. Thompson, and he said the following. He put a tweet, he pulled my tweet out, and the tweet said, breaking! Iran shoots down another US fighter jet. It was an F-18. And then he wrote this. Well, I can't do an American accent, so I'm going to do it in between. Hi, Suleiman. I'm writing from the New York Times. We're working on a story tracking the spread of Iran's claims and how they rely on a
Oh my God, that's
variety of...
not what I sound like. Shall I just read it? Shall I read it?
I'm reading it like you.
That's not what I sound like. Do you want me to just read it?
Guys, she sounds like this, right? Yeah, everyone's saying she sounds... Everyone's
I
agreeing.
thought Beatrice was talking for a minute.
Exactly, man.
Oh,
Bye.
Exactly, man. G. Wait, what's happened? Did someone? Okay, so
Listen here.
okay,
Let me
yeah.
read.
Listen here, Suleiman, I'm writing this New York Times article. We're working on a story tracking the spread of Iran's claims and how they rely on a variety of direct and indirect links to spread their messages online. Oh my God, they're accusing me of spreading Iran's information. I ain't even doing that. I'm independent. I literally rely on your guys' super chats. That's literally the only
Hold on,
thing
hold
that goes.
on. Europe and UK put IRGC on the terrorist list.
Yeah, and I ain't even wait, Simon. Why are you giving them? I'm not. Listen, I ain't even involved in anything like that,
I know you're not. I
bro.
know you're not.
When was this,
But
Simon? When was this? Is this new?
No, this was a while. This was a while back. I don't think it actually came through, but they tried to put IRGC on the
Yeah.
terrorist list. So
Yeah, it didn't come
this
through.
is
Just checking.
crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, let me finish with this, guys. Let me finish. Listen, they're coming after your boy. So we're working on a story spreading the spread of Iran's claims and how they rely on a variety of direct and indirect links to spread their messages online. Oh my God, I don't even do that. I just spread the truth. A report we received tracked your post about a possible downing of an F-18 jet over the Indian Ocean. Yeah, blood, the F-18 jet did get downed. We've got so many angles, right? By the way, New York Post is basically Zio Post. Anyway, the downing was never independently confirmed, and CENTCOM refuted the idea, claiming that none of their jets were at the time destroyed. Oh yeah, daddy. We know CENTCOM's your daddy, but he ain't my daddy. No, Donny. Why is Donny writing have to do with Edward Snowden? I don't want to do with Edward Snowden. It's so cold in Russia. And the second thing is I called out Russia so many times as well. There's no country I can go to because I've called everyone out. Which country can I... Which country can I go to? Bloods!
Isle of
Anyway,
Man, Isle of Man. No, 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 no. You called it Isle of Wight. You can't come here.
oh, damn, I called them out. Oh, and I said the lizard people control it. Oh, that... Brovs! No, but Simon, give me some special dispensation. Okay, the downing. Okay, then he said, I want to share this information and also see if you have any comments we can include in the hit piece. My deadline is Monday. Thanks so much. Boys,
Wow, you got to respond.
I'm gonna
Yeah, I
respond. I'm
think
gonna stun him. I'm gonna find all that information, smash him. I'm gonna destroy them. And then I'll post it online as well for you guys. I bet he won't put all my comments in.
I told Suleiman to ignore it, but there's
I ain't gonna
somebody on
ignore it.
YouTube,
I might
Crambro.
proceed. Blood.
Crumbo on YouTube is saying, give us the email and we will mass reply. These guys are fired up on YouTube. They're like, let us
Yeah.
all reply.
Let me see if he's giving me the email, bloods. I think he knows. He ain't gonna do that. Let me see. Requests. Is that called doxing as well? If I do that or not?
No, we should
What's
be
your
able to find his email. He's a journalist.
Was that
Oh my God, did Simon drop because of this?
Yeah, obviously it's scary, isn't it? He's probably got scared.
No, no, Simon ran. He's don't blame me. Come
Bro,
on.
No
Simon,
way did Simon
Simon,
leg it because
Simon,
of this.
blood. One reporter comes after us and you run, blood. Oh, he's come back. Why are you accusing him, bro? Why are you accusing him, Beatrix? He would never do that.
Joa messaged me and said he legged it.
Sakib said, Sully, ask him to come on space and get your comments live. Yeah, shall we get him? I'll say, and you're more than welcome to come. And you, Simon, I'm glad you're back because Khaleesi was saying a lot of bad
Man,
things about you.
I got taken out by the Isle of Man lobby.
Exactly. No, and Beatrix tried to accuse you of running away, just to let you know. But anyway, coming back to it, someone said, get him on the space. Yeah, we will. We'll set him to get on the space. But bros, he's doing a hit piece on your boy, the New York Post. And no, it's a New York Post. Which
Is
one
it
is it?
Post or
No,
Oh,
Times?
it's New
Times.
York Times. Oh my
Times.
God, it's
Oh,
even
it's
The
the New
better.
York
Times,
Times.
Times.
Oh, that's
Oh my
great,
God.
Suleiman. You're doing awesome. Shout
Wait,
out
that's
to
not good. That girl, what are you
No,
talking
you've
no.
made
about?
What do
it.
you
This
mean? No,
means
no, no,
you've
no, no.
made it. When you get a hit
No,
piece
no,
by the trad fight,
I'm gonna smash
He's
them,
not
blood.
going to get into America, guys. What's wrong? He likes
I'm
to
going
spend
I
to
think
half the
it's a
year
good
America,
there.
don't
That's
thing.
what I'm
worry.
concerned
I
about.
think it's a good thing
I'm
personally.
gonna smash
girl.
them,
you don't
blood.
you don't need
I'm
to go
gonna
to
smash them.
America. The petrodollar's over.
It's over
No,
now. America's
okay,
gone.
Is
Simon.
it
America's dead. I'm gonna go China now.
It's all about the Petro
Oh no,
Manx
but I've been
pound. I told
attacking the
you.
Chinese as well. Which country can I go to? I'll go to Malaysia. I'll go to
No,
Malaysia.
no, but seriously, the New York Times, no matter how much people feel like, I've had my issues with the New York Times, but they are pretty prestigious, like,
Oh my God,
publication.
Casey,
And so
don't
the fact,
shill for them. They're
I
Zio's
know,
blood.
don't need, no, but
They're
of
nothing
course they
prestigious. I'm
Zios. But
prestigious
Suleiman,
blood.
wait a minute, Suleiman,
They're like the ends. I'm like the posh. I'm like the ends. They're from the ends. They're not prestigious. I'm prestigious. What are you
But no,
talking about?
but no, Suleiman, of course, they're Zion. I mean, if they're communications, if they're mainstream communications, they're nothing but Zion. If they're not here on the space, we know that they're all
Casey,
Zion.
the Rolling Stones did an article on him last year. Middle East Monitor did. Like this, he's had quite a few publications do an article on him, but I thought we'd move past that. So when he sent me that message from this guy, it's an RT video, right? I said to him, do you know what I said to Suleiman? Do you know what my advice was? I said to him, just say it's an RT video. I didn't know it wasn't verified and delete it. He's like, bro, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to respond. I'm going to smash him. And I was like, just delete the video. You want to go back to America? Like, forget it. No.
He's,
Oh
And all
my
these
I
like
God.
mean,
Adam's like,
Does
oh,
it
yes.
say, oh my God, does it say PUSSY on my forehead? No, it does not. We're going to respond to him. We're going to smash him. And we're going to say to him, listen, pussy boy, if you got any kahunas, come on the X Space. I've got more views than the New York Times, I think. How many views do the New York Times have, actually? Let me just make sure I'm right about that.
I'm sure you do. Who's checking for the New York
No,
Times
you definitely
online?
do.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll read the New York Times. I'll be honest with you. I read it every day.
No,
But
not their videos on YouTube, though, Suleiman. Like, all
no,
right.
but this is gonna be a hit piece. How many views does the New York Times get on a daily basis? So I know how many views I get. Let me see how many views you get. More than me? Around. Oh yeah. So I'm more famous than New York Times. They only get 450 million views in a month. I get 500 million views in a month. So basically, I'm bigger than you. Timley gets 15. Yeah. Okay, I'm bigger than you. So you could come on my X Space and we will have a legitimate conversation. Boy, I do a hit piece. Listen, Thomas, I do a hit piece on you, blood. I do a hit piece on you, Thomas Blood. I'm going to write it out and I'm going to do a hit piece on him. It's going down. They're going to be ready for this. They tested the wrong guy out. Khaleesi, like, Beatrice, you know what, just say, I'm sorry. It was, I think it was the RT video and a little bit got confused and I pressed post and I didn't know what, blood, we ain't going to do that. We ain't going to do that, blood.
What's wrong with RT? Dave Z said it's always right.
Can't say so.
Yeah, and Andrew, yeah, if you ask Andrew, he'd be like, yeah, David Z, you are so right. Oh my God, you're 1,000,000% right. I'll get Andrew to do the video and probably be like, listen, RT's 100% right. They're 1,000,000% right. Oh God, good one. I got
Now,
more reach than New York Times. The New York Times need a bloody. I need to do a hit piece on New York Times. Actually, I've probably done quite a few on them actually, especially when they put the lie about the mass rape. I might write that. I'll be like, you were part of the lie about the mass rape. Did they talk about the beheaded babies? I don't know. I need to check that as well. Don't worry, they're gonna get smashed up. I might write an essay. I might write an essay against them, bloods. I might write a flipping essay. When have I got till Monday? What day is it today?
Saturday, Friday,
Saturday.
Saturday.
Friday. Wow, good.
All
Wow.
right, listen, Iran. Listen, America. Don't do a ground invasion.
Ah,
Don't do a ground invasion. Man needs to respond to the New York Times. I ain't got time if there's a ground invasion. What's his name? Thomas Friedman. Let me check his name.
is it Friedman? Oh, Jesus.
No, that's what someone said. Lebanese, welcome to the level 2 membership. They say I'll be paid by the IRGC. Blood, I'm only paid by your super chats. I literally survive on your super chats. So they send you guys at the IRGC. That means they're attacking you guys as well, blood. You guys aren't at the IRGC. Right, what's his name? Stuart Thompson. Where's Stuart Thompson? Anyway, let's see what he's been writing about, bro. Let me check his page. First of all, he's only got 22,000 followers. So I got more followers than you, Stuart. What about New York Times? Have I got more followers than New York? I don't think I got more than New York Times. But I got more New York Times. Yeah, let's see Stuart. What's Stuart been talking about? Okay, New York Times got a bit more than me. They got 53 million. But I got more followers than Stuart, and I get more views than the New York Times. Let's put it that way. Yeah, look, Stuart, you got 11 likes, blood.
Yeah, but how many views does their account get with 53 mil? I bet it's lower.
Here he's attacking Glenn Greenwald, saying Glenn is very much not caring what the New York Times says anymore. I don't know what you're talking about. You work for them, blood. Wait. This guy not even making sense.
Suleiman, somebody's saying, Rutsi on YouTube is saying that if this is that Friedman guy, he compared Arabs to cockroaches, is an Islamophobe. And somebody else said, Ahmad Hiba gave a great idea. Hiba said they will edit the emails, make them come to X Spaces. But I think if you're going to do this, then what you might as well do is, once you've done your essay, is put their question, their DM to you out as a tweet and say, here's my response. Put it in your pipe and smoke it and make it public so they can't edit it. And then it goes viral on Twitter.
That's what
Do it
I'm
the
gonna
day
do, blood.
before. Share it. Yeah, share it on the space because Hiba's right. They'll edit it and they'll only take out like the selective sentence. Do you know what I mean? To frame you. And then find out things like, yeah, if Friedman did say that about roaches and Arabs and things like that, you know, you could maybe get away with that, I don't know, a few years ago, but it's just, and you shouldn't have been able to get away with it ever. That's just disgraceful. So yeah, we need to find all of that. So if anybody else has got any examples on YouTube, put them in, but verify it, please, and then put them in. And
Oh yeah, I'm reading his. This guy is a flipping Zio blood. So on March the 4th, yeah, I'm gonna do all that. Don't worry. Don't worry. He's not ready for us. We're gonna read the whole response on the space and on the YouTube as well. You ain't ready for us. He's also wrote an article saying Iranian TV and social media project defiant and distorted views of the war. This was on March the 4th. Obviously, who is this guy anyway? Let's look at his background. I need to find his background as well. I bet he's a Zio. Let me see his background. My background.
But you know what,
Who did?
Suleiman? Because this is gonna be a historical moment, and it's gonna publish like you were on the right side of history. It's gonna backfire him
Exactly.
in the future, and it'd be like, remember when they tried to do that propaganda hit piece and the fall of the U.S. empire as a result of this? So
True. True, brother. We're on the right side. You're right there. Right. Though the one Israel false and nowadays very circling online after the Iran strike. Okay, Cunan faithful, blah blah blah.
is
Conspiracy
guilty of
theory.
pushing the WMD narrative for Iraq. This is Dan Asher's saying on YouTube that
Saying
Friedman
what?
and Judith Miller pushed. Judith Miller and Friedman, this guy who's written to you, were guilty of pushing the
No,
WMD
Friedman
narrative
never.
for
Listen,
Iraq.
it's not
Judith
Friedman.
Miller was the one that did the whole anthrax BS, wasn't it, for Iraq?
Yeah, this guy who
Oh, it's
wrote to
not
me
Friedman,
isn't.
guys. So who is
Oh,
it?
sorry. Yeah, keep. It's Thompson, Stuart Thompson.
Okay, guys, it's not Friedman.
This
I know
guy's
you've been
obsessed
looking
with
up
AI as
Friedman.
well, bro. He keeps crying about AI, and all his articles are about AI. Oh, he's saying the Kirk. He's on the Zio position about Kirk. His article was with few facts about Kirk shooting, wild speculation abounds. Let's see, AI. This guy's obsessed with AI bloods. I just want to get to the Gaza genocide and see if he wrote anything about it.
Has he written about Epstein?
He's written about the no, actually, I didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't write about that. He wrote about remember the wildfires that happened in South America, and remember many people thought it was the Zios behind it. He was like, oh, people blame the same targets.
So he's got a theme of whenever you blame Zayas for everything, he writes about how it's not Zayas.
Exactly, blood.
I'm surprised he didn't do a Michael Tracy or something with the Epstein stuff.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't. He didn't even write about the Gaza genocide at all.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's get back into the conversation. Obviously, we will smash the Zio. Hopefully, there's no ground invasion. There's no ground invasion anywhere, but at least we get time to smash this guy as well.
So has
Oh no,
something
he
been
did one. He
published
did one
already?
about Hamas.
So
He did the same thing during the Gaza on October the 8th. He wrote, Hamas is barred from social media. Its messages are still spreading. Let me see what this guy said before. And obviously flip, I need to log into my New York Times. Let me send it to my phone because I'm logged in.
has he
But
published something
also,
already, or he's
Suleiman,
warning you?
No, that was a warning to me. That was a
what
response. He
you
wants a
could do
response.
is
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants a response. What you could do is, if he's working with those people who did peddle beheaded babies or WMDs, you can say to him that, you're accusing me of posting something in the fog of war that you claim is not verified, yet you work for the New York Times. And what about the trash that New York Times puts out that hasn't been verified?
Yeah, I'm gonna smash them on that. Don't worry. I'm gonna pull out all the lies they made about October 7th. They don't know what they got coming for them. They don't realize it. They're gonna cry. They're not gonna publish my response, obviously. That's fine. It don't matter. You don't have to. You can be scared. But you will get smashed up. Okay, that girl, go ahead, jump in. You were gonna say something.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is I mean, I know we're going to bring it back to the topic, but I still am going to give you your props. So I mean, of course, the New York Times is IO owned and everything, but you're noticed. You know what I mean? Like, you really are putting in work to get the truth out to people. And if you weren't effective, they would not be reaching out to you trying to write a hit piece or doing things like that. So praise God, everything that they're probably trying to do in harm, it will be used for good, because then people will read it and say, well, let me go check out this Suleiman guy. And what is he saying? And then there's just more people coming in. It's just more people flocking to the truth. So, and which is why, guys, again, I mean, there's just no way I'm not going to plug the channels. We definitely need you guys to subscribe to Suleiman's channel, the Bridge the Gap channel, where the interviews are happening. And make sure you hit your notification bell when you do subscribe. Can you guys hear me? Because there's like a glitch where like my mic isn't even on, but I just was talking. Y'all can hear me? Is it? Oh my God.
Yeah, we can hear
Oh,
you.
all right, my bad. So yeah, I was keeping up with y'all with the news. So I see there's fighter jets going down. It's crazy. It's here we are. It's crazy. When I started to learn about the Israel lobby and everything that surrounds that, I figured America soon one day is going to start to feel some sort of consequence.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
this guy got Gaza now banned.
Wow.
What?
So it says, look, most online platforms have long banned terrorist organizations and extremist content. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and X have banned accounts linked to Hamas or posts that are overtly sympathetic to its cause, saying they violate their content policies against extremism. Gaza now had 4.9 million followers on Facebook before it was banned last week, after the Times contacted Meta, Facebook's parent company, about the account. Oh my God, look, they get me banned.
Wow. That's
So,
the New York
Suleiman,
Times right
look what I
there.
found.
Yeah, go ahead, Beatrix. She glitched out.
You guys,
This
I
war. The
You cut
war in
out. You
Gaza
cut
is
out, you know.
also. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can.
So, disinformation and the Gaza war. These are the articles he's done. The war in Gaza is also a war online. A flood of disinformation is distorting the Israel-Hamas war. These are the headlines I'm giving you. Iran and its allies are amplifying Gaza war narratives online. State media and influence campaigns target the Gaza war. How social media platforms are handling Israel-Gaza content. False claims spread faster than facts in the Israel-Hamas war. His entire, and I could go
This
on and
guy's
on,
disgusting.
right? These are all
Is
headlines.
that from him or
He's
Yeah,
is
disgusting.
that
exactly,
New
Adam.
York
These are
Times?
all these are all the articles that he did for the New York Times. Not all of them. These are just some of the headlines for the articles
He's
he did
Mossad.
for, he's calling it the Gaza war, the
He's
genocide,
definitely Mossad.
basically.
I think he's
Sorry?
Mossad. I'm being genuine.
Yeah. So these are the articles that he did for the New York Times. These are some of the articles. I'm just reading you a few of the headlines for the genocide. His whole focus was online misinformation
Censorship.
spread. Basically, he wanted everyone to be censorship. And what I'm saying is now he must know about you from before. This is not because of one RT video. He wants to take you out. His entire thing for 3 years has been about Iran. What was that one that I read out? That one headline I just read out. And you're right. It really got it got me really thinking about that, what you're saying, Adam. Iran and its allies amplifying Gaza war narratives
Yeah.
online. This is from during the genocide.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to censor pro-Palestinians, and he's trying to manipulate it in a very weasel-like Mossad way to conflate with designation of terrorist organizations. You know, basically trying to find any way of leverage in terms of canceling voices, so like Gaza now. It's a disgusting and censorious anti-free speech crackdown that he's been waging, which makes you think he's Mossad, you know, using the New York Times as leverage for the censorship of Israel's critics. That's what he's doing. He's trying to censor Israel's critics, you know, and I'll just, you know, say quickly, it's disgusting that you know, the IDF and Israel you know, spreading lies on their behalf, like, you know, people like El Yukabi or that Vivid guy, and other people like that, you know, you know, these people are, you know, you ask this guy and he tell you these are brave champions spreading good narratives and truth, when, you know, they get these guys have more community notes, higher on the community notes leaderboard than many accounts on this app, like than most people that you know. So they don't care. They don't care about actual misinformation or facts or anything like that. They just care about narratives, and the pro-Israel narrative. If you know, if they're lying about it, which they lied about, I bet he didn't. He didn't care about the 40 beheaded babies lie. Probably spread it. He didn't care about the mass rapes lie. He probably spread it. He didn't care about Hind Rajab lie. He probably spread that lie. He doesn't. He didn't care. He doesn't care about any of the lies that Israel tells, you know, and he probably will spread those lies. He simply wants to manipulate the law and seek any kind of weasel rat way to cancel anyone who dares to criticize Israel. That's his only job, based on literally all of his articles being about that. And he's likely, you know, funded by Mossad, in my genuine opinion.
Suleiman, can you check the DM I sent you?
Adam, it's
So Mosh
no
Pit
doubt, Adam.
Poetry. I'll give it right back to you, Andrew. Mosh Pit Poetry saying on YouTube, just send him a middle finger emoji, Suleiman. That's it. Just respond to him with a middle finger emoji. I'm liking that idea more than an essay, to be honest, at this stage.
Honestly, what I sent Suleiman, I think, is the best option. You don't respond. You use it for yourself. You write the fact that the New York Times, not only did they get the Holocaust wrong, where they said Hitler really isn't that anti-Semitic or so violent as it sounds, and then within 2 years, what happened. Not only did they cover up the 10 million dead Ukrainians when they went to go interview the Moscow, not only did they promote the WMD story, not only did they promote the mass rape story, and there's other ones on here as well, and you can add the mass rape one, which I didn't put on there, but you can. They've retracted many stories, and because you got one thing wrong, this guy's coming after you. Well,
yeah, but I didn't get it wrong. Like,
ask me,
we've got multiple videos of that F-18, so
okay,
they
it's
can
not
deny
verified. It's not verified. So you can change the text and be like, just because it's not verified, New York Times historically has shaped public opinion to get people into war, and they want to come after me. If you want the real news, stick with X, so you can make up your own mind instead of New York Times, which is washed up. That's honestly what I would do.
You know,
But Joel,
they'll call him a
when you're
Nazi
saying it's not
sympathizer.
verified, right? Wait, Doc, 1 second. When you're saying it's not verified, what they say, what they class as verification, and this is why people get community noted, is they'll only take Western tabloid trash as verification. If it came from any of the resistance factions or Iran or Russia or anything, it's not classed as verification. That's RT. So I think Suleiman should say, hang on a minute, right? Seymour Mersch said, now it's out in the open about the Nord Stream as an example. America denied it for a long time when we knew it was the truth. WMDs wasn't verified. You peddled it for a long time, and we knew that it was a lie.
They still deny it.
What WMDs?
Yeah,
no,
they never will realize that. Same with Agent Orange. Thousands
But then
of
that's
things
an
they'll
easy
deny
win,
to
though,
me.
Andy, then, isn't it? For Suleiman, that's an easy win. If he puts that in an article saying, here's New York Times still wants Americans to believe there were WMDs, literally, you know what I mean?
WMDs,
that's crazy.
that Hitler wasn't so bad, that Russia wasn't committing a genocide in Ukraine, that there was mass rapes in Israel. These are all things that New York Times has convinced the American people of. And they want to come after you because you said a plane got shot down and you have a source that says it did and they believe it didn't. That just shows what's going on with mass media. And that's why everyone should be on X and not on the New York Times. That's honestly what I think you should publish, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, don't
That's
reply to them. Don't give them the story.
no. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it on X or on Substack, probably X, and then I'm gonna just send them the link. Send Mr. Stewart the link though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And Doc, the legal aspects, Doc, in Doc or a lawyer could come in on this. Sully, they can't come after him for anything legally.
I'm
Yeah,
not bothered about legally. I'd
these
win legally.
I
I'm worried.
confirmed
The only
these.
thing I'm worried about is if they try and get me banned. That's it.
I confirmed these are all retracted stories from New York Times. And guess who will like it? Even people who might not be on it, but like X and they don't know it's BS. Even Elon will be like, yeah, you can't trust the mass
You're
media.
not going to get a fair hearing here, regardless of the response, right? He's going to take whatever you say and he's going to twist it. He'll misquote it. He'll take it out of context. Any answer serves their interests, which is why they wrote you an email. I like the middle finger idea.
I like the response idea. Don't forget the New York Times also got the whole Russiagate hoax wrong with Trump and being in collusion with Russia when we know Trump's in collusion with Israel. That's another one.
Yeah,
I forgot about that
that's
one.
what everyone.
I forgot about that one.
Listen, I think well,
I think he's gonna. I think he's going to try to take you out, Suleiman, because he's all for taking out any large profile that doesn't follow the Zion narrative, and I'm just a bit nervous about that. Sorry, Casey, jump in, love.
I definitely understand your nervousness. And this is why I pray about this every day. I'm like serious, for sure. They're gonna try to do it regardless. So, but you know what I mean? Like, I think that take your time and figure out what you're gonna do. I can understand not responding for this reason to like not egg him on, or maybe if you do like a calm response, which I don't think you would go in irrational. He's gonna write about you anyway. So, and maybe, or you just respond on your page, not necessarily to him, but like to the public, like, look, we already know what it is with these corporate media, this owned media that, and you don't even have to say what kind of owned, but this isn't free press talking. I mean, and that's why my hand went up too, the whole like, yeah, but you showed it wasn't verified. Well, who is the arbiter of truth? This was the problem. And I'm not going to go into a tangent, okay? But there were certain things that I was saying in 2021 that I almost got, situations almost happened. And then 2 years later, oh, by the way, I was right. You know what I mean? So who's the arbiter of truth? This isn't how the press works, where we have to get an expert to tell us that jets are going down. Jets are going down. So I don't know. So just, yeah, I could definitely understand the nervousness because, yeah, of course they want you gone. They're already watching you now. They're watching you now. They want you gone, but you're so meticulous that you don't give them a reason. So, I understand not rushing into it as well. But yeah, the truth is a weapon of mass destruction to these people. So, and you got the truth on your side. So that's why I said this is, and when I said it was a good thing, I don't want it to sound like, oh, yay, good. Like you're in trouble. That's good. No, I mean, like you are effective. This is the New York Times, not the New York Post. No matter how we feel about them, that's huge. They noticed you. So you are effective.
Yeah,
So
you
shout
got
out to you.
to balance this out. You got to balance the value, both personally and professionally, of you responding to them against the chance that you could lose your platform here on X. And as satisfying as it might be to try and put him in his place, it's not going to be reported fairly in the Times, and could be the basis for a strike against you here. I don't know.
Yeah, but
said, because quite frankly, he is a bell end. That's what he likes to do, and he's working for the Zionist state effectively. So just ignore him. Don't even acknowledge or give him a reply.
The issue is,
Nothing.
Oz, Gaza now, they didn't respond to him and he got them banned. So I think like responding and
It's.
demonstrating that what he sends false is probably the better way
But
to
are
go
you
about it.
sure they didn't respond?
Oz,
Yeah,
can I
yeah,
just say something? When it happened to you, Suleiman was like literally, I didn't see anybody come out and say anything. Suleiman was the one who came out and done a massive attack on them for attacking you, tore them apart. And then some of those people who are the closest to you now followed up and then spoke in defense of you. But nobody did up until Suleiman wrote it. And I was shocked. I
Yeah,
thought they
I
were
mean,
ready to literally, I'm going to say it as I see it, they were ready to throw you under the bus until
yeah,
Suleiman done his hit piece on them.
yeah. Listen, I know where Solis comes from, and I know exactly where everyone is, and I think you guys know how much I love you guys, and always have done. And all I'm saying to you is, from my solicitor's opinion, I was told, don't say a word to them because all you're doing is giving them ammunition. So that's just advice from the solicitor in Britain. But if you're telling me that the other company, Gaza, whatever else, didn't say anything or didn't do anything, and then they got done, but to be honest with you, Gaza voice compared to you, is it the same thing? Because you're in spaces, you are in a completely different place. And I don't think that you've got connections with Hamas or IRGC because everything you do is effectively getting from Telegram channels that everyone else is getting it from. And obviously your own direct sources, who none of which are, deep down undercover IRGC or Hamas people. So
Hussein, I work in crisis communication a lot.
yeah.
I mean, Corona, the beer came to me when COVID was called Corona. So you understand. And typically, the right choice is not to reply. Here, who it's coming from, Suleiman cannot do the interview for him. He should make a post. Why should he make a post? Because this is the first shot of over the bow that they do want to come over him. He is already in this guy's uh, s- binoculars, right? Um, the only way to get him off is to have a post that does go viral that makes him look like an idiot. That if he does go after him, it looks purely like revenge. On top of it, he's defending X. He's not even defending himself here, right? Which is why I gave him the wording of if you want the truth and look at all sides, come to X. So that's not specifically just about Suleiman, right? And I'm writing it that way on purpose. And that's an important caveat.
I'll leave it
I
with you
agree
guys.
with
You know
Joe.
better. I'm just telling you my personal experience, and that's what my solicitor said. And my solicitor's an English lawyer, so and then I always get
yeah, yeah.
advice.
In terms of law, I'm not really bothered about. Like, if they'd go down the legal route, that's a totally different story. But this isn't about legal route. This is just like social media. Like, lawyers can't do anything in the
Yeah,
sense of, yes,
but
they can,
it's
but it costs a lot of money. But if you get banned from social media, you just get banned from social media.
absolutely, and for someone like you, you're an absolute like the biggest voice at the moment in this war. Without there's no one that comes a close second to you. You're the main voice for everyone, and because you are, I just don't want to see you go down, mate. That's it. And as you know, I
No, no,
don't
I
come up
appreciate
and talk
that.
to you in
No, no,
spaces. So
100%. I want to make the right decision as well, but I'm just, let's see anyway. I just feel like not doing anything gives more of a chance of getting banned. That's why I'm like,
yeah, well, just do what Joa says. But I mean, I haven't got experience in this kind of thing, and if Joa's telling you he's worked in crisis
oh
management,
Oh
yeah,
my
Joe is
God,
an expert
Pause,
in this.
never say those words.
no,
Never say, just do what Joa says. Nobody
Oh
does
my
what Joa
God,
Never
Joe
do
is
says.
an
what
Like,
Jonah
expert.
literally.
says. Jonah, should I say it, Jonah? Is that better? I've got it.
It's better, Hos,
Okay,
yeah.
I just want to welcome Ryan to
Good
the
night,
stage.
guys. Good night. Oh,
Appreciate
by the
that.
way, there's a
Good night, brother.
event tomorrow as well that I'm going to, which I'm getting for the Minab kids, 168 Minab kids on 9 Elms Lane. So I don't know if anyone else is listening in London and wants to come along. Go over
Awesome.
to that. It'll be good. Take
Awesome.
care, guys. Good night.
Appreciate
God
it.
bless. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thanks, Junior. NPC Assassin says, Sully respond that his media fails to disclose the number of US and Israeli soldiers killed and wounded and claims victory 37 times. Your platform is disclosing real statistics from all sides of the war. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Okay, I just want to welcome Ryan to the stage. Ryan, hope you're doing well. How are you? Oh, yeah, I missed the beginning of that conversation with Haas. What's the drama there? The New York Times, bro, Ryan. The New York Times is coming after your boy. They're doing a hit piece on me. Congratulations. Yeah, blood. We need to smash them. So I'm gonna respond and smash them. How's that? I got attacked by them, Israeli TV, CBS, a bunch of them when I was in my 20s. Yeah, and then you got banned. But and we don't want to get banned. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
Ryan, give us an update on the war while you're here. Now, they banned me, then they went after me, so I couldn't even say anything in response to their crap. Ah, The okay. war. Remember when I said as they run out of standoff munitions, you're going to start seeing U.S. aircraft getting tagged? Yeah. Happening. And we've seen a lot. We've seen a lot get tagged today, right? People are like, oh my God, we have to rescue our servicemen. And me. I'm like, you know that, like, where'd they get hit again? Oh, yeah, they were dropping bombs and stuff on people in Iran. Iran's the one defending itself. You're the terrorists that preemptively attacked them over nothing. And they're all like, oh, they want revenge for the pilots being shot down. Like, think about what you just said. Pilots being shot down. Like, they're in fighter jets and bombers blowing up people who didn't do anything to them. In Trump's speech, he said soon Iran would have ballistic missiles that could reach the United States. And he, of course, he said, like you've never seen before. He kept saying that phrase because no one's ever seen that before. It's not true. U.S. doesn't even have ballistic missiles that they could fire all the way to Iran either. Like, well, this is insane. Are they building a bunch of ICBM ballistic missiles or something? Like, but he just says stuff. And I don't think all these people fired in the Pentagon got fired. I think they resigned. I think they Joe Kented and said, like, no, you're fired. They heard the plan for the ground invasion and said, I will have no part in this. This is going to be an absolute disaster. And so you're seeing he's cleaning house. And then the other thing he did during all that was fire Pam Bondi. Now she got fired and he replaced with, what's his name? Blanche, who was just like, oh, I don't think Epstein spied for anyone. God damn. They have no self-awareness, no connection to the public. He's so insulated with a bunch of ding-a-ding-a-ding in his ear, just feeding him this false reality. He thinks these are good moves. You know, just doubling down on the Epstein denial when everyone's just, okay, it's clear it's clear. It's clear what's wrong with you, Trump, you fat orange monster. Yeah, it's just getting worse. It's getting bad for Lebanon, too, because they're getting the Gaza treatment. Just in southern Lebanon, it's different because they could evacuate, but civilians are just being bombed. Civilian infrastructure is just being bombed. So, but they're like losing the air war as bad as they're winning the ground war because Israelis on the ground where they're actually reachable are getting starched by Hezbollah. But it's at such a price. And I think Israel's aiming to annex southern Lebanon. And we knew this. I mean, this was the whole point of these wars is so Israel can annex land and ethnically cleanse the Goyim. And that seems to be the aim. But they're not doing well against Iran whatsoever. And the casualties are in the hundreds. For the Israelis, it's in the thousands. And they're just lying about everything. And in addition to all the planes, the A-10, the F-16, the F-8, the F-15E that got hit and refueler, there's all the planes that got tagged while they're on the ground at the Prince Sultan Air Base, which they parked wingtip for some unknown reason. Even after 5 refuelers had been destroyed there, they went and put more aircraft there, and they got blown up again. And the UAE is just committing suicide right now. The Qatar, it's kind of like this. Bahrain is finished. They're doomed. It doesn't matter what they do. Kuwait is close to that. Qatar is making a deal, and the UAE wants to commit suicide. They could just be part of Oman at the end of this war. You might see Greater Persia. There's no way they can turn this around. And the more they double down without a plan, just throwing in 7,000 to 10,000 Marines or army or whatever, if they want to try to make a beeline to Bashir or whatever, who knows? It's just they do have air defense, Trump. That's the other thing he said in his speech. 100% of their radar is gone, and they have no air defense. Okay. screaming in pain as they beat you. I think the Israeli radar is gone, and they don't have air defense. I think if you just replace all the accusations about Iran with Israel, it rings more true. He's idiot, and he's also talking about making the Gulf states pay for it all, like the billions of dollars for a war that Israel and America started, and they want these Gulf fiefdoms to pay for it, and they probably will, because it's not their own money; they're just spending other people's money, so they don't care as long as they personally get enriched. That they'll throw the public under the bus. These monarchs don't represent anybody but themselves. This is the Epstein class, and you're just watching these clowns. Now there's no adults. I think Tulsi Gabbard could be the next one to retire / get fired. She's only one of the only somewhat voices of reason left. He just cannot handle anybody telling him the truth or telling him bad news. And when you do, you're replaced. And so he's just got a bunch of yes men and women. Like Caroline Levitt was like, "Oh, you always want to be the most well-read person in the room." And that's always Donald Trump. He's just reading news from all over the world. He always reads the newspapers. Like, holy crap. Fillet much? It's embarrassing. It's disgusting. As an American, even though I left there, 22 years ago, I'm still embarrassed. Just, it's not my fault where I was born, but like these people are clowns. There's no adults. Hegseth is a drunk Christian dispensationalist, holy roller, end timer, moron. He's like a Fox News commentator that's now the head of the War Department. Should be called the War Crimes Department. And they just don't know what the hell they're doing. And they're getting plans from people like Mark Levine and Lindsey Graham who don't know shit about war. And yeah, it looks, and you can tell. I mean, look at the results. Well, on the good news, though, France and Japan got tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. You know, Lindsey Graham, he hates the strait, if you know what I mean. In more ways than one, Ryan. In more ways than one. Yeah, in 3 different ways, I hear. I trust your expertise on that, Ryan. Just the Ryan, in terms of Hezbollah, you mentioned thousands have been killed, and you mentioned about the yeah. So, but then the bombing. What happens next in terms of that ground invasion? Do you think the Israelis are going to get to a point where they have to pull out, or do you think they just carry on? Because normally they've not lasted long in Lebanon, right? It seems like they're willing to waste tanks in IDF, and a lot of these people are like Bedouin mercenaries and stuff. Like it's still Goy cannon fodder that they're throwing in there to die, but they're willing to. It's like worth it to them if they can take a little zone one at a time in southern Lebanon and control and take that village because they're looking to annex land, and they don't care how many Goy they have to throw into the meat grinder. Like they have a pecking order in Israel, so your proper like highest level order Jew, which is this is not me. I don't believe this. This is how they are. They're not fighting. They're sending in the lower rungs. I'm not saying they actually are lower rungs. I'm saying that's how they stratify their society, and they don't care. They die, and they're dying. Yeah, unfortunately. In terms of the war in, for example, in Iran, the ground war, when do you think it happens? I mean, we are hearing that there is a national security meeting. There's 1 or 2 reasons why that could be, because there's a national security meeting. Trump was told not to go back to Florida to stay in the White House, so he's staying there. Do you think that's because the other pilot has been taken hostage, or do you think it's a ground invasion? No, I think the ground invasion was probably set for the 5th or 6th when those other MEUs arrive. I mean, why send them, you know? So, but yeah, this throws a monkey wrench into it because now they have a captured pilot. They're like hostage. I'm like, he's captured. It's a soldier in another person's territory who got tagged. That's called capturing. But whatever. Yeah, they sent search and rescue, and those helicopters got damaged, and people got wounded on that. Although one of the pilots was rescued, so I guess it was worth it to them. No, I don't think that delays the ground invasion whatsoever. Although people are going to try to talk to Trump and say, look, you see this? You see they do have air defense? Do you see how bad this is going to go? Do you see how stupid your plan is? But that whether that they go through with it or not, the plan was always to wait for the MEUs to arrive from Okinawa before they went all in, I would guess. And that's going to be in the next like 4 days. Depends on the pacing of the ships. Well, 4 days, he normally does it when the market closes, right? So you think it's more likely going to be next weekend, or you think this time he might switch it up because people are expecting it on the weekend? Everyone thought this weekend It was because supposed to. I mean, he's not going to do it on Easter, but like there was a bunch of talk that it was going to be this weekend, but they don't have their stuff in place, so you can't. I mean that would be super dumb to trickle them in one boat at a time. Like if you're gonna do it all at once at least. You know, if you're gonna have any chance of success, which they really don't. Even if they do it all together, it does increase your odds, but it's from unbelievably low to still low. But yeah, they'll rally around Easter, and then these are holy rollers, and then you are right about markets. Like that is making war decisions is based on stock markets, and when they close. Like when he made his speech, he made sure he did it at night, and he was enraged in the morning when oil went to $111 a barrel and 109, I think, on crude. And it's staying there. I think it's 112 last night, Korea time. So he's realized his ability to just lie his way out and make speculators have hope by saying this war will be over in 3 days. Oh, we're going to reopen the strait. Oh, this, oh, that. They're starting to realize, nah, man. And every claim you made, oh, they don't have air defense, they're shooting your planes down and they're blowing them up on the runways. And like, oh, they don't have a Navy, that's bull. They still do. Like nothing you said is true. And so the markets are starting to adjust. When he said 2 or 3 weeks longer of the strait being closed, this is what he admits. Actually, the only true statement he gave in his speech was that he basically gave up on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. But he spun it in such a way as, oh, well, we don't really need it. If Europe and Asia need that open, they can go open it themselves. We've already done all the heavy lifting. Just do the final piece. But it's still saying he's given up on reopening the strait. And that's why oil's going nuts. Because they all thought, oh, maybe it'll be open soon. No, it ain't. And if it is, you're going to pay a toll. And there might be some new security architecture where Iran and Oman, because they would control both sides of the entry, the Gulf of Oman, maybe they'll both benefit from this. But whatever, it's going to up the cost. And that's, fair play because they're going to have to pay for all this damage that has been done. So everybody's going to be paying the Hormuz tax, which isn't really unlike other choke points. Every other nation already does this who can. So whatever. But that's the only thing he gave, like in that speech, is he gave up in the Strait of Hormuz. The rest is a bunch of hot air and rhetoric. Oh, they had missiles that were going to hit the U.S. They're about to build a nuclear bomb. It was at the doorstep. It was his phrase. He talked about bombing them into the Stone Age, which sounds like some 12-year-old wrote that speech. And he just stayed on script. You could tell he was just reading a teleprompter. And so this speech, you're like, who do you think wrote this garbage? Yep. Yeah. So you do you? Well, and by the way, what do you think? Do you think that they've got a POW, or do you think that the other pilot is dead? Well, they said they have him, so it would be stupid to lie about that if they were dead. I mean, just saying they died would be fine, but they say they got him. I mean, it was just a news channel, though, right? It wasn't from official IRGC. No, most of the stuff you see that says IRG said blah 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 is like, no, that's someone saying that IRG said da 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 da. But no, I'm hearing this from the same sources I get a lot of reliable news from. Like they said they got him, so maybe they do. If the pilot's dead, I mean they're as good as dead anyway. But yeah, what are you going to negotiate with to get prisoners? Right? You're not capturing any. You just sit there and fire from a distance. That's all you do. If they do boots on the ground, there's going to be a lot more dead and captured. And there's a lot of captured Israelis too, by the way. They've been getting They've been getting it bad, to my own delight. But we'll see.
Where are Israelis being captured? In Lebanon?
In southern
Or
Lebanon.
not in Iran?
Not in Iran,
Okay.
southern Lebanon. No, Israelis aren't going to get anywhere near Iran. They wouldn't dare. They like going into lightly defended villages. Like the Lebanese army isn't doing anything but retreating and wearing civilian clothes and hanging out in people's houses. They're completely useless. And Hezbollah, at the end of the day, it is like a guerrilla militia group. They're not going to like sit there in a pitched decisive battle or anything. They're doing the hit and run, and it's working well. But you know, it is what it is. And Lebanon is getting destroyed. I mean, they've lost 1,300 people, 120 children from this air campaign from Israel. And their aim is like to bomb things so badly that the people retreat, and then they go into the quote unquote empty or empty-ish territory so they can annex it in the future. They're going to squat there. That's their idea. Won't work because Hezbollah finds them, shoots them in their staging area, destroys their tanks. Those tank crews usually have 4 people. So you think about that, and let's take the low number, not 100. Let's say the 41 tanks. That this guy will go with what I can verify times 4, because it's not like someone, oh, the tank got disabled and then they popped out of the hatch and ran on foot all the way back to Israel. Like those people are all dead or captured for all those tanks. That's a high level of casualties. So in terms of ground evasion, Ryan, you think probably this week, and you don't think next weekend, right? Well, I mean, rather than guessing, I just pay attention to where the boats are, and when it arrives, that's when they'll do it. It's the same thing I said about the carriers. I said once they get that second carrier in place, the war is on, and that's exactly what happened. It's a bit confusing though with the Gerald Ford mutiny fire. I thought John McCain was dead. Who set that fire? For those who don't get that joke, in Vietnam, he accidentally crashed on his own boat and set it on fire. So do you think they did a John McCain rather than a mutiny? Oh no, you're joking. Nah, I think it was a mutiny, but I just like ripping on John McCain. I used to dog on him as much as I do Lindsey Graham. I even made a holiday on August 25th, the day McCain died. It's the John McCain Still Dead Day. And every 25th of every month is a month anniversary of that demon going to hell, which means you get a double holiday on Christmas because it's the 25th of December. So it's always Dead McCain Day on Christmas. John McCain was like one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Everywhere he went was a disaster. He shook hands with Al Qaeda in Syria. Even the Ukraine war, him and Lindsey Graham were up there rallying the neo-Nazis to go fight the Russians. It's just, he was just an irredeemable piece of crap. And I'm glad he's dead, and I wish Lindsey Graham would join him. I even have a coffee mug of John McCain on fire, showing him in hell that I drink from him in the morning.
Yeah, McCain was the guy who carried the Steele report to the FBI. That's how they first got their hands on it.
McCain was the head of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, too. Like, he can't get a lower position than continuing to steal land from Native Americans. Like, he's the worst. He's like, I'm a maverick. I know these people. These are good people. Like, you are sitting there shaking hands with Arab al-Sham, who just took women in a village in Syria and machine gunned them up against the wall where the guts splattered on the wall and dried there. They thought it was funny that there was a body that was slumped over, but her guts had stuck to the wall, so she was like splattered and half stuck on the wall. They thought that was funny, and they were passing around the photos and stuff of it. Senator Richard Black, state senator from Virginia, and I did a talk about it back when that was going on. These people were grilling organs, like eating hearts and stuff. Guy bragged like they had the fingers of some Syrian they had killed, and they were grilling it up and eating them. Like, we're gonna cannibalize these people. Like, I'm eating a Syrian. Haha. Totally sick terrorist, sick in head. And this is who he's like. These are great people. I love these people. They didn't care. They're like, oh, these are your moderate rebels? Hmm? Right? The ones that hung the people's parents in front of their children and then they killed the children. Now, the thing is, when all this was happening in Syria, there was no, like, you couldn't say anything on Twitter. Like, this is pre Elon. People can complain about Elon, go for it. As long as it's true, it's true. But it is monstrously better than Jack Dorsey in that. They wouldn't let anybody say anything. There really wasn't a Telegram back then either. So, but this, things got out. And these are the same people, these Gulf Arabs, the UAE especially, they finance these terrorists in Syria. And they finance Hamadi's forces in Sudan. And the rapid security forces, they will just go in. If you're of the wrong tribe, they'll massacre all the men in the village. And you can guess what happens to the women. But it's Sudan, so no one cares. Well, I can't say no, but very few. It's never the top item, It's always something else worse going on. It's unfortunate for them. And I guess there's so much conflict in North Africa all the time that people are numb to it. But these groups are sponsored by Gulf money. 92% of the gold out of Sudan goes to the UAE, or used to. Don't think they can get it there now. But they sponsored that civil war, and it's Saudis and stuff that sponsored Boko Haram and kidnapping women on buses and shooting people in Nigeria and all that. Ugh, gross. They're just like the Israelis. Not to scale, but almost in Sudan. But they murder children, they rape, they kill civilians, they target them, they do it. And they're paid for by these perfume princes that want to pretend like they're pious Muslims or something. They're not. And so Iran is like, I want to thank you, Iran shirt or Greater Persia, whatever. Like, they are delivering well-deserved justice on these despots that sponsor terrorism all over the world. And when Trump says Iran's the greatest state sponsor of terror, are you kidding me? That's America, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. It's like a three-way tie. Israel was founded by terrorists. They've been terrorists from their entire inception. At least the U.S. has some pockets of history where they didn't act like that. Mostly they did act like that. But yeah, and UAE, where they created in the 70s, they're just not a real place. That's just going to be Greater Oman in the future. Kuwait's going to be part of Iraq again, and Bahrain's just going to get destroyed. That's what they're looking at. Now, Qatar is cutting the deal. They're trying to. They're doing backroom deals. They realize their survival's at stake, and they picked the wrong team. They're starting to wise up. But the rest of them, they're just pissing into the fan, and I laugh. I'm like, well, you put yourself in this situation. I feel bad for the people, the subjects, you can't call them citizens, the subjects that live under these tyrants. I'd move, but if you can't, I understand, but just wait it out. There'll be better days once these guys are broke and run out of there. They're losing billions, and you can count my crocodile tears. Because I just don't care. You got to realize, everyone knows how much I hate the Israelis, but you got to give some hate to these Gulf countries, these GCC countries that sponsor terrorism all over the world. It's they are irredeemable pieces of ass. And sugar honey iced tea, if you know what I mean. They don't deserve any sympathy. And you can't be like, oh, look at the skyscrapers and stuff in Dubai. I'm like, yes, proof slavery works. Good job, whatever. They're falling apart now. They can all get bent. And Iran is delivering justice, and they're doing it at a price. It's not like they aren't getting tagged back. Iran is getting leveled for the things on the surface. But that's why they put a lot of things under the ground. And they're, they can sustain the damage, and they can deliver more. But America and Israel, they can't sustain this closure of the straits. And if the Houthis close up the Red Sea on both ends, that's when you're going to see an absolute market panic, because it's going to go from 13% to 32%. And that would be gold. What's your view on Oman, Ryan? They seem to have, been a very honorable negotiator. They came out the day before and said, look, Iran's agreed to the deal. They must have been aware that the US is about to strike. And that's why they came out the day before and said, literally, Iran's agreed to 0%, and if you look at it, Iran hasn't actually attacked Oman. The one time Oman got hit, that was a false flag. What's your thoughts? Yeah, Oman's the model, and they prove like, look, if you don't abet the Americans and Israelis, you'll be left alone. And I think Qatar is looking at the Oman model and saying, yeah, let's get on board with that because they've lost a lot. Now, of course, the bases in their countries are going to get tagged no matter what. If you're going to house U.S. terrorists, then those areas are going to get attacked. But if you want your infrastructure in place and you want tourism to return and you want imports and exports to return, then you got to follow the Oman model. Because if you follow the UAE model or the Bahrain model, you're going to end up like them. Yeah, I've seen a shift. I'll tell you what, they're next. Like it went Bahrain, Kuwait, number 3 on the list is the United Arab Emirates. So they better wise up. Yeah, I agree. With Qatar, I did see the shift in their position because I know, like one of the rulers, the Thani family, one of their guys was fighting with me on X. I destroyed him, but at that time they were very much against Iran, and now you're looking at them kind of changing the narrative and changing the conversation based on these backroom deals. Yeah, reality has a way of doing that to people. That reality is Iranian missiles destroying their country. In terms of the ground invasion, where do you think the station area is? Do you think it's the UAE or Kuwait? I laugh at them because they're all like these pretend pious people, and I'm like, yeah, science for the win. Turns out ballistic missiles are stronger. I'm sorry, what did you ask? Well, some would argue that's theocracy for the win because the person making the ballistic missiles is a theocracy, and the reason they made it is because they don't want the nuclear bomb. But nah, the people making them are scientists. But yeah, I mean, it's a stupid argument. I just say it to piss them off. Well, the real argument is these guys are like desert dwellers and they don't have the mental capacity or the intellectual capability to Oh rise yeah, to it. it's South Park. It's like, oh, they're a bunch of Dirk sand nibbas with robes from Star Wars or whatever. Like, dude, other than East Asia, Iran has the highest IQ on Earth, more than Europe, more than the United States, more than Israel, by quite a gap too. Yeah, and historically, that's always been the case. If you look at most of the innovators throughout history, in recent history, a lot of them being Persians. Well, a lot of innovation is based on trade and free markets more than general intelligence, but they've always been close. I mean, the only European states that used to surpass them in IQ would be like Finland and Estonia, I think. But closer you get to Asia, the smarter you get. Yeah, no, I meant in the sense of if you look at the development of sciences, like Avicenna was Persian. If you look at the kind of top guys in science and mathematics during that time, whether it's Biruni, Al-Khwarizmi, For sure. Averroes, all of them were Persians. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's. I'm just saying, I have an argument on that. Like more, like you can be high IQ, like North Korea, or whatever. Like it's not the mitigating factor more than trade. So you see all these Mediterranean civilizations dominate early human history because you could sail. So the Greeks and Egyptians and so on, and then when you get blue water trade, then you get Western Europe dominating Portugal, Spain, France, and Britain. But it's not like Eastern Europe's any less white than Western Europe. It's not a race thing. It's not an IQ thing. They weren't dumber. It's like one has the ocean, the other doesn't. And like sea trade is a massive advantage. Landlocked countries are good fighters. Yeah, you get Macedonia, Mongolia. They can kick everyone's ass, but they don't develop materially very fast because they don't have the trade routes. Yeah, I agree. The more inland you are, it does in fact impact your IQ for a wide range of reasons. They're tough though. I mean, even within the same country, like the edges of Australia will always dominate more than the center. The same thing with the United States. And you got to count the Mississippi as a waterway. But the further you get from waterways, the less developed you are. And it's not because of IQ. It's because of resources and advantages. I agree. But the thing is, Iran has both. That's my point. True. You got a super chat here which is asking a question. It says, can you ask Ryan about Turkey's position now and his thoughts on Ukraine with Russia gaining some ground recently? Turkey always has the same position. They see which way the wind is blowing, and that's their side. That's true. And what about, he's mentioned about Russia and Ukraine, that Russia's gaining ground? 78.9 square kilometers were captured in a day, which in that war is a lot, considering how methodical it's been. And it was mostly in the northern frontier, but not all. But you can see that of that 78, or pretty much 79 kilometers, Russia is enveloping. You can see they're encircling some Ukrainian positions, and they're pushing them back to the rivers. So, of course, the bridges are blown up, but that was a big move in a day. We haven't had a lot of territory swapping hands like that for a while. And so you can see Russia on the move. Some of it's like tree lines and whatever, but they're enclosing on towns. And what'll happen is once you sack the town, then a big chunk of the territory around it goes with it. Because what happened is the Ukrainians will dig in, bunker in with the infantry, and then they just send out drones all day to harass. And so if you can knock out those bunkers, then you end up with the whole chunk. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, Russia's been able to, they just have more soldiers. Ukraine cannot replace its personnel. Their lines are too spread thin. They're very tough. They're very good fighters, but they're just outnumbered. And I don't think there's anything they can do. This edge they had when drones got introduced and they kind of were winning the drone game in the beginning is over. There's not any brand new drones coming out or anything like that. There's no new technology. So when you got pretty much even gear, but one side has far more soldiers, that's the side that wins, and that's the Russians. Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. What do you this war with Russia has been going on for a very long time now. You're looking at what, 4 years? Well, it's gonna be 4 years. What's it doesn't seem like there's an end to sight. What do you think? Oh, I think once they take the entirety of the Donbass, that'll be that. They're not interested in pushing to Kiev or anything. People talk oh, they're gonna take Odessa. No. It's the big city, which was Ukraine's second biggest city, is Kharkiv, and that is in the middle of the area that seceded. So that's going to be the big L. But once they get the rest of the totality of Donetsk and Luhansk, they'll call it a W, and they'll have to negotiate. As they're losing support, NATO's losing support from the United States, and they just can't afford it. And right now they're crippled because they're short on gas and oil, and they really the public is you are not going to give more billions of dollars to Ukraine when your own populations are suffering like this. Meanwhile, Russia's tripled its wealth for the same reason, because of the shortage of gas and oil, which they have an abundance of, and they're willing to sell it. They got endless buyers, so they're able to finance things. And this is a turning point in a war that was going very slowly in Russia's favor. Is starting to heat up. But man, that unfortunately you're looking, and they'll still be fighting all summer. But once they have that totality of that territory, that's his stated goals of his SMO. And so at least you'll have an attempt for talks. The problem is you can't allow Witkoff or any of these people to be participants, because all they do is lie. So, Russia really has no one to talk to. On the other side, Zelensky's still wants Crimea. He's totally delusional. And the Americans have enabled them on all their delusions. And Keir Starmer is solidly, I don't know what Zelensky has on him, but he's solidly on their side no matter what, no matter how it's going. It doesn't matter. To the last Ukrainian, they're willing to fight. And so that's going to be the really unfortunate end to that, is they're going to continue to die, and they just don't have enough personnel to fight. It's just sad. That's a whole generation of Ukrainians wiped off the map. but their leadership has betrayed them. They're pressing people into service who don't want to be there. These rich kids just leave and party in Miami. It's really disgusting. But the writing's on the wall. Like there's no new weapon or trick or anything that's going to suddenly come about and destroy the Russians. Their economy's booming. Their military is growing. Um, and they've figured out their own drone offense, and that's it for Ukraine. They got they'll continue to fight. I mean, they've still got zones. They still have some strength, but let's see what happens there in a few months. Yeah, let's see. I mean, that war does look like it's good. It's I mean, the NATO's completely. I mean, I guess with this ending of the Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz, if this goes on long enough, they just won't have the ability to support Ukraine, right? Europe's in trouble. There's fertilizer shortages, which is going to affect harvest. I mean, they'll buy food from the United States, but it's going to be expensive. There's fuel, obviously, LNG and oil and all the products that come from that. And the Gulf states are in trouble too because they can't import, and they're going to need food from. The U.S. and Brazil can provide food for a lot of places, but it's going to be expensive. And Putin said, "Look, we're." Some places are already there or bordering on it, like Vietnam, the Philippines. I heard Australia is running out of jet fuel. I mean, you got to check each of these things because, online people can say whatever, but it makes sense. I mean, that was a huge chunk of global trade and they can't get out. So, but it's getting worse for the Gulf states. Like, they can't import. At least other people, like they can get their exports from somewhere else. But it'll be more expensive. Okay, you got to travel around Africa, or we got to buy it from the Russia or whatever. But it exists. But if you're importing food and you don't have shipping lanes, you just can't carry all that stuff by automobile or whatever. Like they're going to have a real crisis. I mean, I think UK is completely struggling, right? They're capitulating. Well, their problem is they have British food, which is an oxymoron to begin with. But Keir We got fish Starmer, you and have to chips, go. Ryan Dawson, and fish and chips Yeah, is banging. right. Chips are from natives, right? All potato products are. Yes, I'm well aware, but the way they were refined and sold as a package called fish and chips is a Where they delicacy were that can not be found anywhere in the dipped in world. grease. Yeah, nobody wants it. Dipped in grease. Everyone has fish and chips, man. Everybody. It's Yeah, but it's like in like having England, hamburgers. yeah, Everyone has yeah, hamburgers. Ryan. I know. I went everywhere along the world. They tell me it's fish and chips. It ain't fish and chips. I've had British fish and chips, and it's the worst I've had in any country. I was Right, surprised. I thought it would Ryan be the Dawson. best. Next time you come to the United Kingdom, I'm gonna bring you to the north of England, and you are gonna try some good old Yorkshire, not fish and chips, and you are going to be like, oh, damn, this is a taste revolution. Konnichiwa. I'm like, damn, this is almost edible. No, I believe you. I mean, I've even British people admit, yeah, the food in London is ass. So it's not British, it's London food that sucks. Yeah, no, no, food in UK is crap. It's just fish and chips is nice. Because, I mean, look, but you're spoiled. Like, Japanese food is banging. Like, I don't think, like, most places you go and you'll hit like 20, 30%, maybe 40% of the time. I think when I was there, it was, I don't even remember eating a bad meal. Like, it was 100%. That's pretty much everything in Japan. True, except for these deers just walking around, bro. It's like flipping out a lot. I know. I just want to walk down the street. It's a holy animal. That's in just in our city, but I like the deer. They and they taste good too. But the hospitality, the food, everything. They got a good civil society. That's what people should aim for. They're the I model. agree. I I'll agree. shill for Japan all day. They are as good as the UAE is bad. That's true. I agree. I agree. I totally agree with that. And I'm not just saying it because I went there and I loved it. But actually, what's happening with Japan, And you used to Ryan? argue with me. I was like, "You come here, and I don't even have to say anything. You'll just learn." Yeah, but the guys are still feminine, bro. Like I saw them, they were all like walking behind the chick, holding their bags, and I was like, no wonder, blood. No wonder why you guys like sipping so bad. No wonder Ryan Hey, you Dawson walk, just you walk behind so you can see the butt. yeah, okay. I was like, no wonder Ryan Dawson's populating Japan on his own. But Ryan, what we are gonna ask you was, what Japan? The stock market is capitulating, Well, right? their idea of feminine is people who can't control their emotions. So when they see people like screaming and being like, they're like, they'd rather die than act like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's your thoughts on the Japanese stock market though? It's capitulating. Well, the yen's having a problem, and the big thing everyone over here is talking about is selling U.S. bonds because there really just isn't another way out. And so, if you do it in mass. And Mitsubishi is discussing that, and I think they're going to do it. Or you think they're going to be selling the U.S. bonds? I think they're going to really dump a big chunk of them. Yeah, Interesting. because it's like 160 yen to the dollar right now, and they do hold the most treasuries, even more than China, and they can definitely sell a chunk. They've got, I mean, it wouldn't harm them whatsoever. I can see that. Takaichi has curbed immigration by 86%, and people are mad, like, oh, you're allowing in 1.2 million
What
immigrants
that
over
should tell
3
all the
years. They're like,
American
yeah,
people
but it
is that
used to
once
be
again
3 million every year. So she really cut down on that. And she did get her oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. She's kept all her promises. She's given maternity leave, which they didn't really have before. I agree with that. And she's trying to get free college. So we'll see. But they're aiming at their own domestic needs, and they want no part of this war in Iran. They just want to trade with everybody, but they got to balance it with the U.S. bully, because what Trump does is, like, if you don't comply, they put heavy tariffs on Toyota and all these companies, and Japan is totally reliant on selling finished products around the world because they don't have raw resources. So, you got to be realistic. She's got to play both sides, and I think she's doing a great job. Yeah. And guys, I think someone's botting our space. Like, someone keeps on putting like 600 bots. Like, we don't need them. We've got 3,500, like 3,500 real people. You don't need to try and put bots in our space just to try and get us banned just because the other space is fully botted to make it look like we do it. We don't do it. We've got real people. So, I know who's doing it. Mr. I don't have real spaces with real people. Can you not bot our space with 600 people? We know your space is completely botted and you only have 10 people, real people in there. Just don't do it. It's annoying me because I'm watching it and it's going from like 3-4 to 4-1 all the time. So they're doing it on purpose and it's just not going to work. It's annoying me. That's why I like Substack too. There's no bots. Well, The numbers are the numbers. no, but we've got 3,400 real people. It's just what someone's doing is there's another space on X which people think is bigger than ours, which it isn't. They just completely bot, and then what they do is they'll send 500-600 bots here to make it look like we bot when we don't. But I'm that other space with King Koopa and Luigi or whatever. They always ask me to come and comment, and I never. I'm like, because y'all just sit there and lie and turn the mic off and stuff. So I'm like, I'm not participating in your garbage. Well, that, and also there's only like 10 real people in there, so it's like just talking. You'll be talking to more people when you talk to your family than you are there if you talk to real people. If you want to talk to real people. But yeah, I might try Substack tomorrow. To be honest, I might like just stream like when we do one of the interviews on. Maybe I'll do it with you when I do your interview next. When we do the collab, I'll stream it on Substack as well and try it out and see what happens. You should, and I might be able to also stream it on my Substack. Mine Substack's already established, so we Yeah. can maybe simulcast or something. We'll figure it out. We'll discuss it later. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do that. That might be a good idea. I might try it. So Ryan, just coming back to the war, we right now have obviously this possibility of ground invasion. We spoke about that. One of the things is you're a big believer that you think that they're gonna go for Abu Musa, the lesser and greater Tanub, right? Do you still hold that position, or have you kind of diverged from that? Yeah, given the numbers now, like they might be stupid enough to go to the mainland. It seems. Remember when I said you have to divide by retard? Yeah. They really are that dumb. It looks like that's the move. I was just thinking, well, here's something doable. But then I thought, wait, they don't think things through. So, what would be the dumbest thing they could do? That's what they're doing. That's what I think. You look at it. You look at the 31st and the 82nd and all that, and you go, okay, they might try to beeline to go get the uranium, which is so dumb. It's too heavy it's so stupid for so many reasons, but you gotta like throw facts and rationale out the window because you're dealing with Trump and his merry band of misfits who really don't know what they're doing. And so when you're like, why would they do that? That's so dumb. It's like, yeah, so you just answered your own question. That's why they're going to do it, because it's dumb. That's crazy. You actually think they're going directly to the mainland now? I think they're that stupid, yeah. Actually, what would be more dumb is the Cog Island, because they announced it and you'd have to go all the way through the strait and then get on it. And then when they say, like, oh, well, 90% of Iran's oils are fine here, that's not true. They have 5 different locations for refining and shipping. So even if you took the island, like, okay, just turn that one off and use a different one. It wouldn't do anything except your guys would be trapped on an island getting hit by ballistic missiles with nowhere to bunker in. Like, so dumb. So that might, I don't know. The mainland still seems dumber. Both those are pretty stupid. So and so those would be the A and B plans, because whatever the dumbest thing is what these people do. This is completely way off script from war games and things that have been practiced and studied. They're not doing those. Some of which had some success. They still lose in the end. They're doing it's like Battlefield 4, Carg Island. Like, whoever's coming up with these ideas, Lindsey Graham or something, I don't know, but this is why so many people in the Pentagon just retired / got fired, whatever it is. We don't know. They said fired, but I think they all Joe Kented, because they know how dumb this is, and that they replaced them all just shows they're going to do it anyway. They're not listening to them. So here we go. We're about to walk off the cliff. You can see it. There's nothing you can do about it. America is just going to jump into the blender. We can all see it from 600 miles away. And what can you do? Just say, I told you so later. I don't feel satisfied now. Like, please don't do this. You're going to get a bunch of young men killed, and Iranians will get killed too. And this is Israel's war. Like, send them in if you're going to have it done. Yeah, but they already said they're not going to go in. Yeah, well, you're the lesser than thou, so that's who goes. It's disgusting. When they're like, we're fighting for freedom and the Constitution, I'm like, you are servicing Israeli demons that shoot kids and think God's a real estate agent that gave them land. That's crazy. That is crazy. But look, how do you feel fighting for Team Epstein, huh? You like fighting for Team Epstein, a bunch of child molesters? And now you can get your legs blown off and in a wheelchair the rest of your life if you're even alive at all. some other guy's banging the girl you used to love because you don't have any legs. You went to die for Israel like a fool. How are you going to feel later? No wonder there's so many veteran suicides because they realize there was no purpose. They got tricked. All this love of country and stuff, it ain't your country. It's not in your country's interest. You're serving BlackRock. You're serving these guys that they just wanted to sexually exploit your daughters, and they allow you to live so they can have a service industry and organs that you're literally spare parts to them. They don't care about you. Yeah. In terms of the invasion, the land invasion, do you have any idea what you? I mean, me and you spoke about what we think the most apex position. Like we still think it won't work in the sense of a lot of people will die, but what would be the best option amongst really bad options? But what do you think they're gonna go do? Do you want me to say what they ought to do or what they No, are gonna do? what they think they're gonna do. In terms of what you said they ought to do, funny enough, there was a reporter who went to Iran and he heard from the military that they actually are planning to do what you think they're gonna do. But anyway, separate to that, what do you think they're gonna do? I think there's dual plans. I think there are intelligent people, believe it or not, they do exist in America who came up with what I came up with or something better, but they're not being listened to. It's the Trump is listening to his loyalists, the ones that blow smoke up his butt, and their plan is retarded. And so we'll know when the ships arrived how many from what of these MEUs are going to be utilized. And I think they're going to hit southeast Iran. He doesn't really have clear objectives or an off ramp or goal. Like, what are they supposed to do? What are you going to go gain leverage over what? And then what? Use that as negotiation to people who don't even want to talk to you? It doesn't make any sense. So you can just plan on it being retarded. Yeah. He is using air. He does have airdrop units and stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, do that. That is of all the dumb things. That's why don't you just do a D-Day style invasion aquatically and get it shot up and try and go over cliffs that are completely vertically. Holy cow. But just on that, do you want to explain to the audience what you mean? Because they basically they're gonna try and drop into certain areas and try and acquire the enriched uranium. But if you want to explain to them how that works. Yeah, like okay, so they're already dropping landmines, like so to try and prevent trucks and things from the Iranians coming to reinforce. So they're trying to. It's totally illegal, by the way. But they're going to pepper that. They're going to suppress with air power because they think all the air defense is gone. It's not. That's going to get more things shot down. And then your ground forces follow behind the air and artillery. Obviously, that's the plan. It's not going to work. Like this isn't World War II. They're not going to meet you infantry to infantry. You're going to unload and you're going to get hit with ballistic missiles and drones. That's what actually happened. If you airdrop in, okay. You're very vulnerable to air defense then. I mean, you've got things that can drop, what does Osprey carry, 24 men or whatever? I mean, the ratios, you got to go low altitude. You're going to get clipped. And what are they going to do when they land? And how are you going to carry anything out or destroy? What do you have, demolition teams or something? This is, it's like fantasy planning. And I've talked to other experts and stuff about it, and we're all just like shrugging our shoulders, like, what are they thinking? Like, there is no achievable outcome from any of these combination of things. They're all in a disaster unless you up the levels, which they cannot do. So if you're just going to throw in 7,000 to 10,000 guys, it's not enough. It's better to just not do it at all than to halfway do it. But they're going to do it. They're dumb. Yeah, but if they do the ground invasion into mainland, that's like basically you're now looking at a very long-term war, right? Trump will drag this out the rest of his term if he can. Oh, you think He's saying so? 2 or 3 weeks. He'll do it for years if he can. He can't. Like half his staff, not half, but large chunks of his staff are already resigning and rebelling against him. Like he cannot sustain this, and the Israelis are having problems too. There's a lot of domestic unrest. People are not going to put up with living in bomb shelters for months. They're getting really mad. Still, the majority of their public is bloodthirsty and wants to annex Lebanon, but let them live, let them experience the pain a little bit longer. You'll see a lot of minds will change. There's more aircraft getting shot down and more U.S. casualties, and the casualties that have already happened leak out. The public's going to get sick of this war. And they're going to say, what are you doing? What is this for? They didn't attack us. They were not a threat to us. The truth will get out slowly. Because the truth's the first casualty of war. But it comes out and it's coming out because of X, because of spaces like yours, because of Substack, because of Telegram. Telegram's huge. These people that used to be in the nerdosphere or whatever, kind of household names now. You got Larry C. Johnson, Scott Ritter, Ray McGovern, Colonel Wilkerson, Colonel McGregor, Chase Freeman, so on. Like, that's where people are going to get news because they've been consistently correct on these things. And no one listens to Fox or CNN or whatever. They'll hear it, they go, oh, okay. And then they'll go to, based on prudence, to listen to me or one of those people I just named. And they go, okay, they talked about, Pepe Escobar and I were talking about how Iran would and could close the Strait of Hormuz back in 2014. We're like, this is the move. This is what they're going to do. And there's no counter move to it because there wasn't. There have been people who've been on the ball for a long time. And because of a smidgen of free speech, people are able to discover them and get real news and facts. And that's happening. And that's why, like, Joe Kent follows me. And you're seeing these people retire. I heard through the grapevine, I don't want to throw a source under the bus, but I heard through the grapevine, someone very close to Vance, by the way, that some of this truthy news did get to Trump's ear this week. And he had an absolute fit. An absolute fit. And I'm waiting for this fat
What kind
orange
of news,
monster to just start
Ryan?
holding cabinet meetings at McDonald's. Well, he learned that he can't open the strait. Like the reality that you can't just bomb your way out of this, no matter what Hegseth says. The reality of just how bad it would be, like a lot of his plans. And he's just like, doesn't want to hear it. That's funny. Adam, were you going to ask Ryan a question?
No, he answered it there. I asked him what made Trump so mad, and he explained.
Cool.
There's no way the markets can handle another month of this. No chance.
Yeah, France First Minister has instructed the government to start drafting together policies for people who rely on the cars for their livelihood and businesses and such, because it's getting so bad in terms of the energy crisis over there. So yeah,
Has Ryan glitched out? Or is he
yeah,
back?
I think so.
Should I drop him and then he can come back again maybe? Because he's probably glitched and not realized. And then send the mic back to him. Yeah, I think Trump is obviously delusional, but Ryan says that he's kind of been told some painful life lessons this week, so we'll have to see. But I mean, that's shocking, right? Ryan thinks there's a ground invasion, that there could be a ground invasion into the mainland.
The bond market will eat Trump alive.
What? Oh, I thought you said something else there. I think you said the bond market would need Trump alive, or would eat him alive. But Ryan saying that he's under the impression that Japan is selling all their bonds, the American bonds.
Yeah, if Japan starts selling them because they need to pay for oil and ban some of their books, and then they start increasing rates in order to deal with some of the inflation, then yields on the bond market will get higher. As soon as it gets to 5% or above, Trump will have to capitulate. The markets can't handle this.
There's been a worldwide dumping of bonds, 100 billion last time I checked. So it started a little bit there, and it'll only pick up.
But the biggest foreign bondholders are those that are most impacted by this. You got UK, you got Europe, you've got Japan, and China's down to only about 600 billion. But you if those all start selling, yields will be at like 5.5%, which means mortgages 7.5%, which means no chance. Like that breaks everything.
Yeah, that 40 trillion in debt really needs interest rates down. Yeah, if rates keep going up,
Interest,
yeah.
but if you roll over at those rates, the interest on the debt's going to be at 1.4 trillion, and then you're going to be in a death spiral.
But when you say it breaks everything, what do you specifically mean, Simon?
I already said mortgage markets, commercial real estate markets, private credit markets, and then that leads to the stock market.
So we'd see like a big bank run as well, right?
Yeah, the only way to stop a bank run would be to backstop the system, and then you'd have to do like a $10 trillion money printing or something like that, guaranteed to the system. And then the yields will start going up higher, and then you'll just end up in a doom loop. Like you're not gonna calm the bond market until the straits open.
It could get worse if the Red Sea gets close. I got booted from the space or glitched out or whatever, and it took me a while to find it again because you're no longer at the top of Twitter with the little purple bar or whatever. They removed it again.
Yeah, they took it off again.
They brought me back on for like a day, and then they took it off again, and I think they've done it because I think the ground invasion's coming. Yeah,
Someone
it was my
versus
my first space in like a year I did, and there was no bar. The day I decided to do a space with Dan Bilzerian, they took the bar away.
Salman, you're not even when you go to the side tabs and you click spaces, you don't even show up there anymore.
That's a disgrace. Guys, that's why
And
you
that
gotta.
coincides with that Marco Rubio announcement, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. Guys, if that's why if you're on X or YouTube, you need to go on my page and hit the notifications on so you're aware when the space is on because you'll get the notification, or you're just not gonna know the space is on. So that's the only thing, there's what 3,500 people. If all of you guys can go to my page on X, hit you're already following anyway, but hit the notifications on. That's how you're gonna know that the space has gone live. Same with YouTube as well. If you're on YouTube, do the same thing as well. If you can go on the YouTube on both of the channels, hit the follow and hit the notifications on, then that way people will be aware that the space is on. I mean, the YouTube is ongoing. I was looking at the YouTube channel, the second one, apparently 300 people have got the notifications on, but if all of you guys do it, we've got 750 people, I think 800 people on the YouTube. If all of you guys could do it, and everyone on X can do the YouTube as well, that way if they do take our X down or your YouTube down, sorry, if they do take X down or they do take my account down, we're live on YouTube. Yeah, so if you do those things. We should test out doing a Telegram space one day. Like we can do an update over there. Yeah. I think because I got like 20,000 or 36,000 on Telegram, so we might get a good audience over there. Yeah, true. I'm presuming that audience is active as well. But yeah, it's my people, so they're not average. For sure. We need to make sure we're diversifying because I think
I'm so mean to dumbasses that I drive them all away.
Yeah.
No, I'm a no donkey kind of place.
I'm trying to drive all these chicks away, but each time I attack them, I get more following. Like I've got 15% following, I'm like attacking them and I get bigger following.
The meaner you are, the more they like you.
Yeah, okay, I gotta be nice to them then. Okay, but then I gotta start lying and say women are awesome. Okay, so Ryan, just coming back to it in terms of but the ground invasion, you think that they're gonna be specific drops to specific nuclear where they believe the nuclear enriched uranium is in and out. But if they do that, that's not like a actual full scale ground invasion, right? That's like a in and out drop over a few hours. Or if you can explain.
No, it's special operations plus special forces. Those two things are slightly different, but yet because they're still in love with this Rumsfeldian special forces air war. They think they can do everything with it. You can't. But it's somebody's got in his ear thinking, "Oh, this will work. It'll be like Maduro." No, it won't. But that's I'll write up specifically what I think they're gonna do instead of doing this ad lib. But I'm watching my 5-year-old as I'm doing this, so kind of half in one place, half in another. Yeah, we're gonna know soon because those ships are arriving, and we'll dig in. I'm gonna go look at my Lebanese sources now because I always enjoy the updates on tanks on fire. And y'all have a good one. You know what? Go fill up your tank. Invest or de-invest wisely and take care of yourselves.
Yeah, great advice. Great advice indeed. Things are not going to be good. Something Simon has been saying a lot as well. Make sure you're fueled up. Make sure you got your goods because
Simon, you think the market's open Monday, Tuesday?
What you reckon
Any?
they're gonna cancel the
The
markets?
well, they'll open, but I mean, I think they'll open. I
Yeah,
mean, it's going to be a long weekend.
absolutely. It already is a long
It
weekend.
is
But look,
going to be a
Isn't there a
very
law in the
long
US you
weekend.
can't have the market closed for more than 4 days? So they would have to open on Tuesday. No?
Dude,
no,
what was
they're open on
dude,
Monday, Joe.
dude. Not remember 9/11?
Yeah, but it never
Oh
opened
yeah,
in
yeah.
4 days. That's why they
I
had to
mean,
reopen.
the market will be in shambles Tuesday morning if it opens. It like what Simon was saying, everything breaks apart. I mean, everything breaks apart. This puzzle is fragmenting by the fucking minute.
that's crazy. What did the oil prices close at?
At 112 WTI.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
And what about Brent?
even.
Under about 110, about 109. So WTI is higher than Brent. That's crazy shit.
Why is that crazy?
It's always been cheaper in America. Like you're not gonna get Brent crude below WTI. That's just weird shit.
Oh, okay, interesting. But then that's when it closed, right? And since then, we've had the Black Friday, as Beatrix calls it, which is the complete decimation of so many American warships, many casualties. The casualty list of American soldiers came out today, and it's over 400, or is it over 500? I can't remember now. The one soldier is possibly hostage. Ground invasion is imminent, and the market is closed. I'm presuming there's no way. Like Joe, you always check the futures, right? On some of
Yeah,
these
we're up like 1% since close.
1%. That's not much though, is it?
The perpetuals.
Oh, okay.
It it
It's
doesn't
not.
mean much at this point.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Perpetuals only show if you open up, like if you gap up or gap down. 1% isn't a gap yet.
There won't be one person in the market that's going to raise their head right now, dude. They're on holiday. It's been scheduled. Ain't going to change. The only market that's going to be open is Bitcoin.
I heard Bitcoin's going down below 50. That's what the rumors I heard, guys. But anyway, that's a separate point. I was waiting for Joe's emoji
That
there.
was your bet, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that's between me and Joe. Not like a bet, but like just a kind of gentlemanly. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I think below 50. Joe thinks 280, so we'll see. But yeah, guys. Just a quick question to the chat in the YouTube. So you saw the interview we did with Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, and then we did it with Marine Matthew Ho, and we did it all on one stream. So my question to you guys, this is just advice to on X and in YouTube chat. I've done a poll on the YouTube chat. But what should I do? Like, do I just take that video, split it into two, and create two separate videos and post them on the new channel? Or, and then, post the smaller clips from there, like the 10-15 minutes clip on the Suleiman Ahmed channel? Or should I not? Because it's like that stream only has two interviews anyway. Do we clip just the smaller clips and put it in the video section? Like, what do you guys think is a better move to make? Because I'm not myself. So let me know in the vote in the YouTube chat, and then yeah, anyone on X. I know Simon, Joa, and that girl, all you guys have got channels. If you guys let me know what you guys think, then that'd be awesome.
Yeah, break them up into individual interviews, but
Oh, you
they
think
like them.
so I should do like a 50-minute Anthony Aguilera one, then a 50-minute Matthew Hall one, and then post it on the video section?
Definitely, yeah.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, it'd be better for the
analytics. Sorry, didn't mean to.
Yeah, and if you want another suggestion, I would never run your admin while you're running a space like this.
What ad?
Well, stopping the show for you to go, hey, by the way, you guys, how should I run this?
Oh no, that's different. This is my community. Ask in the minute. Like I'm the people's champ. The people love me. I'm the man of the people. I ask the
I'm
people,
gonna start
Gary.
calling
This is
you the
why they love
mayor.
me.
I think that's what we should call you, is the mayor.
Yeah, I am. I'm the mayor of the people. I'm the man of the people. I'm the king of the north. I'm the king of
Okay,
X.
man. Okay, you're just trying to keep it democratic, right?
Yeah, bro. Listen, I'm here. I'm with all the big wigs like Gary Cardone,
Hmm.
Simon Dixon, Joa, and then I'm with the people.
I'm
I'm
gonna
with
make a
the
prediction during this event.
yeah.
Solomon is gonna turn. You're gonna turn into a Bitcoin guy. You're gonna understand
I'm already a
the
Bitcoin
value.
guy, Gary. I've already
Well,
been given super
Gary,
chats.
he's got the New York Post coming up. They're about to do a hit job on him.
yeah.
The
See,
New
he's
York
gonna definitely
Times. We gotta
become a
get.
Bitcoin. Hey,
New
have you
York
guys
Times.
heard? Have you guys heard the rumors about Germany being concerned that America would tell Visa and Mastercard to turn off the cards?
No, I didn't see that. But Gary,
Yeah.
just to answer your question, I'm already a Bitcoin guy. I've got 0.0026 Bitcoin, which was
Yeah.
given to me by my followers.
Well, as I said, like during this event, you're going to turn into a proper. You're going to really truly understand the value of Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Gary
yeah.
Gary
No, listen,
gave
I'm gonna get
Gary
Bitcoin
gave
once
his
it goes
Bitcoin to
below
Trump,
50.
Solomon.
Sorry, what was I
Hey,
saying?
now come
Gary
on,
gave his
Simon.
Bitcoin to Trump.
Simon, I'm
See, that's
going
the
somewhere
problem, innit,
totally
Gary? Gary,
different, and
why didn't you give it to me? There wouldn't have been any war.
you guys are so tired
Gary, this
talking
is your
shit
problem. You
now.
gave your Bitcoin to Trump. Why didn't you give it to me? There would be no war.
I have people, because I come to this damn show saying that I am an evil man because this war is because of me.
It's the opposite. We're trying to stop the war.
And by the way,
That
that's
Gary,
good for
you're
PR,
Gary's
Gary.
awesome, man. Gary, throughout the whole time I've known you on Spaces, man.
That's
Like I do
true.
have to say, Gary's just been solid throughout the whole thing, man.
Right thing's the
He's
right
just been
thing, but
Gary, man. He doesn't sell out to anybody.
right thing to do is the right thing to do. I knew it. Like anyway, just too much noise. I mean, at this point. But hey, listen. On that note, I do think sometimes I think that as an American, sometimes I think like when the incidents happen today with the planes, that we get too much excitement's occurring over that incident, because and I don't want to, like, I am not. I'm very supportive of America. I'm supportive of humanity, and I don't want. We should not be celebrating what's happening here, like this. Anybody, because nobody's winning on this deal. I just wanted to say that to anybody in the audience. I'm not supporting any. Like, I don't know much about all the. I'm a pretty simple guy. I don't know a lot about the heritage and the religions and the countries and who did what to who and when. But I do know that if an argument goes on forever and ever and ever and ever, you have not actually gotten to the source of the problem, and you're not even arguing over the real problem. So there's a there's somebody in the woodpile, and you guys have taught me a lot. Uh, at least to ask discerning questions. And at this point, I'm just empathetic with other Americans, because this is a lot to swallow, man. Okay, we really bought the. I mean, we are the top of the food chain when it comes to Hollywood and selling shit. And guess who they practice on? Well, like, we bought it hook, line, and sinker. So I'm just going to ask you to be empathetic with some of the Americans that are really steeped in their patriotism, which isn't a bad thing, really, because we've been lied to. I mean, we've been lied to just like you guys have been lied to. So anyway, that's all I had to say.
Fair enough, Gary. Fair enough. I mean, like from our perspective, the way I see it is, I'm against war. I'm extremely anti-war, and the only country, because it's controlled by Israel, has not the only country, but the main perpetuator of war
especially in the last 2 decades, has been the United States of America, where they've killed millions of people. Now, I know it's been because they're controlled by Israel, but they've killed a lot of people. And the only way that changes is if they lose. This war, it doesn't mean loss of life. Like, we don't want the ground invasion to happen. We want them to just walk away, but they won't walk away. But the only way they can walk away is if they start losing, or this will just be a cycle that continues where more people in the Middle East continue to get murdered. So the reason for the celebration is to show that actually the military industrial complex, which controls the US, has actually failed the US, because even in the military equipment they're giving, it's subpar, substandard. They've been, because they've monopolized the industry, because they control the US. The US just isn't as strong from a military perspective. And so if the US was to retreat to its own region and live in peace and security, I think everyone will be happy. But the only way that happens is if the US loses as well. And then the only way Israel stops its Zionism, because the reason they control the US is for that reason, is if the US and Israel lose as well. So this is the reason why people are cheering when they see this, because they want the US to lose, not because they hate the US. I love the US. I spent so much time in America. I've never met an American I dislike. No exaggeration. In real life, in person, I'm talking about. That being said, they have to, in terms of losing this war, it's a need for the whole world, because if they don't lose this war, Israel controls the world, and then you're going to see how dark things get. So it's actually a fight against good and evil, and the hope is that there's peace in the world.
And everyone wants America to spend its money on its own infrastructure rather than blowing up other people's infrastructure.
Yeah. If I don't know.
And I need to say that I need to speak. Gary, my brother, American here, 71 years old, brother. I went through Vietnam, brother. I lost my son to this war, brother. I was standing in Vietnam in about 12 years ago, and I was with my students, the bunch of kids. They're mostly teenagers, and they're like, "Come on, teacher, we're going to go observe a constellation at 2 o'clock in the morning." And I said, "No, you get your parents out here. I'm not taking like 20 of you kids out here on the beach." So we brought parents out there. One of the men was a doctor. He was a young medical student during a B-52 bombing raid, Gary, and the carnage, and he was having a breakdown. And I said, "Sir, how is it, knowing that I'm a retired military officer, an American, that you don't hate my guts?" And that man looked at me with love and said, "I don't hate you. I hate what your government does and continues to do." Gary, it's not us and Americans. It's that we have to stop this, brother. We have to stop this carnage, all in the name of a buck, to destroy the carnage. It doesn't stop, Gary. And this has got to stop, brother. I love you so much, and I love all of us. And we don't hate our country. We love our country. That's why we want this madness to stop running it. And I'll end it there.
Yeah. Uncommon, go ahead, give us your thoughts.
Well, it's funny. The things I wanted to talk about actually are a little bit related to what Sully was saying. Because I've been very uncomfortable. I think I've been like I've been trying to stop this oncoming train wreck from happening. And I do want to say something. I watched Tucker's basically monologue he did last night, and I thought it was pretty good. One thing that it focused on was not. It is kind of interesting. He basically said that we should just start accepting that the American empire as we know it is over. Now, I would say that I agree. One thing about that is it's probably been over actually for a while, but now it's just obvious to everybody. It's probably been over for maybe like 10 or 15 years. I mean, clearly we're in decline. I think, there's a lot of reasons why you can argue about that. But anyway, but the main point he was getting to was, but that's not all bad. Because, you know, America hasn't been doing what's best for the American people for quite some time. And so it's not now America obviously is still going to be an important a regional power, probably a part of a multipolar world. There's no doubt. We have lots of natural resources, lots of population, lots of wealth. All of those things aren't going away overnight, but the system is broken. This isn't to say, I think what Simon says, I I don't want to. I mean, obviously, I'm not a financial person. I'm just trying to. I'm a person with uncommon sense. So, what my advice is that I do think it seems like the oncoming financial calamity cannot be avoided.
I
And so I
prefer
do think people need to prepare for that. I think Gary sees it, and that's why he's so concerned. And Simon sees it, and that's why he's so concerned. Uh, and I don't. It's not like I'm saying run out and buy oil or gold or whatnot. I mean, I'm sure those might do fine if you have them, but I don't know. I think it's going to be painful for everyone. I think, but I think on the other side of that, there might be, there might be some silver linings here. But I do think it's going to be painful. I think people should mentally and and obviously also physically prepare whatever you can do for probably a really hard recession at minimum, right? I mean, who knows? The only way to avoid that is if Trump declares victory and
We
leaves.
don't have recessions. We will not have a recession. We'll go straight to depression.
Well, maybe that's the case, but what I'm saying is, I think Gary's outlined it well too, where he says, "How do we get out of it?" The reality is the only way to kind of avoid this economic hellstorm that we're facing is if we just declare victory and leave. And I think we've kind of gone over it a couple different 100 different times, but our leaders are not going to do that. It appears, they're going to double down and it seems like in the most insane ways. I mean, ground invasion, it sounds insane. I mean, the whole thing sounds insane. So if we can't get off the off ramp, it's almost like we have to prepare. I guess I've been trying to spread awareness and saying like, let's do what we can to stop it. And obviously, we do want to stop it, but to a certain degree, like I think this train this train has momentum of its own that cannot be stopped. I do think Gary is right about that. Let's continue to try to tell people the truth about what is going on and about who's representing who. Obviously, the American empire does not represent Americans. Clearly, it's not in this in this situation. But the reality is, at this point, how are we not staring down at minimum some sort of? I mean, even if the conflict. I mean, yeah, it's. I think we can all agree it's not going to be resolved in 2 to 3 weeks. The Strait of Hormuz is not going to be open in 2 to 3 weeks. Escalation is baked into the cake, ground invasion or not. Escalation is baked into the cake. Oil is probably going a lot higher, and the system is going to stress more and more as it grinds on. And the United States is probably going to double down. I would say that those are all very realistic probabilities that I think that's probably, if you were looking at the betting markets, that's probably what the favorability is. And if those things all come true, then people need to prepare for a Western financial calamity. I mean, it's just unfortunate, but I've just kind of resolved myself to accepting that. I think that I think is the most likely outcome at this point. And then who knows what happens with the war, but I think people need to be prepared for that.
Also uncommon. Trump can't tell anyone the truth because that crashes the market by telling the truth. So he has to lie to you right till the bitter end, and that's actually his job is to do that because you if you you can't tell people anything, but the market's going to be fine. That's just the job.
I also want to say I reached out to someone. I don't want to reveal who it is, but he's a pretty respected guy. He's been on a couple podcasts, like he's been on Rogan, he's been on Tucker, and I basically said, "Is there anything you think we can do to stop this train from coming?" And he said that our reckoning is baked into the cake. And he's somebody I respect, and I think a lot of people would respect. But and it was kind of like I mean, I'd like to. I wish he was wrong, but the more you think about it, I just think it's you know d- I want to believe that obviously that our voices matter, and I do think they matter. I mean, the people's opinions do matter, and informing the public is important. That's why media control is central to the United States, to the entire operation, right? So people will have to be informed, but I don't think people will wake up until it gets more painful. And I think we are looking at an end of empire kind of vibes, and I expect painful days ahead.
And everyone that knows what's going on, you know, they're preparing for the exit. So, like you can't tell anyone the truth, and they won't, because they have their exit plan, and their exit plan means leaving everyone else behind.
Sully, I think you've convinced me. It's for sure some sort of ground invasion, even though I think it's absolutely insane. So, or maybe you haven't convinced me. Just the American stupidity has convinced me that that's what they're going to do. I think Joe has made a lot of good arguments about that too. It's more of just it's less about it's less about what's good for the empire at this point. It's more about just trying not to lose the empire. And what do empires do when they're cornered? What do diplomats do when they make a first bad decision? They double down. I don't even understand what a ground invasion is going to do. Like how that's not going to solve. But it's like I feel like they're just going to do it because they think, well, we'll try this. I mean, the problem is that they can't control the oil, and the oil is going to collapse the economy. Like that's what matters. Everything else
We
doesn't
can't
matter.
seem to control the ship that flies either. So the ground troops is all we're going to be left with.
If I could ask you guys that, do you think that there would be better, a better America on the other end of it, though? Like, one could argue, and that's kind of my case, is that even though it's going to be significant pain now, on the other end of the end of empire could be a much more self-actualized, productive America that, is, produces more, exports more, relatively raises the cost of imports and, kind of tilts incentives towards domestic production and eventually just finding a equilibrium where, as part of the multipolar world, America is still thriving as its own identity and not one that's just bound to war all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a very real possibility, but I think it's going to be a very painful
Only if
process.
all the politicians take 4 grams of psychedelics
I feel
with or
like I've
without
heard Joe
supervision.
Rogan recommend that. That would be
Dude,
interesting.
I'm telling you, if every politician did 4 grams of mushrooms, this world would have peace tomorrow morning.
I think the key
Hey, you
thing
might be
is
right.
that there's no government bailout. There's no political fix. It's just everyone needs to make sure that they've covered their corner of the world, and they've got their shit covered. And it's everyone for themselves in this, and that's where I think it goes. There's no government that's going to come along and fix this.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think one of the things that's going to be very painful, like let's imagine an actual economic collapse. I mean, I think like what 40% of Americans get a check from the government or something. I mean, Gary might know those stats better, but it's a high number. The
Did you see what's being cut off for the 1.5 trillion of military spending?
No, I haven't kept up with it too. I mean, I know we have
Isn't it
39
like
trillion
They
to.
you
preschool?
announced, yeah, you announced 1.5 trillion of military spending, and there was a massive list of cuts, which was anything that Americans might be collecting on, education, healthcare, all that stuff. So they're cutting all the benefits in order to blow up bombs.
That will never be possible politically because you think
They're
Democrats are
doing
going to.
it. They just it's happening now.
We're dropping bombs right now, man.
You think
This
Democrats
is
are going to? You
happening.
think Democrats are going to vote with 60 votes in the Senate to cut the
They,
entitlement
they they
programs?
they they don't have to now. Like the cat's out of the bag. Like we have missiles flying. We have people dying. We have machinery
Well,
dying.
I'm saying to
It,
cut. I'm saying to cut the Medicare spending in the budget. That takes like 60 votes in the Senate. You can't just cut government spending without passing a new budget. That's what I mean. Like to pass a new budget, you
You
have
can go to a government lockdown, lock the whole thing down, and then enter into a war. and everyone will vote for the bombs.
I mean,
Exactly.
I think the way you're
It
thinking
still
of,
surprises me we didn't do a 9/11 before all this. I still think there's a missing little piece. You know,
Medicare
you would have.
spending, though, is like the guaranteed spending every year with the government. The food stamps, which was going to be cut off during the government shutdown, is not guaranteed spending, but Medicare spending is baked into the budget. So that needs to be specifically cut. There's the mandatory spending and there's discretionary spending. Military spending is discretionary. Food stamp SNAP is discretionary. So you'd explicitly need to actually pass a budget that cuts Medicare and Medicaid. So food stamps is discretionary spending, which remember in the fall, everyone was freaking out because our government was not going to pass a budget, and then there was the lockdown, and the food stamps were going to run out. So you'd need 60 votes in the Senate to actually cut food stamps, and I mean not food stamps, Medicare, and I just don't see our government voting to cut Medicare. That's just not going to happen. They're just going to print 500 billion more. They're just going to print 500 billion and
Yeah,
add that onto the
yeah.
budget.
No, 1.3 trillion. They'll do 3 or 4, 8 trillion. I mean, we're at war. It's World War III.
Yeah.
They'll print forever, man.
Well, our military budget's normally 1 trillion and he wants 1.5 trillion, so it's just an extra 500 billion print. What's printing 500 billion dollars? We printed trillions during COVID, so what's 500 billion? That's nothing for our government.
No, I think he wants an incremental 1.3 trillion
well, I think
in the first week.
what we're saying, Andy, is that the idea of the budget mattering in the current economic collapse isn't really the issue. Like what we're saying is, think about it. The reason we can't print our way out of it this time is because, like during COVID, we could manipulate the bond rates down, but no one's going to buy our bond. We can't manipulate the bond rates down. Maybe we can. Simon can maybe talk about this
The Fed,
more.
yeah, the Fed will buy
Exactly.
them.
No one wants to buy our bonds now
Yeah, I
because
mean, the Fed can artificially manipulate them down. They 100% can, but then no one's going to buy them. And when no one trusts that, then hyperinflation's the checks will still go out. Sure, everybody can get $10,000 checks, but they're going to be worthless. And so I think that's probably the more.
Yeah, the only way to fix the inflation is to have a recession and a depression, and that's what the solution will have to be.
Yeah.
So you
and
do
and be,
you
and, be,
yeah.
and because energy is the spear in this incident, it will trigger depression because the price is going to go up so much it'll just collapse everything. People will just go into hiding and buy nothing, only essentials, and a good 35 to 40, a good 55 to 60% of my life is total convenience, is an unnecessary use of energy. And I think that that's probably, cut that down to like 35%. I think most people, 35% of all the energy they use is unnecessary. It's not required for living. Okay. It's required to keep the thermostat at 72
I mean,
and the tank,
my
full.
family runs their air conditioning at 70. My parents are like, that's too cold. We get into that in the summer, but I mean, yeah. I
Well, I'm just
mean,
thinking
but
like
you,
with
Yeah.
the.
Well,
Oh, God.
hey guys, 100 years ago, my family grew up in Louisiana. It ran at 98 and it was 99% humidity. I mean, that was just the way we lived. So I'm just saying we have a lot of conveniences today. And this is another reason we will not win this war because, I mean, those guys over there are defending 3,000 years of pride. Well, I don't know what we think we're doing. And I do not believe I mean, how many generals people just bailed this week,
what
right? My gosh, that's a testimony
wasn't
that
there
we're
a
doing the
saying
wrong
with
thing.
during the oil embargo with Saudi Arabia, we threatened to bomb them if they didn't give us their oil, and they were like, we can go back to living in tents. Can you live without your oil? During the embargo in '73, I remember hearing that from someone.
Yeah, but they ended up killing the
I,
guy
I
anyway, the leader.
Exactly, and exactly, the Iranians can if Trump decides to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age, Iranians can handle going without electricity. The people in Europe cannot go without their energy. People in Iran can go without electricity. They can live if it gets to that. In Europe, if they don't have any energy, they cannot live without any energy and no lights.
But I guess like the point I was hoping to maybe like flesh out is like idea of how a depression could really help a lot on the other end, like like in the
Yeah, but
Plaza
what
Accord.
time period, man? Because we're not going to go into a utopia, love, love.
It depends
You
on
know,
who we. It
everybody's
depends
kissing.
all on who we elect. If we elect Gavin Newsom, then no. If we
No,
elect
dude,
Tucker or
this
Massey,
is
then
not.
yes.
This is no longer about voting, guys. Come on, you're kidding yourself if you think you're going to vote your way into this. This has to be a revolution of change, not voting. You're not voting shit. The votes it's a scam, dude. A guy like me could not run for office and win, okay, and keep my morals. Not a chance. That's what I've learned here, okay? Every one of these people are compromised, fully compromised. So it has to be a revolution. You can't do this by voting. Assume you're a young man, and we need a lot of young men, dude. We really do. But you ain't gonna do this with a pencil.
Yeah, like I'm literally telling my parents that we could have a worse recession than 2008, and they don't even. And they're like, "Oh, I hope not." They don't even seem to be that concerned, and like that's what's like. And I'm literally giving them information and explaining the strait being closed, and they don't even seem to be that concerned. And they're like, don't worry." And it's like, "Oh my, you got to be kidding me."
Well, this was due for a while, right? Like the AI tech bubble was just like the latest example of kind of the overvaluing of well, for one, like the inflated sense of GDP and how basically services have become the smokescreen of productivity, and the dollar in itself could definitely use some like removal of value, like, and I think that would actually potentially really help on the other end. Of course, it's going to be extremely painful and probably for years, but on the other side, kind of like the Plaza Accords, right? They pretty much deliberately, depreciated the dollar, if you will, and there was a crazy trade deficit that the U.S. was running at that time, and the dollar fell afterwards, which helped overall because well, for one, it strengthened a lot of the cooperation across the globe. So in this instance, like if we see sort of it seems like it'll be a stagflationary depression. On the other end, it would promote, obviously, for one, reindustrialization. I kind of think that that was going to be like a huge, element of what gets the U.S. out on the other end. There's been rumors that Trump has been, wanting a war economy potentially for the rest of his term. But outside of that, if you look at the untapped potential with the energy that the U.S. has, just the untapped potential in even like rare earths, for example,
But
and
US doesn't own its energy. It's owned by some companies, and they're global companies. They don't
and
care
mm,
about US. Like
well,
it's not
go
China.
ahead.
It's not China. It's not nationalized resources. It's Chevron and Exxon will go wherever the growth is. They don't
Yeah, but
care.
it will be though. It will be though. So, I mean, I meant to chat with you about that. I mean, I've been around the oil space a long time, dude. It started nationalized. It is everything but not nationalized.
Oh, you think it would nationalize? That would be a way of solving this issue.
That's
Sure,
what
dude.
well, that's what I would hope that
Oh,
America does.
for sure. Well, I think we have to do that anyway because if you look at the way the world's structuring, sovereigns own everything. So why would America be different?
Yeah, and the multinational corporations will they are already
Well, because
diversifying
you'd have to
across the
get a
globe.
government. Yeah, you'd have to get a government that genuinely doesn't work for the lobby and does work for the Americans, and that's where the revolution concept comes in.
Yeah, that's my point. That's the only way, good versus evil. It's just the old, come on, guys. It's the old, centuries old, man. It's just happening on our watch.
Exactly.
That's why I show up for these spaces because this is happening on our watch, whether we like it or not. And all these kids that are growing up, I was thinking about this the other day. These young people, like, in the 20s and 30s, saying, hey, this is really difficult. I have an 18-year-old, and I think it's hitting her in her face. Just because she wanted to be a veterinarian doesn't mean that it's going to make a living, right? And to all those young people that are growing up and find themselves thrown into this earth, like just like me and Simon, Sully, and Beatrix and everybody else here, we didn't ask for this either, dude. Like these are the cards we're dealt, and you're gonna have to just play the fucking cards we're dealt. Um, I mean, I'm looking at, I think we could have a 10% retracement on all the markets quite easily Tuesday morning,
Wait,
if
they're
not
not
greater.
opening until Tuesday. I originally thought they were going to open Monday. Or
No, dude, like this is why they did all this, right? They love these 4 day. There's a bank holiday and oh, it's Easter, man.
yeah, I think they're going to invade this weekend. Honestly, this with Trump staying back at the White House, I feel like something's going down this week. I feel like Trump is going to be desperate and realize the market's going to crash, so he's going to compound his errors and try a move. I don't think he's going to let the strait remain closed. And other, he's he's going to think, oh, I can take an island and reopen. He's going to try something really stupid this weekend. I just have a feeling. And the economy's so fake. He was saying 4% GDP growth. This is huge. Yeah, it's not real GDP growth when it's all going to an AI company and none of it's coming back to regular Americans, and job growth is barely above zero and going negative in some months. You can say GDP growth all you want, but it's going to a few big corporations. There's no job growth. It's not going to regular Americans. It's a complete joke.
Well, right, yeah, and a lot of the jobs and industries are fake, frankly. How often do you hear about, adult daycare, and then whenever those trend, like a lot of these jobs are like not actually providing value. It's more so services on top of
Yeah,
services,
and
and it's
the reporting
illusory.
came out for Oracle. They just said they laid off thousands of Americans and requested thousands of H-1Bs, and we've already seen the stats that for the H-1Bs, it's 70 to 80% for junior and entry level positions. So they try to lie and say, "Oh, we're just bringing in the best and brightest for jobs Americans can't do. Americans can do junior and entry level engineering positions." So these are jobs that would normally go to someone right out of college, and now you have like 20% of engineering grads coming out of college that literally can't find jobs. I'm not an engineer, but these are the stats that I've heard. They can't find jobs. So you pay all this money to get an engineering degree and you can't even have a job because someone comes over typically from India to steal the job. I mean, it's completely ridiculous.
Well, there's an inverse correlation historically with dollar depreciation and manufacturing growth. Like it's like 1 to 1. Like after Bretton Woods, and after the Plaza Accord, and I think in the early 2000s there was that as well, where pretty much every time the dollar depreciates, manufacturing rises, and America has quite a bit that it can continue to manufacture, like and mind you, for example, China has the Belt and Road Initiative, but if you think that China wants to build every bridge on earth literally, then it's just not true, right? America could absolutely do very similar, especially if they want to have a regional power outlet. In the Southern Americans or Latin America, they could easily do that, and it would be productive and expedient as well. Like it would really be mutual cooperation. But there's been no incentive to do that because multinational corporations have had their dollar denominated earnings basically like funding domestic capex, and yeah, like it's just been completely strangled. Now they are diversifying, even the big ones like BlackRock and whatnot. Like Simon can can say pretty much better than anyone else. But as the multinationals continue to like diversify and you know integrate with the multipolar order, the U.S. does have incentive, especially among the population, to kind of like I don't want to say overthrow, but to basically like rebel against the current order and go back to nationalizing, as Gary and Simon were both saying earlier. And that would be wonderful for America. And China would welcome it too, because China doesn't want like America to just like collapse. China would love to see actually America continue to
Exactly.
increase
They
its
still want us to
production.
buy their stuff.
Well, not even that, but like actually, we like China wants to grow the internal market, the domestic market in China, and some of that would actually behoove. It would help, like it would, even if it's just by osmosis, consumption. We're looking for a growth of internal consumption, and actually, like we don't want to just be the world's to be the exporter that we have been, to where it's such a large share of like the GDP in and of itself. So like there is room for America, actually, and it'd be beneficial for America to grow its production and exports. Like that, there's no appetite for U.S. collapse at all from China at all, like
Exactly, and that's why it's so
whatsoever.
frustrating when you have Tucker and Professor Zhang talking about how the U.S. needs to learn to operate in a multipolar world, and they're saying, "Oh my God, he's a traitor. He's talking about America and collapse." And it's like, no, he's talking about the economic realities and the truth, and the people.
Has he cut out? I think he has. Let's go to. I brought some people as well and they dropped. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Sally.
Is it me? I'll go reset.
Oh, it might be you, Sully. But no, I guess like yeah, look, like we like okay, a stronger yuan would be ideal, and that's what's going to happen, and it's what's we're being worked on. But a weaker dollar doesn't mean that like America now can't. If anything, a weaker dollar would enable, and Trump even said it that a
Can you hear
weaker
me?
dollar. Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, brilliant.
Well, just
Just continue. Sorry, I
okay.
had to reset because it wasn't working. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, and I'll finish this line. Just a weaker dollar would actually make exporting much more affordable. It would actually help, and it would counterbalance the dilemma that we hear about often on this space, right? And I think that would be wonderful for the way of life of Americans. And the military-industrial complex is pretty much the biggest force in the way of that because essentially, imperialism is sort of. Imperialism is sort of like the cash cow, or rather, it's the biggest export. Suffering has been the biggest American export since 2001, unfortunately, and it's also been America's biggest cost at $10 trillion
You
and
you have to
counting.
expel the Fed too, though, because the Fed requires the same model. You can't have a debt based Ponzi scheme. You have to have I mean, you have to have a state banking system as well.
I don't know how others feel about that, but I think a state banking system is wonderful. I, for one,
That's what
endorse other
America
countries.
had, by the way. It started with state banking. You still got some in North Dakota, but America grew on state banking, and it fought the central banks. In fact, there were assassinations over it. America was built on tariffs, state banking, and small government. It was replaced with the Federal Reserve, big government, and then after World War II was built on the military industrial complex to export its debt globally, and then everything was extracted from there.
Oh well, I took state banking as okay. You meant literally states. Okay, fair enough.
No, state banking. Yeah,
Yeah.
all the banks were state banks originally in America, and then they privatized them, and then they introduced a private central bank.
3 presidential assassinations.
Well, nationalizing banking for America, if America does that, obviously the idea is national sovereignty and nationalized banking and nationalized energy would be really a really productive future, especially at the other end of stagflationary depression.
That's how you remain sovereign.
100%. Literally, that's how. Because otherwise, how do you? Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, was that you, Gary?
Yeah, no, I was wow. I'm waiting to hear how we do that and stay sovereign.
Oh, I think that's the idea, though, right? And I think Simon, you might have even kind of said, like, by nationalizing both banking and energy,
Yeah,
the
just have
yeah.
one group of people manage everything.
Well, the one group would be the people itself, right? Like that would be the idea. It wouldn't be like a
Well,
small club.
but 250 million people don't make decisions on where to drill.
Well, true, yeah, but like it's also delegated towards who the people trust, and the problem is sort of like in the middle of multinational interests, corporate interests as well, primarily being that buffer in between the will of the average American citizen and the government, right?
So when you say sovereign though, when we talk about being sovereign, are you talking about at the individual level or
Country
the
level.
country level?
Yeah,
Ah,
country level.
okay.
Individuals, you need self custody Bitcoin.
Well, see, I actually think in order for us to have any government to solve the problems that we have today, that the entire government must be put on a blockchain of some type where everyone can see. Maybe it's not a block; it's a ledger of some type, and we're not going to get there. Okay, unless you put transparency into this market, and that's why we know these people are evil and bad, and they're gonna do whatever. Like you should have people like these generals should be revolting, and they took an oath to protect from within and without. Uh, yeah, I just don't see this. Not to be argumentative with you, I don't see this going into like. Um, I think that'd be a catastrophe. What you're describing.
Well, Gary, what you described
That's
sounds great, though, doesn't it? Like in terms of if you do put it on a blockchain, at least that is taking
oh,
the
that would be
place. Yeah,
great.
that's filling the place of the
But
corporate, the multinational corporate interests that currently seem to get in the way of the will of the people and the government.
Gary's got
yeah.
that built-in anti-government American just blood soil into him.
Well, it doesn't work, man. Like what I know is that when you have a lack of competition, you have a lack of innovation, you have a lack of any reason to get out of bed in the morning and do anything
But
because you
even
got to
even
reach your
Adam Smith in the
customers.
Constitution said that government needs to provide the money.
You know,
I'm not saying listen. I'm not saying I have the answer. I just think it has to be a revolution because there's one set of rules for one group of people and there's another set of rules for the other group, and that is the problem. Period. Now, who is it? Like we know that's the problem. A blockchain most certainly might help some of that, but like it hasn't helped uh, prevent crime or fucking unworthy behavior in the crypto industry.
Exactly. There's so much fraud.
I mean, dude, it's human beings. See, that's the problem. You're dealing with human beings and clubs, and we're not part of it. So the only way you got to get a club that's bigger, louder, more impactful to destroy that club. I mean, we are the enemy. I think we're the enemy.
I think it's just the one thing that's the entire human history is cyclical. And I don't know you maybe that's just a reset concept that's built into the nature of these things. But no one beats the cycles. These it's just cyclical.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the history to prove it, Simon. Absolutely. And Gary's right. We're not going to vote our way out of this. I figured it out in 1972. Yep, 1972. I've got the receipts. I have a 2-hour study on this where I went through detailed how the CFR took over everything. It doesn't matter, vote Republican, doesn't matter, you vote Democrat. It's a uniparty system. So Gary's right. We've got to completely reshift the whole system. It's cyclical, absolutely. It'll be the R word revolution. It'll be a complete change, and how this looks at the end, we don't know. But this has to change. It has to. It must, and it will eventually, of course. And this is why they got the underground bunkers. And I'm glad you guys brought that up. And then we move into the eschatological stuff. I'm not licensed to talk about. Of course, I won't go into the biblical stuff, but it's all coming down to the 10 kingdoms and the Daniel chapter 2 stuff. The Christians know it. The Muslims know it. All the Abrahamic faiths know that there's an eschatological end to this. And that's what we're seeing here. It's a cataclysmic ending. We're looking at the apocalypse and all that down the road. Not trying to scare anybody, but it's all right here in front of us, historically, prophetically speaking.
But the
so
end
that's
the
why.
end of an
Oh,
empire is not necessarily the end of the world. It's just a switch in capital and a switch in the order.
yeah.
Right. And I'm not saying tomorrow the apocalypse begins. No, it's just that with this new world order, Simon, and that's why I agree with you. There's deals worked, and it's going to completely shift. And we know it's going to be a new, totally different look for Americans. And like you heard Andy talking, his parents, and I hear it every day. My age groups are like, "Yeah, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, fine. Gotta go back to sleep."
But
But no,
Andrew,
it's going to
think
shift
about it.
dramatically.
Even before this, how was the average American doing, man? Like, really think about it. Was the
Yeah.
average American and the average European and the average Brit, they're they're not in a good place. Like, they really weren't.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're still
Right,
way
right,
too
right.
comfortable. Like the pain of inaction must supersede the pain of action before anything changes. Like discomfort is like intrinsically tied to like revolution. It just is. And so even though it is of course painful, I am not downplaying that. You know what Americans are going through and British people and are going through. The truth is, it's not bad enough. But when it is bad enough, that's when revolution seems like the obvious thing for everybody. That's when, you know, Andy's parents and anybody else in a similar sort of state of mind starts to say, I can't bear this anymore. What am I going to do about it? And it doesn't have to be violent, but it can certainly be a level of civil unrest to where society cannot function down to the last stormtrooper that enforces the will of the military industrial complex to go overseas and kill kids in the first place, right? Until it becomes untenable for even the most brainwashed stormtrooper to carry out the will of the nefarious, shadowy leaders. You know, until that happens, yeah, it won't change. But say a depression, stagflationary depression, certainly is a way of getting people out of that comfort zone.
I think
Absolutely, absolutely.
I also think, I
But
mean, to Gary's point where he's talking about like, or Simon, when we're talking about end of empire, possible revolution, I think I would bet that you're going to get a more authoritarian situation first before you get like a 1776 type republic. I mean,
For sure.
yeah, you're gonna get, and the people
Might
will,
happen this weekend, man.
and the people will be excited for it. And it doesn't necessarily
and
mean it's
Palantir's
bad,
built it as well.
but it probably will
Yep.
be bad. But you don't know. I mean, who knows?
Palantir's built it, and it's they beta tested it around the world. They built genocide as a service in Gaza. They built occupation as a service in Wall Street. They built pre-crime in UK. They built border management in Europe, and they're bringing it home.
And like Gary said, we're there. I have a 13-year-old, and she's figured it out. She's like, "Wait a minute, what am I doing with this?" I said, "Hey, you keep working, you keep doing your homework, you do your schoolwork. Life goes on. We're doing it, but know this: we're in a new world. We are in that new world now."
It is quite stunning how fast this is happening.
Yeah, exactly, Gary.
Going to be hard
Remember,
for most
even
people to
20 years
even
ago.
take. I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
they can even grasp it. I was in a hamburger joint tonight with one of my kids. I'm just looking around, and it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Everybody's glassy eyed, drinking beer, eating a big fat hamburger like Friday afternoon. Um, and I'm just watching the ball games. I'm like, wow, dude, we're World War III and nobody has a clue. I do. I believe that we're at World War III right now. I think this has gotten completely out of control. Most certainly is not regional.
It won't be here very soon. Well, it's not now, but it will see it real soon, Kinetic. I think it will. That's why I don't think we will actually do the invasion. I'm talking the whole invasion, but it'll be pinprick, pinprick. But then when the global collapse starts, because of the straits, then I think, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
It is kind of, Gary. I had the same thought as you. I was eating in a restaurant. It was like yesterday or maybe 2 days ago, looking around, and everybody's just. I mean, most Americans literally all they know is that gas is a little bit more expensive, and maybe it's a lot more expensive. Like, yeah, obviously it's up 60%, but to them, they're just like, oh, this is annoying. They have no idea what is going on. I talked to a friend of mine tonight, and he's an average American. He's a good guy, right? But he's just middle class guy, blue collar. And I said, it's like, man, I think this Iran situation is getting crazy. And he's like, oh, really? Like, he's like, what's going on? I was like, well, I think you need to probably prepare for like more of an oil economic situation. He's like, oh, really? Why is that? And I said, oh, well, they're shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. He goes, oh, where's that? So I pulled it up on a map and showed him and said, here's where it is. This is what they're doing. And I literally explained it all to him. Good friend of mine, like just average guy, good friend of mine. I said, hey, and I was like, he's like, well, why doesn't the military just open it up? And I said, they can't open it up. I like had to explain, and I mean, this is a normal guy. Everybody, this is very representative of the average American who's just going about his day, trying to pay his taxes. He's like nervous that the place he works at might get shut down because sales aren't good. So that's what he's thinking about, right? He's worried about A to B, next paycheck. He has really probably no, doesn't care. He literally, he's not a huge political guy, but he'll listen to me because he knows I'm passionate about it. But I just want to kind of to say the same thing Gary is saying. It's like we kind of know what's going on, and we're living in. It's almost like the Twilight Zone kind of feeling, where I want to run around and scream to everybody, but like, what is that even going to do? Then I'm going to look like a crazy person. So, I mean, I try to inform the people that are willing to listen about it. Like, hey, by the way, the United States is basically collapsing its empire in the name for Israeli gain. I just wanted you to know. Like, by the
Yeah,
way,
but you look like a crazy man too. Talking honestly, they'd look at you and say, "Well, what are you talking about?" I deal with it every day, brother. I deal with it every day.
and
I just
honestly, when
wanted
you
to.
talk, oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on some of the stuff that Simon was saying, and because I think the average person, they look at 9/11, Patriot Act. Oh yeah, it's good. It's good that we can get, we need to catch all the terrorists, and they're not realizing it's the slow boiling frog. They don't realize that those freedoms that were taken away are A, they're not going to come back to you, and B, they're going to be used for agendas that don't suit you. So when you look at like crypto, for example, people talk about CBDCs, right? Central bank digital currencies. And they think, yeah, fine, that's good. It's just money comes out faster, not realizing that it's programmable money, which means the government can control where you spend your money. And if you don't spend your money where they want you to spend your money, they can automatically, call it taxes, whatever you want. They can take money away from you. They can give you money. They can tell you where to spend it. You look at these 15-minute cities. If they introduce CBDCs, there'll probably be some sort of system that looks at, well, if you're not spending your money in your 15-minute city, then we can take that away from you. And the same thing is, you look at what Palantir is doing, it's all under the guise of, we're just trying to protect people. But the surveillance obviously won't stop there. It's the same thing that happened in Europe with, all of the all of the legislations and all of the things the governments did was like, we just want to stop pedophiles. But ultimately, like we saw during COVID and other types of events, they're all used to control people. And then on top of that, we're not that far off from having, uh, you know, robotic forces or police, right? Who controls that? A Praetorian army that anybody that's in power controls. But I think, the regular person doesn't think about these things. They just say like, yeah, that seems pretty convenient that if I'm going to get some money from the government, it can just come straight from the central bank. It doesn't have to go through my bank account. They don't think about that. The same thing when they pass a law to help prevent pedophiles online. They think, yeah, that's really really good. So I think the big issue is that people aren't seeing that we're slowly getting boiled, and people like us are like shouting into a void because you know, like you said, people are worried about their next paycheck, and they don't think about the ramifications of what these things are going to be. And with the power of AI, how much you can surveillance people, and surveillance is only about control, right? It's only about control, which means there's not a single person in the world that doesn't have something in their history, track history, that can't be used against them. Like it could be anything. You're 15, you accidentally go on, a site that you just thought was regular porn, and then there happens to be child porn. But if that gets surveilled, it means that if you are against the system, they can use that against you. But again, people until it's too late. And I'm European, and I always find it funny because a lot of times Americans are like, "Look at Europe. The reason you guys are fucked is because you don't have guns, because you got the Second Amendment, so you can hold the government accountable." Well, I don't condone violence in any way, but here is probably an opportunity for the American people, for you guys to show that you can hold your government accountable. Because I firmly believe that this AI, the AI evolution is unstoppable. If you look at the evolvement or evolution of it, it's super fast, right? The next 48 months, the next 24 months even, it's going to look completely different. And maybe it's too soon to have robot police dogs on the street, but the day will come where the ruling class are not going to have to get the police force on their side. They're not going to have to get the National Guard on their side. They're not going to have to get the military on their side, because they're going to have automated robots that do that work for them. But again, people don't think about this, and they rarely think further than what's around me right now. But
Yeah.
it's evident, it's in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And the speaker, I can tell with your accent, you're Texas. You're probably around Gary's area. You have a heavy Texas drawl there, but you get it because I'm joking with you. We can tell by your accent.
I was just,
We could,
well, you can never guess what I am, but
well, it's UK somewhere, I guess.
Australia, come on.
Well, I was gonna, but he has a little bit of the Aussie, but then I don't know.
I don't know how
We
Americans
travel.
can't tell the difference between Australian and English. It's so different.
Well, thank you, Simon. It gets difficult sometimes. I called one the other day and I said, "Oh, you down under?" He goes, "No, UK." I go, "No, you got the down under." He goes, "No, UK." No, but you guys, of course, we get it here. That's why in this space, I hope everyone realizes in this space, we've got we've got been identified and marked already. I mean, we all know that.
It's true, but look,
well, and
there's nothing. If they are decades away from, like, as long as the energy supply chain is not fully automized, then the Americans and the Europeans can certainly do what they need to do if it comes down to doing a revolution. Not in yeah, in Minecraft. It's not gonna be like they don't have the capacity. Like there's so many like complex areas of even just like the energy value chain, if you will, the energy supply chain, to where like human involvement is fundamental, and if you don't have enough consenting humans to uphold your system, then you're done, and that's not going to change for decades at least, probably not until the end of the century. And if you're getting to this point where this hyper capitalist, like crony capitalist, hyper technocratic prison hellscape, like that's not going to be sustainable. People will not. Now the problem is there's not enough discomfort, right? So that has to change, and it will. But when it comes down to the point, you might not like who takes power from the technocrats and from the Palantirs and from the Sam Altmans, but there will be another force that would come in. Like the technocrats will never be able to. It's just not going to happen. Maybe in the next century or so, but as of now, no. Like literally, you need men at oil rigs. If you have nobody that's willing to do that, if everybody's just too subverted and too no, that's just never going to happen, right? Because the system is not sustainable. That's what happens with fascism, and that's all the technocracy seems to want anyway to implement. It's just technocratic fascism, and that usually doesn't work out.
But there is also a reason why the most trendy thing billionaires can do is buy self-sustained bunkers around the world. Like the
Yeah,
elites
but
do know that they are bleeding the system, and they know that it's at the precipice. But like you said, people need to feel more pain of not doing anything versus the pain of taking some sort of action or to organize themselves. But it is, no matter what people say, yes, AI in some senses is overhyped, But the reality is there are a lot of jobs that are going away that will never come back. And the current system and structure with taxes and company taxes is like, yeah, Amazon is not going to freely give away money, right? You need to change the tax systems because jobs are disappearing, and I don't think they're going to come back. And a lot of places are, or a lot of nations are going to be screwed from that because they're going to change their tax laws too late. And it's already happening. On top of everything else that we've got, we have that shift. So I saying decades, I think is optimistic. I would say maximum a decade.
Hey Gary, what do you think Joe Calasari might be saying from here? Do you think he's still thinks there's like grow your way out of it? We need to get more productive. You there, Gary?
Oh shoot, I don't think he is. Gary. Oh, oh man, that's a good question though, Simon.
By the way, there's a
So
crap
What's your
ton
just
of.
what's your
Oh,
call,
sorry.
Simon?
so
UBI.
just some breaking news. If you remember, Emirates Global Aluminum, or aluminium as we call it, was the factory was destroyed by Iran. They've now come out and said that it could take up to 12 months to fully restart production. So they're out of production for 12 months. That is in the UAE. Sorry, Simon, go ahead. You had a question for Gary?
Yeah, I think Gary's not with us. You with us, Gary?
Yeah, buddy, I'm here. I just walked away for a
Yeah,
second.
Gary. What do you think? What do you think Joe Calasari would say here? Do you think he's still saying just get more productive, grow
Just,
your way out of it?
just, just, just wave the flag more, man. Don't be so bearish. You're a doomer. You're a downer, Gary. We've pulled out forever, even though he's 30 years younger than me. I'm like, whatever, dude. Looks like a fucking train wreck to me.
But do you reckon he'll still be the permable even here? Yeah.
I don't know. You know,
What do you
some of
think,
these
Simon?
characters. Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead, man.
No, I was just going to
Let's
ask you,
switch
Simon,
gears.
because I'm a huge proponent that some sort of UBI solution has to come, and I know a lot of people, especially in America, think that is equated to communism, and like you always say, Simon, that there's socialism for the megacorps uh, in America. What is your view on UBI and where things are going? Like, is there a way for us to structure a
Yeah. My
society over
my
the
view
next
is get
10, 20 years?
my view is get the hell out of the West. I think the West is downtime. I don't see it getting better. Um, and I think people need to
There's already UBI, really. I mean, we've had UBI for like, we just don't call it that. But most everybody in America is getting some kind of, I think 42 cents on the dollar is like 42% of the people are getting something.
Yeah, but
So aren't we all?
how does that translate to other areas? Because I mean, this is going to affect everybody.
no. I don't think this is the end of the world. I think it's the end of the empire. Um, this is growth opportunities for the global south. There'll be a transition, but I'm not
See
predicting
now
end of
that
world.
that's the part, Simon, that I'm really concerned about because I'm not sure that you can. Um, I think it's just going to go too far. If that's what we're talking about, whether it's hey, we're all going to learn how to trade with each other, or there's going to be a bloody hard fight here. I think there's going to be a bloody hard fight first because the it can't go on for the like you and I've been saying, man. 3 months of this, much less 3 years. I mean, some of the solutions we're talking about tonight, 7, 8, 9, 10 years.
But Gary, wait a minute. Simon said, and he's always said that it will be so painful, so quick that the deal, and I know people get really upset by this, but it'll be so painful that it
I mean, no
will
one gets
be a
upset,
deal.
Andrew. We just all disagree, isn't it? We all have different opinions.
Well, okay. Thank
Yeah.
you, Suleiman. Thank you for correcting. Well, it's at the pushback, and I understand the pushback, but I agree. We're either at the very end, we're talking apocalypse, or the end of the empire, and the United States is going to have to swallow it and move into it. And I think that's what we're really looking at.
I think, well, a good historical thing to point out, though, is when I think kind of what Gary is getting at is just when has an empire gone out by just by not fighting? And I think Joe has made that comment before.
This is Scarface. This is Scarface moment, man.
But Gary,
Okay,
Great
this is
Britain,
total
the
Scarface.
Great
Okay, this
Britain,
is
brother, Great Britain went out.
shit.
You know, Great Britain went out with the
And
with
and, and,
with.
and and this Beatrix the other day, she's like, "Hey, I don't want my country to be. We're such victims." I'm like, I'm sitting and rolling my eyes, going, "Oh my God, she grew up in a country that has done nothing but rape and pillage. That is their production. It's their manufacturing house for rape and pillage." Uh, Jeez, I don't see. I've never seen an empire just fucking. Hey, let's settle up. Somebody's got to get hurt really badly, if not eviscerated.
Yeah, I think that's a really uncomfortable but probably historically accurate take. I mean, I would also argue that, I mean, Britain gave up their empire, but only after they basically lost. They won world. They were on the winning side supposedly of World War II, but not really. They sold their empire to the United States in the process, and they destroyed it. So I don't know. I would say that they were still. They were. There
Well,
was a world
they
war,
were
right?
bankrupt,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah, the Lend-Lease program. You
Yeah.
have, I mean, Churchill. That's the. It's a revisionist take, obviously, but I think it's more the accurate take. Is that basically Churchill sold the British Empire out for glory and his own personal vanity, and to his donors. Um, and I think that's mostly correct. So yeah, I mean, it is very uncomfortable because, like, yes, obviously, I think we've said the best option is for Trump to just declare victory and leave, but they're probably not going to do that.
I like what Simon said. The Suez Canal, the British Empire in the Suez Canal, meaning that's when I believe was the actual final nail in the coffin for the British Empire was the Suez Canal, and they lost control of that.
Well, Uncommon, by the way, to your point, they are sending dozens of C-17 transport planes right now, like at this second, over to across the Atlantic, which is like a key indicator, and the refueler tanks as well, the KC-135. So that's like literally another smoking gun as far as ground invasion this weekend. It's
Yeah, I'm sure they're empty, completely empty, bringing helium to the great area, right?
That would be like maybe in the next empire, but I don't think. Yeah, something tells me it's not going to be as
How
generous
many
as that.
how many men does one C-131
So
transport?
apparently the max that they've ever held is 800 people. So it is quite a bit, and it would be quite useful. I think that's actually why it's such a big deal. I think in general, on average, you might get around 200 people that can get in and out, and probably more given their necessity for speed. They're probably going to need to take as many as they can get. They're not going to do as many trips because of how volatile the situation is and how contested pretty much every flight will be over Iran.
Yeah, and again, we don't have air superiority. Here I go again. We've said this now 1,000 times. It's a freaking suicide mission.
Well, we can take
Well,
solace in the fact that Israel will fight to the last American.
Well, they're not having a good time
Uncommon,
either in Lebanon.
what's your view?
Yeah.
What's your view now? Because I know you thought there wasn't going to be a ground invasion. Do you still think it, or you still think it won't happen?
No, I'm leaning more towards your camp at this point. I think I was leaning that way maybe before the speech, and the way the media shifted. I really thought that he was going to declare victory and leave. At this point, no. I think that they are going to double down. I don't know exactly what they're going to do. Obviously, there's a lot of speculation. I actually think if you were looking at it militarily, maybe even if it was a suicide mission, trying to force open the strait would maybe, because they're all suicide missions. So if you're going to do one, you might as well do one that actually would benefit your position. I mean, maybe they. I still don't. I think, like I said, I think it's a dumb idea in the first place. But taking Kari Island, I don't even understand what the point would be. I mean, what would what the thing that is? But I mean, yeah. I mean, I just think we're led by idiots. So it seems like they're going to do it. But what does a ground invasion even do? I mean, it doesn't.
Well,
You have to.
but
Well,
it
Suleiman, like,
can't be World War III because China can switch off the US military, so it doesn't make sense.
that's a great point. I mean, they need what the United if the United States wants to try to drag this war out and actually really try to bring Iran to its knees or try to actually do a regime change or whatever they want to do. They have to they have to get more oil on the market. So how can they do that? They've got to do something to do that, because otherwise I think they are going to be brought to their now. Maybe they're just hoping something changes. I mean, or they could go the nuclear option. I think y'all somewhat talked about that. I mean, that sounds absolutely insane, but we're in insane times, and what does a falling empire think about? Because honestly, I think the nuclear option, which I 100% hope to God that doesn't happen and we don't kill innocent people or anything like that. But if you're looking at it militarily, I almost think that's a better option than any of the ground invasions. I mean,
China has said that if Israel uses a nuke, they won't have a country anymore, and that was from a Chinese government official.
do you really think they would do that though?
No, I don't. Yeah, yeah. I think if Israel used a nuke, that China would respond, or it would be put into the hands of Iran, so they could respond.
I saw that clip from that Chinese government official you're referring to. There was another clip where he kind of like followed up on it, and he basically said what he meant was that if Israel uses a nuke, that it would become so globally isolated and cut off that it would just collapse because the world would just not work with it diplomatically, sanctions, it would just be ostracized, and that way it would lead to its collapse. I don't think, because ultimately Israel's nuclear armed at the end of the day, so no nuclear armed country is gonna take any offensive measure on another one. It just there's too much risk to that.
Do you really think that if Japan had a nuke, they wouldn't have used it in response to World War II? Really?
Japan would have, but Japan's ally wouldn't have.
Yeah, Sully's talked about this at length, and he's really changed my thinking on it. Like, what are the odds that some other country is going to? Why would China risk its state for Iran? Is really the question you're posing.
No,
Listen, we got
no,
the
I'm not.
Chinaman in here
I
to
don't.
ask him. Chinaman, will you jump in? Let's ask him now, Mr. Chinaman. Would
You know,
you jump in front of me as a human shield?
Israel is such a, the whole country is a farce because despite all this military might that it projects, it's really based on the United States. And ultimately, like Israel, you don't need to nuke Israel for the thing to collapse. The project's on its way out within a few years. I mean, if you look at Israel's internal politics, the whole entire country is so destabilized internally. Like you don't need to. No offensive measure is going to be what leads to Israel's downfall. It's going to start off by internal collapse. They're already having issues of their own.
Well, if Israel
Yeah,
uses one nuke, oh, go ahead.
no, I think if that was going to happen, it would have happened already. I think projections of Israel's internal downfall are misguided, honestly.
This is not
Ended.
projections. I mean, if you're just looking at over the past 2 years, all the smart secular Jews are like there's been about 70,000 for the past 2 years now that are fleeing. They're having a massive demographic issue with the population that's growing very rapidly. I mean, prior to October 7th, their coalition was fracturing every half a year between the 2019 to 2022. So they're having a lot of domestic issues. It's being very difficult for them to maintain their government. This is not just like some wishful thinking. If you take a look at what's happening internally, they're not that stable.
They're maintaining the American government at the same time they're staving off all of the opposition in their own country. They don't need boots on the ground anywhere to project force when they have America behind them. And America, astonishingly, is still behind this without any rational national interest behind it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Now we're looking at a situation where the American empire is beginning to fracture. So how much American military might is able to consistently back it moving forward if we're already in this sort of situation?
America will always be able to project military force. They're not going to be defeated any more than China or Russia will be. They have the natural resources, they have the boundaries and protection of two oceans. They still have the second largest navy in the world. How effective it is, I mean, I don't know. We're showing that they can't be effective in a land war in Iran. But to think that everything is just going to fall apart, and the natural advantages that have built America to the place where they are right now, that are somehow going to go away
No,
because of the
nothing's gonna
financial
fall
crisis.
apart at all. It's not like, I mean, when I say collapse, things take, things like this happen slowly, but there are gonna be concessions that Israel's gonna have to make in the long term to remain in the region. It's not gonna be able to project the same sort of
Oh, I
forces.
agree. I think that they're going to need to make major concessions to end the war. America and Israel, without any allies, and even with allies, could not protect Israel from missile bombardment from Iran.
Well,
That's
that
clear, and it's going to continue until there's an actual deal that Iran can be assured that Israel will not just with America rearm and hit them again. And that's why they don't want to negotiate, because they know Israel's not there yet.
Well, Israel has. I'm gonna just say it. I'm gonna rip the band-aid off. Israel has used a nuke before. They used a nuke to kill Nasrallah back in 2024. It was a tactical nuke, small scale, but they still used it. There's a study that's published that flat out confirms that there was uranium found in the soil collected from the site of the exact strike in Beirut, in that suburb that killed Nasrallah, allegedly. I'll say that. And one of the labs that actually performed that, research was a UK lab. So this is apples and oranges, but I do mean that to say it is a different situation. Go ahead.
A UK lab run by an Israeli who still confirmed it, by the way.
That's I didn't know they were Israeli. That's yeah.
Yeah,
So that helps.
forensic architecture is Israeli.
That kind of adds to it for me then, because I mean, well, look, if anybody would lie, it'd be them. But um, though this case, if Israel uses one nuke in Iran, they have to use like 10, right? You don't stop at one because that's not going to do anything. Basically, there's the
Well, that's
IRGC.
because
Yeah.
they're trying to normalize it as well. So if they
Yes.
and this is why I have question marks whenever people are like, oh, they used a nuke, and when it's like, I don't think they did. But the reason they say that is, I believe the reason the Israelis put that out is because if they create a situation where people start normalizing the conversation, they've already used a nuke, then it's like, oh, they've already used a nuke, it's not that big deal. Then when they actually use it against Iran, it's like, yeah, but they've already used it before. So I think that's the reason why whenever Israelis come out with something, I never trust it.
But Suleiman, this is the organization that is the one that proved to the world about Tin Rajab, and that the tanks were already set up on all the corners. As people were told to flee, they were shooting the cars. They're the ones that got the satellite images. They're the ones that analyzed the bullet holes and figured out that the person who killed Hin Rajab was 13 feet away from the car. They're also the ones that showed that the explosion in Beirut could not have been from simply the material in those warehouses blowing up, that the crater was way too deep. Like these guys are, they're the ones that typically do the reports. The UN goes to them for the reports, and they have not been kind to Israel whatsoever, even though he's Israeli. Just so you know.
I guess
And their stuff is amazing. Like if you look at their stuff, they're amazing because they create 3D replicas, go through, match it with satellite data. Like they're good.
what my question is, and Doc and Wally, maybe you guys can debate or help answer it, is if you were in the position of the United States or America or Israel, and right now, let's say that we think the logical case is they can't effectively send in ground troops, they can't open the Strait of Hormuz, they can't just bomb them into submission. why wouldn't in there's a chance you're going to risk your empire and the survival of Israel? Why wouldn't you consider using a nuke? I mean, what is the I mean, I understand there's obviously blowback risk, but they're also staring down the barrel that they're going to lose right now. So surely that's being
Yeah,
considered.
well, wait. First of all, you have to understand that the nuclear option is always on the table 24/7. Our SSBN submarines, what do you think they do 24/7 when they're on patrol? They're ready, just waiting for the launch code. So the option's always on the table. That's strategic. For tactical, same thing. Whenever we went on a mission, we had the orders. If we need to do this, we put this plan in motion. It's 24/7, brother. 24/7 day, 24/7 hours a day, 7 days a week. The United States military is ready for a nuclear option when given the order. So it's always on the table. Just make sure you understand that.
I think people should go back and watch Stanley Kubrick's Doctor Strangelove, How I Learned to Love the Bomb. And then imagine Trump and Pete Hegseth and Paula White, their spiritual advisor in in the White House, debating whether or not to use a nuclear weapon. That we have such irrational leadership at this point that to dispense with the threat, or at least considering it, it begs incredulity to me because it's happened before. I'm 67. My grandparents were all part of the World War II generation, and it happened, and it could happen again. Putin himself was threatening the use of tactical nukes in the Ukraine war, not
But
more than 2 years ago.
what would that achieve? Because Iran has enough deterrence. If Israel uses a nuke on it, there would be enough deterrence in ballistic missiles. There would never be oil coming out of the Middle East for a very long time if something like that were to happen. Iran has enough ballistic missiles to be used as deterrence that if something like that were to happen, then there would be the ballistic missiles flying.
Why haven't they used them already? Right?
They
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 have
haven't been
no,
using missiles, or
no.
what are
This
you?
is we've talked about this, and of course, not everyone agrees, but we agree that to a large extent that Iran has taken it easy, that they're playing a long game. They could have hit Israel with much bigger munitions, much bigger rockets,
Yeah,
and
absolutely. So what
in
am
the
I?
yeah. So they're yeah. I don't know what and this the religious fanaticism that's coming around on all sides. I mean, there are those in America that are egging this on and would be happily see a nuclear weapon. I think because then there's their dreams of Armageddon and the return of the Antichrist comes. I mean, these people are crazy. That's what Pete Hegseth is talking about.
And what are their plans with these? People keep talking about ground troops. What's the actual mission? Is the mission to retrieve the uranium? What's the plan once
No
there are
one,
ground
no
troops
There,
there?
one
What are they
there
planning
knows.
to
is
do with
no
them?
plan. There is
There
no
is no
plan, sir.
plan. You
There is no
can't
plan.
you can't
Well,
land
we've
on any of these islands and protect those soldiers.
well we've
From
hypothesized quite a few different possibilities.
someone's got a lot of noise going on there, Mike.
Yeah, it's Andrew, but it only happens when you unmute, and then after that, it's fine. What it is Wally, we've hypothesized a few different possibilities and broke them down in detail. One is invasion into Karg Island. The second is an invasion into the three islands that are disputed with the UAE, Abu Musa, the Lesser and Greater Tanub. The third one is the three Hormuz Islands, and then the fourth one is a ground invasion. And then with the ground invasion, there's a two to three different routes that they could take. So, I mean, we've discussed these in detail. Obviously, none of them make sense. There's different rankings of which one makes slightly more sense than the other one. But again, within the framework of none of them making sense. So, yeah, I mean, that's basically it with the ground invasion. I think some people are moving more towards that this is actually going to be a full-on ground invasion. For example, Ryan thinks it's going to be a full-on ground invasion now. I'm still more towards the islands, but let's see.
Does the rest of the world not have enough leverage, like the EU and all these countries telling the US, like, if you do this, because I mean, ultimately it affects all of their energy supply as well. It affects the entire planet. Is there not enough
Well,
financial
they
leverage
can't.
on the US to just like, I mean,
No, there
what?
isn't. There isn't because what happened is with Europe and the UK, they became over these last maybe 10, 15 years,
Over time, they have, but exponentially over the last 10 years, they become extremely vassalized within the entire American infrastructure and within the entire American apparatus. They did this through many terrible decisions. For example, allowing the US to bomb Nord Stream is one minor example. Ukraine-Russia war is another example. COVID is another example. Brexit in the UK and Europe is another example. And so all of these things weaken those countries where they became ultimately extremely reliant on America. Some of these countries, for example, 15 years ago, I think it was like 10, 15 years ago, were in negotiations with China. And I know these, my boy, Inevitable China and the CCP wanted to infiltrate, but they wanted to like build some kind of like nuclear programs in the United States of America, and nuclear capability, with nuclear energy. And then again, America came and said, look, don't do it. And they listened. And so over this time, they've weakened their country so much. This is just from the geopolitical perspective, not even from the financial perspective, because they did it through that as well. That now they're just hamstrung and so reliant on America, they simply can't do anything else. And so America can make a decision. They may disagree with it, but they've got to be subservient. They have no real military anymore, so they're relying on the US. They have no financial capability, and they have no kind of geopolitical nuance in terms of trade deals or other things with any of those other countries. And so that's why you've got Europe and Australia and these countries having to accept what's happening and basically deal with it. Japan is another country that's in that problem, South Korea, others. Some people claim that Japan is going to be, moving away, but we'll have to wait and see. That it's going to. I think it's going to be very hard for them to do so. But the Western world and America's allies relied so much on America, and you're right, America's kind of screwed them all over.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. The United States just needs to get the hell out of there. I don't think there's anything that the United States could do moving forward aside from getting out that would actually benefit. I think that's things are already as bad as they are, and I can't figure out another strategic option that would actually advance its interests remaining in this hellhole that it's tossed itself into.
I mean, you're right. You're right. I mean, that was even before they started. But the thing is, there's another country, as you know better than anyone, called Israel. And so this entire decision-making process has been based on their subservience to Israel. They went into this war for Israel. The nuclear enrichment agreement was already agreed. There was no issues with that. The issue Israel had, which had no impact on America, was the ballistic missile program and the support of the resistance, which again doesn't affect America, it affects Israel. Ballistic missiles program affects America. It doesn't affects Israel, not America. And also the current leadership, being the supreme leader, affects Israel, not America. And so, and the nuclear enrichment that was agreed upon, or the Manis came out the day before and said Iran agrees to 0%. So this entire war was for Israel. So they basically sacrificed American troops and the world for Israel. And right now they can pull out. Trump can claim a victory, but the reason he can't again is because of Israel. Because if they were to leave the region, Iran still has the ballistic missile program. Iran still is supporting the resistance. Iran still has the current leadership and the current government. And Iran now has control over the Strait of Hormuz, and they're going to become more powerful in the Middle East and in the world. So, yes, they should move out, but they won't because of Israel. And so they're going to sacrifice their country and the world for Israel.
I would say just I'm sure you've read through a bunch of them or looked through it, but just look at the Epstein files. When Iran says they're fighting the Epstein class, that's a really the reason that's powerful to say that is because it's true. And I mean, Epstein said himself he's working for a Rothschild who she was, I
Well,
think,
Uncommon, do you think it's shocking that just think about what actually happened with the Epstein files? They released some of the Epstein files. If you look at what was released, largely speaking, it was the information we already had. I know there was extra nuance or extra tads of information, but largely speaking, it was what we already had. And in my view, I think the fact that they released some of the Epstein files and not the others was a form of threat against Trump and various others that actually the content we haven't released is more worse. This bit caused this much drama. Imagine the real content, what if it was to be released, whether it's against Trump, whether it's against any of the other world powers, whether it's against MBS, MBZ, all these guys. And one needs to think, why was the other half not released? What was in it? Who was leveraged? Why was the Epstein files only half of it released just before this war? Why did we go to war? Why was Charlie Kirk assassinated? All these things led up to this war. And I do think they're all interconnected. And I think what was not released is more important than actually what was released. And the fact that now Pam Bondi has been fired and they've replaced it with a guy who literally said in the first press conference, none of them are going to be released, means well done, Donald Trump. You did a good job. Or well done, MBS or MBZ or the rest of it. You guys did a very good job. Those files won't be released now. Sorry,
Well,
go ahead and comment.
yeah, well, I mean, you laid out a lot of really good stuff. I would slightly disagree. I think that they only released stuff that we mostly got before. I think there was a lot of new info. Maybe, I mean, I don't know if I would be able to tally it in terms of percentage, but it seemed like there was a lot more damning information. And actually, I would maybe argue that the reason that Bondi is gone is because she didn't do a good enough job covering up what was in those files. Because I don't believe the story that whatever they floated out there that she didn't prosecute they floated out some story that she didn't prosecute Eric's Swalwell or whatever, and Trump wanted that. I think that's slot for the base, because they've been trying to tell the base like, well, we're gonna get the deep state or we're gonna get these Democrats, and of course they're not doing any of that. I don't think any of that's coming,
He
obviously.
needed someone to blame in advance of the election in November, right? And there'll probably be some more, maybe Tulsi Gabbard, maybe really Pete Hegseth. But ultimately, whatever's happened here is because of Trump and the leverage I think the Epstein files has on Trump. I think he's being blackmailed into this. To me, that's the most logical explanation.
I don't know if I agree with that either. When you look at Trump's history, I think Trump was always a Trojan horse, to be honest. I mean, he he was literally bailed out by the Rothschilds in the '80s. I mean, it sounds like made up, but
Yeah,
go look.
but that ignores his service during 2016 and 2020 when he was the no new wars president.
Kind of.
That was consistent with his statements going back to the 80s about how intervention in the Middle East was was wrong. I mean, there's a post I just put up from 2019 where Trump disclaims any desire to fight any more wars in the Middle East, that trillions have been wasted. He put it in all caps. And so no, I don't think this is if he was going to do all this, why wouldn't he do it 6 years earlier?
Well, this was before he took Miriam Adelson. I mean, there was that 2015 tweet. I think
No,
it was
they
in
took
20,
money from the he took money from the Adelsons before the
or at least
2016 election.
when he like trashed Marco Rubio publicly on it being a puppet for the Adelsons. I believe it was Marco Rubio he was referring to, something like that. I mean, he's been consecutive. He's just over time he's getting closer and closer to this elite Zionist mafia that
Right.
basically
And I think it's because of the Epstein files. I think that Israel has seen this opportunity in this time with this president to go ahead and do what no other president would agree to do before because he was that stupid or they believed he was that controlled. So either or, I think he's controlled. I don't think he's stupid.
See,
But I think he is controlled.
well, I would fight with Doc on a lot of things about Trump's first presidency. Like when you say he wasn't the no new wars president, what's one of the first things he did in regards to Iran when he became president in 2017? Is he tore up the
ended the
JC?
GSOC.
Yeah, he tore up the JCPOA. Why did he do that? He did
Because he
that.
hated Obama. Because he knew
No, he
Obama was
did
his,
that.
yeah.
He did
He
that because
hated
Israelis
Obama.
wanted him to do that. Because the Likud wanted him to do that.
Well, again, that just leads back to my ultimate point and conclusion here about what's the rationale behind Trump's conduct is because he's blackmailed. That's he was close to it before, fine, but he clearly was attacked because he wasn't all in. That's what two impeachments meant. That's what the sealed dossier meant. And you can't disclaim, at least I wouldn't disclaim the involvement of Mossad or the bankers or the Zionists or the globalists in helping to attack Trump and to take him out of the presidency. So no, I think maybe he went through that experience and says, shit, I can't fight these guys. And now his Netanyahu is calling in the markers. Right. He used the Zionist controlled government here in America with Thomas Massey to pass a bill out of both houses that Trump had to sign or had to sign, but he had all the control points in place. He had Cash Patel, he had Dan Bongino, and he had Pam Bondi to stifle. There hasn't been one single significant prosecution of anyone involved in the deep state. Anyone credibly, what about the 51 intelligence officers that came out and called Trump a Russian spy? I mean, this was treason of and sedition of the highest order, and nothing's been done about it. To me, it's inconceivable, and that's why I voted for Trump again. That Trump wouldn't seek retribution and revenge for what had been done to him and his family. I mean, the raid at Mar-a-Lago, where the FBI agents were gun free. You know, I mean, like you going through your wife's underwear drawer. I mean, man, what would you do if that had been done to you? And here it is. Trump is like all in on the Zionists. He's all in with Pete Hegseth and Judeo-Christian nonsense about the Antichrist and Armageddon. I mean, this is wild as F. And to me, explanations about the petrodollar and the control of the financial globalists, all those things certainly are at play and have been at play for decades and decades. This is not just a manifestation of the Trump administration. That this time has come with the debt load that we've incurred in our country, and here it is that we're doubling down again with another. What did the war cost us? The first Gulf War, trillions. I don't know, 3, 4, 5 more. I'm gonna do it again.
So what's going to cause us to leave? Like, what's going to? I mean, Trump, his ego is way too big for him to leave. For him, he's going to keep escalating unless somebody just like manufactures a feeling of him already succeeding. Like, if enough people tell him, "Hey, you won," he might actually believe it and
He
pull out.
he's
But
begging. Yeah, he's begging for Iran to talk peace, and Iran has basically flipped him the nickel again. Fuck you. Go shine your shoes. What else can he do? But more threats, more boisterous nonsense. And they're sending in planes that are 40 and 50 years old. A-10s that are ground support. That there's no one on the ground. Um, it's crazy what's happening. So for me, it's an irrational explanation of what's happening, and that is Trump is compromised by the Epstein files. You mentioned his ego, and rightly so, but I think to be known as a pedophile and a rapist would stain him and his family in a way that, regardless of how much money he has, he'd be a pariah for the rest of his life.
I do.
He's going to do what you tell him to do if he's in the files.
I think I do disagree with your. I think a lot of the thing, your interpretation of a lot of the impeachments is and everything is that you're saying you still feel bad because you like when you say why didn't he go after anyone? Wouldn't you? Why isn't he investigating the people that tried to supposedly murder him? Why isn't he looking at Butler? And to me, the better conclusion is that it's mostly theater. It's not that. I mean, a normal person would obviously look into those things. I mean, how do and I do want to talk the RussiaGate hoax. A lot of people say, well, it
Yeah,
failed.
well, presume for a second that you're blackmailed in the most heinous way possible. I mean, humiliation rituals work, right? That's why they're done. You've got to understand the psychology of a person who's accused of this and guilty of it more than that. I mean, I've been involved with too many victims of pedophilia, assisted criminal investigations. This is a stigma you don't come back from, and to dispense with it, it's like, it's not part of it. I don't think you're considering the entire field.
Well, I'm not saying that it's not part of it. I 100% I would not be surprised that that's also part of the deal, I guess, is what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that I think it's more likely he's always been in the club. He's Jared Kushner, when he's having Jared Kushner in his help basically run his first administration. When I view the Russiagate hoax, a lot of people I think take that the wrong way. They say it's a failed attempt to get rid of the sitting president. What it actually did was get Trump to arm to the teeth Ukraine for the next war they were planning. Right? Because initially he was like, I don't know, maybe we'll be buddies with Russia. And he was kind of selling this normie, like like maybe we should thaw things out with Russia, and I want to be buddies with Vlad now because he likes me. And turns out he doesn't. He's arming, and that was the pretext to arm, Ukraine to the teeth before you get the other puppet in there, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, well, I think the stage was set for the Ukraine-Russia war long before Trump. It goes back to Obama and, God, what was the name of that senator? When the Soviet Union broke up, right, there was an inspection agreement, and Americans, led at one point by Obama when he was a rookie senator, went there and inspected facilities that later became bioweapons labs. And forget which city it was, a very big city. The CIA was still running that, and that's one of the sources of the COVID infection. So that what Trump might have done coming in as a newbie with no real foundation in government, he wasn't loved by either party. Um, that he went along with what the military industrial complex, the Defense Department, his own administration, which was picked largely by enemies of Trump and his self-labeled America First movement. So whether he was part of the club or not, I believe that his irrational behavior, irrational in a military sense, if nothing else, his irrational behavior has put us in a position where we're in a no-win situation. We're actually, and this goes to, I think, some of Simon's analysis. This this might be the planned fall of the dollar, and Trump's in on it. Mm, so I don't know. To me, this is just not rational behavior from a guy that so far has had the pulse on the politics of America for the last 8 years.
Wally, you asked how do we get out of this conflict? The answer is we don't get out. The only rational thing would be to declare victory and leave, but we're not going to do that. So we're probably going to double down and experience a crazy economic hardship, which is what I think the consensus is at this point for people
Well,
who are paying
Well,
attention.
since Israel really, I feel like since we're all kind of in agreement of the Zionist stranglehold, I mean, there has to be a point where Israel is facing the costs on Israel are so high that it's going to want to end it. So, I mean, is that just going to be based on how much Iran can pummel Israel? They're going to be running within the next 2 weeks before the 17th of this month. They're going to they're already out of their arrows. Thad is going to be out, David Sling. This is all going to happen in the next 12 days. So, is that going to be enough to make the cost so high on Israel that it's going to want to end this? Um,
what's going to change Israel's mind, right? I mean, they're not listening to their own people. I mean, that's clear. Those in control of their government don't care about their own people. They've been protesting for months, if not years, against the control of the Likud party, and it's and you have you know young Israelis leaving in drones. Well, that's why they can't put boots on the ground. They don't have them, and they can't generate them. But as long as America supports them, who was it that said in the space was pretty clever that Israel will continue the war until the last American soldier dies. Um,
well, you
and
said as
again,
long as America can support them, but then you also said just a little bit ago, like the goal is to crash the dollar. If that happens, then the support for Israel is going to be a lot harder. The United States isn't going to be able to extend itself in the same way.
yeah, but again, that just feeds my conspiracy theory that that there isn't a rational plan behind this. We know there's no military plan. That's really been admitted by some of the military experts we've had in the space. There's no military plan. It doesn't make any sense. It never did. Someone play either, Trump is managing this at the top or whomever. And the conspiracy theories about him being, part of the quote unquote club since 2016, maybe that is true. I can't say that's not true. We just don't have enough information, but his conduct is so irrational, even from a military standpoint. It's not in Israel's interest for America to be, neutered in the way that Iran has. America cannot resupply the defensive missile shield of Israel. Not even close. So, and Iran shows no interest in even talking because they know if they stop right now and agree to a ceasefire, Israel will break it. So I do think this is going to continue. I think Trump may put boots on the ground just to sacrifice them as martyrs and hope that that gets our country behind the war. Because I'm telling you, it's going exactly I'm not sure where you
How long
live,
do you
but
give it though, Doc? Because another month of the straight, I think I don't think any markets. I don't think the global markets can handle another month of this.
well, that'll be additional pressure on Trump and Israel to capitulate, and that's what they need to do. I said this. I said this from the start. Israel's going to have to surrender. That's what I think
What's
has to happen.
capitulating going to look like? Does Iran now become a new, I don't want to say superpower, but a new large power in the world because now it controls the strait? It's getting what, an extra 40 to 60 billion dollars a year from just the
Well,
tolls that it's going to be
I think
taking.
they've already demonstrated that. I think they already have it, and they wouldn't have had it without the attack from Israel in the middle of peace negotiations in Paris. It's a betrayal is unconscionable and
But
undefensible.
you still need something that stops America from blowing up infrastructure. Something has to happen to stop that.
Um, I think that Iran is ready for that, and a bridge got blown up. I don't think that's going to change anything in Iran. So, if Trump starts going after desalination and the oil fields and the oil production capabilities and oil shipment capabilities, then Iran's just going to do the same thing the GC countries, including Saudi
Yeah, what
Arabia,
I mean is
including
that
Israel.
Iran can be a superpower in the future, but until America stops bombing its infrastructure, it's not going to have a chance. So something has to happen to stop
Well,
America bombing its infrastructure.
the United States and Israel, I mean, it's a lot. There's most of the estimates say by the 17th of April, the United States and Israel, their main defensive weaponry is going to be fully depleted. By that point, all Iran has to do is just keep bombing the GCC, and they're going to put so much pressure on the U.S. to stop it. Don't they have enough investments in the U.S. where they have massive pressure that they can put to get the U.S. to just to pull out, to
Well,
just
I
to
agree with that, but most people believe that Israel won't agree to it. So that's where they. So what do you do to get Israel to agree to it?
I, I think Iran hits Saudi Arabia hard, and I think Saudi Arabia has enough leverage against the Americans financially and otherwise to stop it. That's what I would expect would come next.
Yeah, and America has leverage over Saudi.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
Saudi.
mean,
All
what
Saudi can
Trump
do is
just
stop
called
investing, which I think is already done.
right, and
And
Trump called
all
and Trump
Trump has
called
to do,
MBS an asshole, right?
well, all exactly, exactly. He said, "Kiss my butt." All Trump has to do is just click his finger, and there will be no leader called MBS. And so MBS knows that, and so he needs to stay under manners.
what do you mean by that? You think he'll just replace them with if what
Yeah,
happened?
yeah, my position on this is this. If you look at the Saudi Arabia and Israel and the United States of America, they have been intrinsically linked with each other since the 1970s, both financially and geopolitically. It's very different to Iran. He thought he could change the leadership in Iran, and he realized he couldn't do it. Now, in the 1970s, as you know, the Americans assassinated the Saudi leader because he had the gall to move away from American control, American Israeli control. They're even stopping the oil from going to those countries. So they basically caused the assassination of that leader. So they had the connections and the impact and influence even then. And over the last 50, 60 years, both of these countries have been intrinsically linked, both in terms of geopolitically, covert intelligence. So there's many times where if you look at what they did in Nicaragua together, if you look at what they did in September 11th together, if you look at what they did in Syria and various other things, most of the big world events that occurred, these three were working in cahoots together. And what's happened with the entire Saudi infrastructure is Mossad and CIA is so intrinsically linked, you cannot remove them from Saudi Arabia. This is why
They've always used the bases in the Gulf state. It's always been a home away from home. The Saudis know that they don't have the strength, the capability, the ability militarily to do anything. They are weak people. They basically import their generals and their military personnel from India and Pakistan, mainly Pakistan. And even Pakistan is because Pakistan also is a vassal of the United States of America. And so with Saudi Arabia, such is the intrinsic links, such as the CIA and Mossad connection within there. This is why Iran has been hitting some of these CIA bases just to demonstrate that, look, we know the CIA is just based within your country in many different locations. And so when you look at these countries, then that's the geopolitical aspect, never mind the social aspect, this kind of colonized mind where they worship the United States of America and they believe that they can't exist without their permission. And this is why someone like Trump can say to MBS, kiss my butt, and MBS will say, yes, sir. But if someone else, another leader may have said it, they may have not lived. And so coming back to it, these countries, can they change their psychology, their sociology, their geopolitical outlook? I don't think so. But let's say hypothetically they were able to change those things. One thing they can't change is such is the level of control of the CIA and Mossad within their country that Trump and remember, all of these regimes in the Gulf states are very tenuous. Like they have leadership disagreements. If you remember when MBS came in charge, he took his rivals into a hotel and kind of tortured them and basically made them bend the knee to him. Even one of those guys owns 20% of X right now, so such was the level of fear that MBS had. But also the guy who owns 20% of X, remember, think about how influential he is, very close friends with Musk, very close friends with Trump. So coming back to the point, if someone like MBS was to disagree with the United States of America, MBS knows, and we all know, that Trump can basically give the instructions and he will be assassinated and he'll be replaced with maybe even this leader of Twitter who owns 20%, but it'll be another leader who is more subservient to the United States of America. And that's likely, that's how every leader in Saudi Arabia has been chosen. It's about how much subservience and love they have for the United States of America.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to a degree that's true, but they're not completely, subservient. I mean, they do, like Saudi Arabia does have some pretty strong regional influence. I mean, I think the United Arab Emirates is way more of a Trojan horse, and it's just basically a Zionist puppet than Saudi Arabia is. So I mean, and they Saudi Arabia still has enough regional influence where it can, project in the Middle East. A lot of people recently were talking about this pipeline thing. Netanyahu, people were asking him, what about the Strait? What about the Strait? He's like, oh well, this is why we need this new pipeline going through Israel, and that's being completely shelved now. And the Saudis have no interest. So there are some things that the Saudis are doing. I feel like they've been actually trying to to try to shift away from Israel, especially recently over the past few months. I don't know. There was a fiber optic cable project that was supposed to go from Saudi Arabia through Israel. They dropped Israel for it. They're putting it through Syria. They've been investing in Syria Petroleum Co. They've been talking to the Syrians about putting this new oil pipeline through Syria instead of Israel. So I feel like they still have enough. They have leverage. They're not completely subservient.
So with the GCC, how it works is Saudi Arabia sits above all of these countries. So when you look at Bahrain, but it is a puppet for Saudi Arabia. If you look at Kuwait, it's the same thing. And if you look at Qatar, it's the same thing, but less so with Qatar, but still the same thing. And the UAE is the same as well. UAE would not be making any decisions unless it was with the agreement of Saudi Arabia. What Saudi Arabia do is use the UAE and Bahrain normally for as a testing ground in order to basically ease people into a situation. So for example, Abraham Accord, the UAE and Bahrain goes in first. And then after that, you'll have Saudi who said that, look, we need X, Y, and Z to happen, and then we'll go in and they kind of normalize it. This is why the resistance, not the only reason, but part of the reasons they did what they did in October 7th, because they realized that this is what the Saudis' plan was, that they were going to normalize, and they had to stop that normalization from occurring without there being a Palestinian land. So what UAE and Saudi do is they make it look like there's a disagreement, but there isn't a real disagreement. If you look at, for example, what you're talking about in terms of Syria, the only reason that deal within Syria is happening is because Jelani, Ahmad al-Sharaa, is but an American CIA slash Saudi Arabia, you can say as well, Turkey as well. He's their puppet. So he's doing their bidding, hence why, if you look at it, his what you call it again, the IDF were able to hit Hezbollah, I think a couple of days ago through Syrian land. So again, these deals that are happening with Syria, it is only but because of, again, Israeli approval. And Israel is getting what they want in terms of the Great Israel Project, and the only stop of that is Iran. Coming back to Saudi, Saudi doesn't do, when you look at the GCC, you're right, they're a regional power. Saudi dominates that entire region in the sense of, if you look at the Gulf states, Saudi sits on top above them. They try and make it look like them and the UAE have disagreements, but they basically, it's like good cop, bad cop. They make the UAE do it, they'll make them normalize with the Abraham Accords, and then they were going to jump in later. So I know people see it, oh, UAE and Saudi are disputing, but I actually don't believe so. I believe MBS and MBS are just like basically two peas in a pot, but they just play the game from an international perspective. Simon, do you agree with that?
Oh
I
yeah,
know you disagree about the,
Saudi and UAE
but
are good cop, bad cop, definitely.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Saudi Arabia, this military deal with Pakistan, which is, it's nuclear backed. The Naftali Bennett, the former prime minister of Israel, he was talking about how Turkey is the new Iran. He's talking about this new Sunni. He just keeps tossing out words like this new Sunni axis or whatever. I feel like there is a regional shift in power where Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Turkey, they're starting to align more, and I'm seeing this other axis on the other side, which is Israel, the UAE, Somaliland that they magically created out of thin air, coming out. So I feel like there is that regional shift. Maybe, I don't know. I think Zionists have massive influence. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I talk about that so much, but I do feel like there's also they don't. I think massive influence is the better word than full on control. But maybe, maybe there's something I don't know.
So like Pakistan as an example, I know some people do think like the Pakistan Saudi deal is like, wherever, but who is Pakistan? So Pakistan is, but, and by the way, I'm my origins, like my origins are Pakistani. For example, my grandparents were born in Pakistan, but let's be clear on this: Pakistan is but a vassal state of the United States of America. This is why they have such good relationships with the United States of America. The military, basically, and Pakistan is a military controlled country. The military is, and Pakistan in toto, is very much controlled by the United States of America. And so the only reason that deal is happening, Pakistan and Saudi, is because both of them are essentially in different forms vassals of the United States of America. And actually, Pakistan for a very long time, for decades, even during when they allowed the United States of America to use their country as basis to bomb Afghanistan, were Saudi always got their military soldiers, so the military from Pakistan used to come to Saudi and still do, in order to use the fighter jets, train the army, train the military, and so on and so forth. So Pakistan's kind of always had that role. So that pact was but two allies of the United States of America being allowed to have that pact. If that pact was done between, as an example, let's say Pakistan and Russia, or Pakistan and China, then I'll be like, whoa, now you're looking at a non-American ally or vassal, then there would be something. But you're talking about two countries who are basically historically and even now but vassals of the United States of America. From the day that they were, and from the day they were created, they were vassals of Britain and later became the vassals of the United States of America.
Okay, and now, and Simon,
But silly, how much do you think they've like? How much do you think Pakistan is between China and America now? Do you think it's still? Do you don't think because like you don't think China's taken a chunk of the influence?
Yeah, this is the issue, right? Because with Pakistan, so they're still controlled by the United States of America. If they lived in a kind of, you get to choose world, there's no doubt they would have moved more towards China and Russia. And actually, whenever that's happened, there's been some kind of instability that's been caused by the United States of America. And right now, Pakistan's realized that they need to just keep it good with the United States of America in order to keep their, sovereignty, not sovereignty, but in order to keep their country from being attacked. And all of these countries, and Wally's right in the sense of Turkey, I've always said this for a very long time. If anybody reads any of my writings from 10, 15 years ago, I laid out what the actual plan of these Zionists were. And everything we're seeing is exactly what's happening, almost to the exact year to the month of what I've been predicting. And I've said it. even though Turkey has been in bed with these people in terms of helping the Zionists out in a number of situations, I do believe that if Iran was to fall, then afterwards it will be Turkey, and then after that it will be Pakistan. With Pakistan being India and Israel and the United States of America, depending on what form they are against Pakistan. So that definitely is the goal, because they don't want a Muslim country with a nuclear missile. With Turkey, they are becoming a bit too strong and a bit too problematic in terms of their regional influence. But coming back to it, so coming back to what your question about Pakistan is, so if you look at Pakistan, they may end up doing a number of trade deals with China, and if in an ideal situation, they would definitely be more towards China. They're very much more aligned with China, even more so than India, if they had the opportunity to do so, because of their vassalization in terms of the United States of America. They really struggle to do so, and because of their struggles with the IMF. So Pakistan's kind of in a complex situation where, in an ideal situation, they'd want one thing, but because of the realistic situation, unfortunately, they can't be, because they know their country would just be destroyed if they didn't basically bend the knee. Remember, this is why many a times in the past, Pakistan didn't want to get involved in certain military action, but then they realized that who their masters were and they had to do it.
But if Iran wins here,
Yeah,
everything's a new equation, right?
that's true. That, bro, that's so true. Listen, this is why we're doing day 36. Listen, Iran is fighting for the world. Iran is fighting for freedom of the world. It literally is good v evil. If Iran was to win, man, this would be the weakening of the United States of America. They would have to go back into their own region as a regional power within their own Western hemisphere. You would have the Middle East as it is. It would be Iran who would be dominating that region. It would be the Persian Empire or the Persian control of that region, maybe even get to a point where they could actually be one of the dominant future powers. China would be, again, another power. I think you would definitely get a situation where there'd be some form of multipolarity, but with the idea that actually China would be the top dog.
And this
Inevitable
is
China.
this is the more likely outcome from here,
Inevitable
though.
China. Let
So,
the CCP know I said that once they're in control. But
Oh,
sorry,
I
what were you gonna say,
will.
Sam?
but this is the more likely outcome from where we are right now in this moment.
Yeah, it is looking like that for sure. For sure, Iran is. I'm just. My only worry is, my biggest fear is that little dot that you keep. You know what you said, which is there's like a fake deal. I don't believe it, but just that little fear that they're gonna end up doing a deal. Because if they do a deal, then you're going to be right in the sense of Israel may be weakened, but Iran will be really weakened, and you're kind of going to get a mesh of everything. And I think that may cause more of a chaotic situation, because I really believe that any form of deal now will be but temporary based on global shifts in a few years' time. So this is why I'm against like any deal right now. But a deal, once they've destroyed what they need to and dominated in the way they need to dominate, where Israel basically is dead, and the Zionists going need to go back to their covert manipulation as opposed to their overt manipulation, will be the ideal situation. Obviously, you know my position. I don't think they'll ever go.
Yeah,
But
I think also there's an element in our mind of it's too good to be true, if you know what I mean. Like we I
yeah,
think
we
we're
have that
natural
doubt. We have that,
skeptics, right? Because it just
bro.
feels
It's
too
like,
good to be true.
yeah, because it's like PTSD. It's like white beef. The white beef. When a beaten wife, where you think next time it's going to be different. But we never thought we'd get this chance. So I'm really like, Iran is literally fighting for the world. Iran wins. Iran becomes the power in that region. The GCC and the Gulf can go, literally will be weakened. Israel will be weakened. And that would be great, because Iran being a China, and just think about it from my boy Mr. CCP, confirm this or deny this, right?
And Dave Z,
If
you need
Iran,
Dave Z too.
no, that's for Russia. That's for Russia. But we're talking about Mr. CCP here. So, Mr. CCP, if Mr. CCP had a choice and he was to say, click the finger, which country do you want to be the power within that region? You guys would choose Iran over Saudi Arabia, right?
Without question. Yeah.
Exactly. And the reason is because with Iran, it is completely allied with China, with not even an iota of alliance with the United States of America. With Saudi Arabia, with my position, I believe they're completely aligned with the United States of America, with small trade deals with China and small bits and bobs. I know you think slightly different, Simon, but whatever difference you think, I don't think you think they're 100% aligned with
Oh,
China. So just from
absolutely.
the
No, I mean, they've got a lot of
yeah,
baggage, a lot of baggage.
yeah, yeah. So just from even your perspective and my perspective, if you were the Chinaman, if you were Mr. CCP here, you would want to create a situation where actually Iran was the dominant power in the Middle East. And I think if this war goes the way it's going to go, and China gets what it wants, that would be, and this is where I kind of slightly, even then, even according to your own model, I think if China had a choice, they'd make them the power rather than Saudi Arabia. And so that's where I think we're going to go. This is why Iran winning is so important. And this is why we're fighting what we're fighting. This is why we're taking all these hit
Yeah, I think
pieces
with
against
with
us.
one with one caveat, what do you do? I guess what happens to the resistance in this model where Iran's kind of won?
Simon, you previously taught. I remember I read somewhere you were mentioning previously in videos where you said if something like this were to happen, this is eventually what's going to kind of lead to the cascade of effects where there's going to be an imposed Palestine state. Am I right? You said something along, kind of based on what you see right now geopolitically. Where do you kind of see that falling in line?
Yeah, I've always
Do you
believed
see
there's
that?
going to be the Israel will be weakened and there will be a Palestinian state. Yeah.
Okay,
But
like
remember, Simon believes that Simon, and do correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. Simon's position, because me and Simon are really good friends, we have this conversation like every space. Simon's position is that there will be a Palestinian state, but that Palestinian state won't be controlled by the Palestinians. So I don't see that as a Palestinian state. But in his position, the Palestinian state is actually controlled by the GCC in terms of control of the land. And in terms of the board is going to be full of these Jewish Zionists, whoever it is, but they won't be the real controllers, but they'll be the overseers or whatever. And maybe in so many years in the future, they will be benevolent and they'll give the Palestinians their land. So that's kind of Simon's position, correct, Simon?
Yeah, if there's two ways this goes, right? Either the GCC is not so basically either GCC comes out to some degree on top in the region because of its alliances and whatever happens next with America and Israel. In which case, I still think you get a Palestinian state, but you get that shitty, horrible, unjust model. Or it turns out that Iran totally wins here and you actually get a real Palestinian state, which is obviously the better option.
But if Iran wins, in your model, does Iran be the overseer or does the GCC? Because in your model, it's the GCC who's kind of the controller, right?
Yeah, so if you have to
If
have
Iran
this
wins.
compromise where Israel's there, GCC still have their Western
Oh,
allegiance.
yeah, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I know that position. But in the Iran one, if Iran was to win in your model,
Well, Iran
who
winning, I think, means that you just get the complete submission of Israel and you get Palestine. I don't know exactly how it looks, but
But would the GCC, I guess I agree with you on that, but I'm saying would the GCC in your model have control over? Because remember, you think that all of this is kind of negotiated anyway. So Iran winning is also part of the negotiated outcome. But in your model, if Iran was to win, would the GCC still have
yeah.
that kind
So
of?
so
I don't
I
know.
believe there's a negotiated outcome, but if the factions of the IRGC which are resisting this plan and they win, then yeah, I mean that means that Iran is more powerful than GCC under that model.
W. And that would be go against what you think is the negotiated outcome, right? Because it means the IRGC went against that negotiated outcome, caused Iran to win, then gave the Palestinians a stay, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, cool. And just to Wally, because Wally, you are a Palestinian, and I do like to ask Palestinians this question. Right now, Gaza and the West Bank and Gaza are completely controlled by the Israelis. They have control over what goes. They have the control of the entire region. You know it. I don't need to explain it. But would you be okay with a Palestinian state which isn't owned on or controlled by the Palestinians, but is controlled by, like, the, for example, and or controlled and or owned by these Gulf states?
Well, I mean, you ask any Palestinian what they feel. At least before I get to the Gulf part, you ask any Palestinian what they feel about Israel, and they'll all tell you they just don't see Israel lasting. They just have this deep conviction, and I personally am one of that. It just doesn't make sense. But when it comes to the Gulf, I mean, dude, right now I'm like I'm you know I live in the United States, but all my family's in the occupied West Bank. They're next to some Kahanist settlers, so the only thing I care about right now is making sure my family doesn't die by these psycho settlers. You know what I mean? So like that's the first thing that is just people just want their safety first more than anything. Ultimately they want self-determination, but at least for me being on the outside seeing the hell that these settlers are putting my family through, I just want to make sure they're not going to get killed. So whatever is
And the
going to make
GCC
that
would do
happen
that.
first
Yeah.
is gonna, and that would be in my interest. I just want to make sure that the people don't die. But from that point, I mean, everybody wants self-determination. I think right now Palestine's just in a really, it's just it has no power at all. That's the issue with the Palestine issue is that the Palestinians don't have any power in the same way the rest of the region does. So, but I mean, no, I don't. I think all people want to have self-determination in that way, including the Palestinians. I don't.
But
I feel
just
like it's just going to be a stepping stone. I don't think the
yeah.
region has stabilized even after whatever's on the other side of this war, whatever that is, if that's Iran being a new power. I don't think that this war ending necessarily means the region is now stabilized and we've passed through, the thick of it personally. So
Cool. Yeah. So from your perspective, and again, this is why Palestinians are not a monolith, because I think the majority would say that they wouldn't want that. But Wally's making a fair point, which is actually what Simon made previously, that at least if the GCC control, you won't have this thing where you're gonna die. Likely these guys are gonna murder you tomorrow, and so there'll be some kind of breathing room where you're not getting murdered every single day. That's fair enough. That's fair
Well,
enough.
yeah, but also keep in mind I don't live there. So, if maybe you tell a Palestinian there and they'll be like, "No, we won't take anything." But I'm just saying that because I have people that I'm close to there, so they matter to me. I don't want them to just keep going through hell, but I'm sure that the Palestinians there, they're a lot more steadfast. So they might not feel the same way. But I don't even know what that looks like because so many states now are vassal states. I mean, look at the entire European Union. All those states are vassal states to America. So is that what you're saying? They're going to be kind of like a European state is to America? Is that kind of the
I
same
think
thing?
it'll be like how Palestine wouldn't control the land, sea, and air. You would have all of that would be under the control of the GCC. So the GCC would decide what's allowed and what's not, and what can happen and what not. And as long as the Palestinians kind of fulfill that directive, they'd be able to have initially under the control of the GCC, and maybe in the future allow some kind of Palestinian government, maybe in 10 years' time or 15 years' time, according to the Gaza plan. But they have to make sure that they essentially abide by the requirements that's set out by the GCC.
Well, I
That's
mean, the
all.
GCC, I don't know. Well, I guess at least, I mean, the UAE is basically Israel, dude. I look at the UAE and you can't tell the difference by these Emiratis anymore. They're basically like crypto Israelis. So, like,
True.
you know what I mean? So I feel like it just, I don't know. It really just depends on how things are on the ground. But Simon, you were mentioning that's kind of what you see the at least Palestine kind of looking like on the other side of this if Iran comes out the victor.
That's what I thought would be the most likely outcome, but I'd much rather be wrong and we get the other outcome. And yeah.
But here's the thing, Zionists are too. I mean, I don't know if we know anything about the past 30 years, is Zionists, they'll manipulate situations. The Mossad will do the false flags. So I can't just imagine that they're going to be willing to tolerate defeat. I have a really hard time. I feel like it just seems too good to be true. I can't imagine it.
Tolerate what feed? Sorry.
I can't imagine them tolerating defeat in that way.
Oh,
That Iran
defeat.
just
Okay.
comes out the victor, and the Israelis just accept it. I can't imagine the Israelis. They just that's not in their nature. I can't. I can't. I just can't see it.
No, I agree with you. My position is that these Israelis, even if they were to lose this war, even if they were to lose control, they've always done. Zionism's existed always, and they'll always exist. It just depends on what form they exist in. For us, our hope is that they exist in a weakened form, and people in the world can breathe.
Yeah, I do want to say something. Actually, I'm glad you circled back to it. But Wally, how familiar are you with like Jewish end times eschatology?
Oh yeah, no, a lot. So if you're gonna, are you, the third temple and everything? That's the thing. I mean, the settlement next to my family, they're Kahanis, and they talk about, like, this is what they believe, that they need to have all the land, and they need to usher in their Messiah. So
But
unless you,
also in their eschatology, the world has to hate them as well. That's part of their eschatology. Everyone hates them.
Yeah, that's
and they
kind of
rule
what.
the world from Jerusalem.
Yeah, I mean, before you get to the world power part, though, what that's Simon's point is what I was trying to make. And when you say how much pain is Israel willing to tolerate, the religious zealots want the pain. I mean, it just I did a quick Google search and it says it well. It's basically says Jewish end times features a period of intense global conflict, isolation, and unprecedented anti-Semitism, viewed as a painful precursor to the Messianic era. This period is seen as a time of global suffering and moral deterioration, often tied to intensified hatred of Israel, aiming at its destruction, followed by a divine intervention, because then they believe that God will basically come down and save them or something, and then Moshiach will come, which is the one world leader. Which is, I mean, yeah, I think it's like psychotic, but so those are the people running that government, right? They believe that, and I think there's a lot of indication that they think Netanyahu is supposed to be the last prime minister. And that's why when the death rumors were swirling, whether, it was such a big deal because people are like, well, because that's why it was almost like the rumors were swirling about whether or not would they fake his death or not, or would they be covering it up, because it does mean a lot to some of those like crazy deep Orthodox rabbis, I believe, that are in the community. And you also made a good point about a lot of the secular people are moving. I think somebody's brought this up before, but a lot of the really fanatical religious people are having lots of kids. So like Israel is becoming a more religious fanatical state as it's progressing. So I think they're going to fight to the end. It seems like.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what that's going to look like. So even if Iran does come out the victor, as long as Zionism is alive and this, end times theology that they have is still alive and they still seek it, then there's never going to be they're all the region's always going to remain destabilized, because they're not going to stop until they have that. I think Zionism needs to be squashed like they squashed Nazism. I think that's the only way to just peace. You have to squash the whole ideology. This is on. You can't live with this thing. It's not compatible to stability.
Yeah, that's the exact model that I see, the denazification model. I could see that being applied when all is said and done and the mutual security guarantees take place. Clearly, this is going to affect the global economy to such an extent that um, there will be no choice, essentially, but other than for the major powers to step in and apply security guarantees, and Iran's going to need them anyway. So, and Iran has no reason to, you know, cede anything until they can guarantee that what's been happening to them doesn't continue.
Yeah, and Sully, you said something earlier about when you guys are wargaming, if Iran wins, how it becomes basically a regional power, but also echoing. I think Fuentes actually put this really well. I know a lot of people have different opinions about him. Some people love him or hate him, but he did, basically, if Israel can come in and
Adam loves him.
do what, you guys are
I
boys.
said Adam loves him.
Oh, there you go.
Fake
Anyway,
news. Fake news.
anyway, but the point is he was basically saying either Israel can come in and change people's governments or they can't. And if they can, then yes, Israel can basically run the world. And if they can't, then state sovereignty is still real. And he's like, so that was essentially his
Can you say
appeal to,
that
like,
again on comment? Can you say that again?
essentially that if Israel, kind of like what they did to Venezuela, if Israel can use America as its henchman and just come in and regime change any government that it wants, then Israel runs the world. And if Iran wins this war, then it proves that state sovereignty is still real. And that's basically why he was saying that we're pulling for Iran, because we want states, we don't want the world to be implicitly ruled by an Epstein class or an Israel lobby, worldwide. And that, whether we like it or not, and obviously I'm the white guy in America. I don't care. I don't want to say I don't care, but like I do care about state sovereignty. But like obviously we have different interests. I know this isn't in my interest, right? I don't want to fight wars for Israel. Um, and so it is tough for us though, because obviously as we get,
I think it is in your interest. I think if you carry on with the status quo, the vast majority of Americans are just going to be complete in the worst. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse because the system you have in America doesn't get better; it just gets worse.
well, maybe
And
I would agree
so,
with that.
yeah,
I guess I don't want to, as we get deeper into the war, there is no doubt that they are going to try to label us all as traitors and put us in prison for saying the things we're saying. I hope I hope everyone's aware of that who's an American, because they're going to say you're aiding and comforting the enemy. And
Well, even after this war ends, how do you get rid of the Zionism part of America? How do you, I mean, are we just gonna have to live with this till America fractures? Like, how do we uproot this Zionist occupied government? Even if Iran wins, we're still gonna be left with that. Is that just gonna, like, how do we get rid of that?
Well, Nick Fuentes wants to align with them and rule the world, but the Americans be the Zionists, and they want to dominate Iran and make Iran a colony of America. But I don't know if Uncommon agrees with that.
well, I just think he has more of, I mean, nationalism. What we are arguing for is nationalism, and I don't agree with everything Nick says. I thought the Venezuela thing was insane. Like, what are we doing with Venezuela? But I do understand what he's saying. He's basically
if you
saying
if
that,
you want the status quo and world reserve currency, you want Israel to win. If you're willing to give up world reserve currency and change America, you want Iran to win.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I agree with that. Like, I don't want the status quo, obviously, but I guess I'm trying to take a somewhat nuanced position so I don't immediately get put on a list. Although I'm sure I'm already on it. But it also is harder to explain to Americans. Like, that's what Tucker does a lot. And a lot of people have theories on whether he's trustworthy or not, but he always kind of takes a middle position where he says, like that's his argument is, and I think maybe it's mostly to get people that are normie adjacent that don't really know what's going on, but who knows? So maybe it's just to not tell people the full truth. But he'll say things like, "Look, I don't support Iran, but this isn't an interest. This isn't in our interest." Whereas like Nick will say, "No, I support Iran because they represent state sovereignty in international politics." And either we're going to live under a global Zog empire, or we're going to have different states where people can fight for their rights within their own states.
But I
And so,
promise you that that version of the world is is a significantly different America to what Nick and thinks it is.
I
Yeah,
Like
mean,
he's
this,
pro Zod because like he's like he was pro toppling Venezuela, and he just said that Iran's a backwards, filthy place that should be bombed and dominated, but by an America that's side by side with an Israel that is a true ally. But I don't know how he expects to control Israel. That's what I don't get about his worldview. That's what baffles me.
I mean, uncommon. There's also Ron Paul. He's like way more milder than anybody we've spoken about. But especially, I mean, the past week he's been actually putting out some good content. And he's been saying like Americans need to recognize it's okay. Like when you say it's collapse of the American empire, he replaces the word and just say shedding the empire. Like it's okay if America sheds its empire and focuses on investing in the country and investing in the people. I think that's the best thing America could do right now is shed the empire. I mean, there's all of Europe shed its empires, but a lot of their countries are still like you can come back from it and you can shed the empire. Imagine if all this money that we're spending on all these damn bases just went back in. Imagine the infrastructure projects we could have, the railways we could have. There's so much that we're missing out on to just sustain this empire, and I don't understand the point of it anymore. I mean, like we don't even have railways. like we could have railways across country by this point. I don't, you know what I mean? Just the simple things that we should have as any developed nation that we don't have because we're spending this money on an empire that's hurting us at this point, and it's just
But
benefiting Israel.
there's two things. If you want to shed the empire, you need to take back control of the dollar. You need to nationalize the dollar, and you need to nationalize the oil. Otherwise, you'll be controlled by corporate interests forever.
And that's always been the big problem with the United States of America. They've allowed the corporations to control them, and we've seen it today. What happened to all those military industrial complex fighter jets? They all went down. This is what happens when corporations, Mr. Chinaman's gonna love this. This is what happens when the corporations control the government. They don't come out with the best products. Monopolization is never good.
What do
This
you
is what
mean
we're
when you say nationalize the dollar? Like, can you explain that a little bit more?
Wally, we are going to wrap up. We'll definitely continue. I was trying to get segue to the end there, but I appreciate that, Wally. We are wrapping up. Come on, blood. We've been going for 30, 14 hours. We will be back tomorrow. If there's a ground invasion, we will start immediately. So have your notifications on. I've got an inkling it might be on the 5th, but let's see if I'm right. 5th? No, 6th. I've got an inkling it's going to be on the 6th, but let's see. Let's see if I'm right about that because it could happen at any of these times. For example, this war they end up starting it earlier than it was meant to be because the Israelis told them, "Oh, guess what? Ayatollah is in this location here." Or really, it was meant to be the next day, as in the night. Anyway, guys, we're wrapping up. Much love to every single one of you. We will be back tomorrow. We are going to be releasing. There's a video, Anthony Aguilar's video. I'll be sending everybody there to watch his interview, golden interview, one of the best interviews we've done, probably second only to Professor Morandi. But in terms of his military analysis and the depth of it, it was on another level. So check that. We're going to redirect everyone to that. It's in the tweets in the nest. In the YouTube, it's pinned in the comments. And for everybody else, you'll be redirected to it. Tomorrow, around, 5 p.m. Eastern, the Matthew Ho interview will come out on the normal channel. So again, watch that. Be ready for it. That'll be at 5 p.m., 12 o'clock in midday in the UK. And then I'll do an update, and then we'll start the space at 1 o'clock, 1:15. Between 1 and 1:15, we'll start the space. So there'll be an update for the bits we missed, which will be like 10, 15 minutes, and then there'll be the space. So hopefully you understood that. Anthony Aguilar video, 5 p.m., the Matthew Ho interview, 1 p.m., the update, and then 1:15 will start the space and the normal stream. Much love to every single one of you. I think we had some great interviews, great conversations, high quality space, so much knowledge, so much information. It was awesome. Like I said, have your notifications on. As you know, Elon has taken us away from the purple ticker. So we're relying on you guys to be on there, putting your notifications on. Simon will be here. Everyone will be here. The whole crew will be here because we know what they're doing. They're trying to make sure we're not on the purple pill so that the Zionist space, which only has